Good morning. This school board operational meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Good morning. This morning, Miss Monica Schlosser and Cooper City Elementary is going to be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome to Cooper City Elementary School, home of the Cubs. I'm the proud principal at Cooper City Elementary School. My name is Monica Schlosser, alongside of my musical director, Deanna Kassler, and of course with our amazing students. Just want to say I'm the luckiest principal in our district because I'm afforded the opportunity to live, work, and play in my own community. So thank you for this honor this morning. Just wanted to hand the mic over to Deanna Kassler, our musical director, without further ado.
Hi, we have three of our student council members, Ms. Juliana Rizzo, Catalina Net, and Teague Guerrero, and they are going to do the pledge, and then our fifth grade chorus will lead us in the national anthem. Go ahead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the monks bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you so very much. Have an amazing day at Cooper City Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Korn. Thank you, Cooper City Elementary. And thank you to Ms. Schlosser, because I think that's the first time we've had a principal singing along. In order for the meeting to operate within an appropriate professional environment at this time, we respectfully request all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put into the silence mode. Please step out of the boardroom if you need to answer your cell phone or make a call, as talking on your cell phone during the meeting is not permitted. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings: September 4th, 2019, School Board Operational Meeting; September 4th, 2019, Special District Educational Facilities Plan, Second Public Hearing Budget; September 17th, 2019, Regular School Board Meeting; October 2nd, 2019, School Board Operational Meeting added. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. Mr. Runcie, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have a few changes to the agenda. Minutes for the October 2nd, 2019 school board meeting added. Board items, G2, personnel recommendations for instructional separation of employment or discipline for the 2019-2020 school year is revised. G3, personal recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2019-2020 school year revised. G4, personnel recommendations for non-instructional separation of employment and discipline for the 2019-2020 school year revised. EE8, recommendation of $500,000 or greater for HVAC repair and preventative maintenance. That item has been withdrawn. EE13, recommendations of $500,000 or greater for consulting services for employee benefits program. That has been revised. EE31, recommendation of $500,000 or greater for school security guard, added. EE 32, recommendation to approve agreement with deputy sheriff for a deputy sheriff at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, portable classroom area agreement. That's an added item. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Korn. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, single-letter items on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single-letter items, pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, double-letter items, for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond to this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask if any members of the public would like to have an item pulled which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss? G3 is automatically pulled. Does anyone have comments on G3? Ms. Good?
I do.
Yes, Ms. Rupert? Yes, Ms. Good and Ms. Rupert?
Yeah, mine's a positive thing.
Okay. Any other G items from the consent agenda that, yes, Ms. Korn?
G4.
G4 for Ms. Korn. Anyone else? Yes.
I could just make my comment after we vote on G3.
Okay.
If that's,
That's fine.
Me too.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Any E items? Single letter E items? Yes, Ms. Good?
yes, E3 and E3 is a companion item with EE 24. If I can ask the chair that maybe we can call those two together to discuss.
Okay, Ms. Korn?
The same, E3 and pair it with EE24.
Okay. Anyone else? F items? Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Aladev?
I have EE24.
Oh, we're just doing single letters for right now. But I'll put you down for that because we're going to pull them together. Any F items?
Did you say single letters? Correct.
Single letters, yes. I items? J items? K items? Yes, Mrs. Alhadeff?
K1 and K3.
K1 and K3 for Mrs. Alhadeff. Ms. Bartleman?
K1?
K1 for Ms. Bartleman. I believe I have K items as well. I have K1 and K3.
I just have K1.
Yes, Ms. Korn for K1.
Man, did I miss something?
L items? Yes, Ms. Good?
L5 and L8.
Ms. Good for L5 and L8. I believe, Ms. Myrick, L7 needs to be pulled from consent because it is a memo to vote down.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You can, if I may request, you could do L7 and L8. Oh, never mind.
Yes.
We can't.
Thanks.
So not L5?
Yes, I do have.
Oh,
L5.
okay.
L5 and L8 for Ms. Good. L7, I pulled because it's an item that needs to be voted down. Well, there's a memo to vote it down. And I will possibly have comments on L8. Anyone else for single letter items? Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak to an item that has not already been requested for discussion? Come on up to the microphone, please. State your name and the item, the single letter item that you would like pulled from the consent agenda.
Good morning. I-4. I'm Cormac Priester.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I-4. Anyone else from the public who would like to pull a consent agenda item that has not already been pulled? Okay. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for separate discussion?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The consent agenda has been approved. At this time, will board members please identify the open items that you will be asking questions of? This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which open items we intend to address. GG is a special order at 10:45. Does anyone have comments on GG 1?
Did we do the Cs and Ds? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It's listed here first on my script. I don't know why. So it's at the top of the agenda because the Gs come first, so I'm just going to go ahead and ask, does anyone have comments on the GG item? Okay, I have comment on the GG item. BB items? CC items? Yes, Ms. Rupert?
CC4, please.
CC4 for Ms. Rupert.
I also have CC4.
Ms. Korn, also for CC4. I also have comments on CC4.
3 in a row.
You guys are on a roll.
Any DD items? Yes, Ms. Rupert?
DD3, please.
DD3 for Ms. Rupert. Yes, Mrs. Alada?
DD1 and DD3.
DD1 and DD3. Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
DD3.
DD3 for Ms. Bartleman. Make sure you speak into your mic today, please. Yes, Ms. Good?
You can add me for DD3.
DD3. I also have comment on DD3. EE items. Yes, Dr. Osgood?
EE 13, EE 30, EE 31, EE 32.
Okay. Dr. Osgood for EE 13, 30, 31, and 32. Mrs. Alada?
EE1, EE12, EE24, and EE31.
For Mrs. Alhadeff, EE1, EE12, EE24, and EE31. Yes, Ms. Good?
Yes, I have EE2, EE5, EE15, EE24 and 25, EE30, 31, and 32.
For Ms. Good, we have EE2, EE5, 15, 24, 25, 30, 31, and 32. Yes, Ms. Korn?
I have EE21, EE24, and EE31.
For Ms. Korn, EE21, 24, and 31. Ms. Levinson?
EE1, EE4 for comment. EE13 and EE30.
Ms. Levinson, we have EE1, 4, I'm sorry, did you say 13? Yes, and 30. Okay, yes, Ms. Rupert?
EE2, please, for a
EE2.
positive comment.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah.
Ms. Bartleman?
EE14, 19, 10, 24.
Hold on.
14,
Yeah.
19, 10, 24.
Hold on, you're going
Wait.
back and forth.
Sorry. Okay, 14, go after 14.
I'll review it.
19.
14, 19, 10, 24,
and 21.
For Ms. Bartleman, EE 10, 14, 19, 21, and 24.
I think I got it.
And I do have some. EE 9, EE 14, EE 21, EE 25, '26, '30, and 31 and 32. Okay, and II items.
I have one.
Ms. Bartleman?
II1.
II1 for Ms. Bartleman. Mrs. Aladeff?
II2.
II2 for Mrs. Aladeff.
Can I ask a
I
question?
also have a question on II2. Anyone else on II items?
Did somebody pull GG1?
Yes.
Yes,
on
it's an open item. It's an open item, special order at 10:45.
Okay.
Any other II items? Okay, now to the JJs. Yes, Mrs. Aladeff?
JJ2, JJ3.
JJ2 and 3 for Mrs. Aladeff. Ms. Levinson?
JJ2.
JJ2 for Ms. Levinson. I have 2 and 3. And LL items. I'm sorry, were there any additional JJs? LL items? Okay,
Wait, did you say LL?
I did say LL.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, may the chair have a motion and a second to consider G3?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on G3. My colleagues have indicated they can make their comments after the vote. Is there any comment from my colleagues that needs to happen prior to the vote? All in favor of approving G3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. G3 passes unanimously. I'll call on Ms. Good and then Ms. Rupert for your comments, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to congratulate Ms. Davita Johnson on her promotion today. This woman has worked extremely hard in her career. I've seen her really blossom. She has shifted the learning gains at Palm Cove Elementary like never before. And so as much as I'm going to really be sad to see her leave Palm Cove and the Pembroke Pines community, I know that she will be a superstar as a cadre, and she will lead others in her new position. So congratulations, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I would like to congratulate our former Atlantic West principal, Ms. Egan. She's being promoted to Director, Exceptional Learning Support Pre-K to L. We will miss her in District 7, but I'm very excited for her to be spreading her knowledge throughout the district. And congratulations, Ms. Johnson, as well. Congratulations to you all. Thanks.
Thank you. And at this time, the chair would like to recognize new staff appointments.
Congratulations, Ronald Bradley. He is a lieutenant with SIU. Congratulations. Diane Egan, Director, Exceptional Student Learning Support Pre-K. Marie Garrido, Curriculum Supervisor, Language Arts Secondary. Jennifer Harpalani, Manager, Information Technology Audits. Michael Jernigan, Research Specialist.
And I would like to congratulate officially our Director for School Performance and Accountability, Ms. Davita Johnson. Our new Director for Construction, Philip Kaufeld. Our new budget analyst 4, Mary Ann Matos. Our new accountant 5, Mervyn Swaby. And our new manager for school choice, Janice Wint.
And it is always my honor and privilege to welcome those who are getting promotions in District 3. So to the new assistant principal at Oakland Park Elementary, a welcome to Ms. Tranya Brown. And congratulations to the new acting assistant principal at New River Middle, Eric Reeves.
Congratulations to Linnell Joseph, Assistant Principal at Riverglades Elementary.
Congratulations to all of you on your new appointments, and if I could just say, I think you did a great job of jumping up. I know Mr. Chisholm was asking you to do that, and so you did a great job. And if you would like to stay for the rest of our meeting, you're certainly welcome to do so, but if you'd like to get to your new positions, now is the appropriate time in the meeting for you to do so. Congratulations, and have a great rest of the day.
What's this for?
I don't think so. No, it was pulled.
I'd like to ask if everyone could please exit the boardroom as quietly as possible as we need to get to some additional business for today's board meeting. Thank you. At this time, we will hear committee reports. If you have a report, you will be provided 5 minutes to deliver your committee report. Please come to the microphone and state your name for the record. And we need to give Dr. Neesmith a minute to get back to the timer. Thank you.
Good morning, Superintendent Runcie and honorable school board members. My name is Myra Roldan. I am chair for your Human Relations Committee. Last month we were here before you to provide you with the committee's update report pertaining to our motion addressed to the calendar committee regarding the consideration of a fourth calendar option for 2020-2021 school year. I must say that it is admirable to, or it was admirable to witness such sincere sensitivity to this matter by this school board. We would like to commend the superintendent and the school board for all of your dedication as you continue to provide Broward County schools with an equitable and diversified education, meeting the needs of your community and your constituents. We commend also how you continue to strive for a cohesive public education in Broward County, and simultaneously work diligently to promote a positive climate in or for our educational system and your community, especially in a world that seems, or sometimes seems, to be fighting against basic human ethical values, morals, and principles. Not only do you do this for our pride and joy, which are our students, but you do this for your employees, your parents, your community, and your partnerships. Recently, I had a friend come over to my house with her grandchild. He's 8 years old. His name is Leslie. And I referenced this to our human nature. And I asked him, what would you like to be when you grow up? And he pondered for just a moment and responded very simply and said, good. We have, I think this is our basic nature, is to do good, and therefore I commend you because I really see these efforts by our board and our superintendent. Now I'd like to provide you with a summary of the top topics that the committee is addressing. Of course, we're still addressing the 2020-2021 school year fourth calendar option, which is ongoing. To ensure, we're also addressing ESOL, to ensure the ESOL students are receiving equitable learning tools, i.e. technology. Human trafficking, I'm highlighting this one to bring to our attention. It's one that's being seriously looked over by our committee, and it's reviewing their policies, or our policies, human trafficking policies and procedures and resources within the Broward County school system. January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and January 11th is Human Trafficking Awareness Day. An interesting statistic that came to the committee is that wherever there is a Super Bowl game, there is a spike in human trafficking. Those numbers increase by a considerable amount. Super Bowl this year, as you may know, is February 2nd, and it's here in our backyard in Miami-Dade County. I also would like to provide a few items that we are referring to in our agendas. Briefly, the Promise Program, updated June 2019, mental health, ESE, mainstreaming and transitioning students, vaping policies, with regards to the procedures in place. Also, RTIs, to ensure the overall response to the intervention process, and making sure that it is followed with fidelity. Lastly, this committee is striving to work closer with the human relations councils at the school sites, the students, by creating a subcommittee that will visit the schools and meet and work closely with the student body councils to review and support all of their concerns and suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your report this morning. I'm glad that you mentioned human trafficking and the Super Bowl, because in a recent meeting, Mr. Runcie, that I had with Commissioner Moritas from the city of Fort Lauderdale, it is something that they are very focused on. And so I think as a district, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we are doing all that we can to educate both our staff, our parents, and our students about the dangers. And so thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
I just wanted to bring up, because we have the curriculum, but it's not like a mandate, and so maybe Mr. Runcie can follow up with that somehow. I don't know if we're going to mandate it, but I don't even think most of the people know that we have the curriculum now. So if we could just get a memo out and maybe highlight the Super Bowl issue in particular, and maybe people can get that together before the Super Bowl. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Good?
And just on that topic, and thank you, Ms. Roldan, I think, parental awareness, I know that many of us have been involved in one way or another. We've attended forums. I think the county does a really good job in outreach, and I think we just need to do more of that between now and the Super Bowl, so that the parents understand what to look for. I know Ms. Korn also is really involved with that as well, and as we all are. So I just ask that, Mr. Runcie, we find a way to share information with the committee's assistance, with DAC and other groups, to make sure that we have the best way possible in distributing this information, which will be critical to avoid situations. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. I know the board has been outspoken on this issue. I've actually spoken with staff, and staff is working on a way of integrating information about awareness, so that it is not only for students but also for staff members. So it might be worthwhile, Mr. Runcie, if staff can maybe send a memo to the board, so that we're aware of the efforts that we've already been doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional committee reports?
Good Morning, I'm Jackie Luskin, Chair of ESE Advisory. And first of all, in the light of what occurred at the last meeting that I spoke at, well, I didn't have my full 5 minutes. I know you and me, Madam Chair, have spoken about that. We moved on, but it was an important issue for our membership too. They did bring forward a motion at our last meeting on October the 16th that they just wanted to put before you as well. It was passed unanimously. I'll read it. Whereas ESE Advisory Council is established under Broward School policy to provide recommendations to the board and superintendent on systemic issues affecting exceptional student education. And whereas the chair of ESE Advisory is a duly elected representative of ESE families in the district and charged with promoting their best interest, I move that the ESE Advisory chair include in his or her report to the School Board of Broward County any information he or she deem pertinent to the mission of improving exceptional student education. Thank you. I have one other motion to report to you that was passed at our last meeting. That one, you know, my voice is their voice. I'm not here as a lone figure. So the issues I bring to you are issues that have been discussed at our meetings, that have been brought forward by parents to us that they want raised up the ladder. One of those issues that, of course, concerns, I hope everybody in the room, I'm sure, is the revelation yesterday by Sheriff Tony about the incident at Cross Creek School that only came out publicly yesterday but occurred in September 25th. We did make a statement on it as an advisory board, and it will be coming before our next meeting too. But as you know, this is an issue we have brought up so many times about our concerns about interactions between SROs and whether they have the training to equip them for the interactions they have with a diverse population of students in our schools. So our statement, which we wish to make to you as a board, is that we deplore the actions which we feel do a disservice to the many SROs who serve our schools with integrity. We also feel it reinforces ESE Advisory's long-standing concerns about the need for more specialized trainings for SROs on interacting with students with disabilities, among other trainings. Cross Creek being a specialized school in which students with emotional and behavioral disorders access supports and services that aim to equip them for a less restrictive environment and a successful future, it's unfathomable that an SRO assigned to any school could respond in this way to any child, least of all in a school serving children with added vulnerabilities and challenges. The video released by BSO of an assault on a child by an SRO also raises serious questions about the see something, say something duty of other adults in the room, there were two, and compounds our concerns about unlawful and unreported restraints. That's an issue statewide too. It also highlights the critical role that surveillance cameras in schools can play in exposing abuse and enforcing justice in situations where the normal duty of care break down. It was for that reason that in May, ESE Advisory brought to you a recommendation for cameras in self-contained ESE classrooms where students can be non-verbal and unable to advocate for themselves or each others. We look forward still to a response to that recommendation 6 months ago. The role of an SRO is to protect students and school personnel, and we shouldn't be having to worry about protecting children from the SRO. We welcome BSO's recent outreach to ESE Advisory, and I know some of you were involved in putting us together. Thank you, I appreciate that response. To us, in response to our calls for added disabilities awareness training for SROs and BSO's commitment to the process of continuous improvement. As a board, we will welcome this as a contractual commitment from all law enforcement agencies with whom BCPS contracts. I understand there's 17, and that worries us, and we do feel, as you know from us, we wanted that in contracts, and we don't understand why it wasn't. We feel that was a ball that was dropped, and the consequence now is that there's going to have to be a catch-up game to try to ensure that there is comprehensive, up-to-date training for SROs. We had one last motion. I don't know if I get back my 51 seconds from the last meeting to read it, because I'm going to time out. But at our last ESE Advisory meeting, we brought a motion that was brought up by our ACE committee, who also take the temperature of the pre-K community. They've had a number of concerns for a number of times that have been discussed at their meetings, and they brought forward the following motion to ESE Advisory. It was passed unanimously. It reads, recognizing that early and efficient intervention in our preschool ESE population is vital to the growth and expansion of skills essential to children's development, we move on behalf of the ACE subcommittee of ESE Advisory Council that 1, Broward schools adopt written policy mandating staff to student ratios and class size caps for all specialized and intensive preschool ESE classrooms. Student to staff ratio For specialized to be stated as 6:1 with no more than 12 per class. I can hand this in or I can carry on. Thank you. And the ratio for intensive classes to be stated as 7 to 3 with no more than 9 children per class. That would put a 4th adult in the room and I believe would bring things in line with Evergreen. 2, the Broward schools produce an enriched curriculum specific to preschool ESE enhancement to include critical emotional and social skills, communication skills, and behavioral components such as self-regulation. 3, that Broward schools establish mandatory classroom standards specific to preschool ESE, as special program classrooms from K to 5 currently have. 4, that Broward schools mandate training for all preschool teachers, ESPs, and administrators in schools with preschool ESE students on site. 5, that Broward schools provide trained and qualified behavior techs and/or an autism coach on site for each school with a preschool intensive or specialized class. And lastly, 6, Broward schools to produce clearly defined lines of communication and management for pre-K ESE teachers. This sprung from concerns that there isn't that structure currently for pre-K ESE.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I just wanted to say that at the last board meeting, we spoke about state legislation that requires a curriculum for training of BSO officers. So I've been communicating with Jackie. We actually spoke to Evan Jenny, who sponsored the bill. And the bill, it does mandate a curriculum. And when you read the bill, you assume it mandates them to use it, but there is like a loophole, and they do not have to use it. So we did not put it in that contract, but I know Jackie's working with Sheriff Tony, and he's doing stuff, and we need to reach out to the 17 other municipalities and say that if you're in this school and you haven't done this training, we're strongly encouraging you. One of our advocates and parents and chair of the Evergreen Committee is the one who actually does the training. She just did the Palm Beach, the Dade County, because they have their own police departments. We can use her, we can use, I don't care who we use, but I was very disappointed when I heard about that loophole. And so it's and that's why when I brought up, it mandates the curriculum for the sex trafficking, but it doesn't mandate implementation. Like now I'm watching all these little loopholes very carefully. So I hope that Mr. Runcie will act on this. And especially after viewing that video, we really need to make sure that everyone is absolutely trained in de-escalation and how to handle things. So I would like him to revisit that because of the loophole in the language. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Yes, Ms. Good?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Runcie, and I'm going to be reaching out to the municipalities too within my district. Obviously, Mr. Katz would be the point person to ensure that that gets done if they need assistance or resources. If it's not being done already, many of the municipalities do, but I just want to make sure it's out there now, so I want us to be able to share with those that are concerned in the general public when the training does occur. So just want to make sure we still reach out to Mr. Katz.
Absolutely. Since we discussed this at the last workshop,
Right.
That's been a priority for us. So Mr. Katz is reaching out. And we're finding ways to make sure that we work with the law enforcement entities, not just BSO, to make sure they're incorporating not only the disability piece, but also the other cultural awareness and diversity components that were discussed as well. So yes, that's.
And at the workshop, I also mentioned, and I don't know if there was support because we speak individually, but the opportunity of maybe having a general orientation regarding issues of ESE and also diversity training, and invite law enforcement from all the agencies to participate.
Yes, we can certainly do that. We've done that in a number of other areas. For example, on threat assessments, we've had all the law enforcement agencies and SROs participate in the training we've had here, and we've even expanded calendar dates to make it more flexible and available to folks. So we'll take the same approach here with this, and we'll get that going, and I'll coordinate with Mr. Katz.
Yeah, and even if we do one in the north end of the county and one in the south, but that way it will expedite and ensure that everyone understands how important this issue and training is. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Dr. Osgood?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Good. And I know I've been personally meeting with the SROs in the different municipalities, and they are certainly, wanting to strengthen their relationships and, see themselves as a major part of our school family. I just want to go on record and say that, just from the public's perspective, we're trying to get law enforcement to put this training in place for SROs. But we need street cops to have the same kind of training as well, because just like it was wrong about what happened at Cross Creek, it was also wrong about what happened at the McDonald's in Taravella. So to me, they go hand in hand because they both involve young people. So on this board, we can talk about SROs in school, but as a community, we need to talk about law enforcement and community, especially how they're handling black and brown kids.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you, and I'm glad that, I hope it was the gentleman that was at the meeting. I felt very strongly, as did the rest of the board, about the language that needed to be in the contracts, and I can't remember exactly what the verbiage is, but I know that it was diversity training, not just disability, which is what I wanted to make sure that it was. But I'm happy that Mr. Runcie is going to follow up on this, because this should never happen to any kid. And as a mom, every one of us up here, it's something you never want to see. So I hope the dialogue continues and we move to a positive place after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Thank you. Any additional committee reports? Any additional committee reports? Okay. At this time, we have a special order item for 1045. I have a motion and a second on item GG1, please.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on GG1. Okay.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, school board members, Superintendent Runcie. I'm Susan Cooper, Director of Employee and Labor Relations. And this morning, I'm pleased to present for your approval the new pay for performance salary schedule for school-based administrators. In addition, I would also like to thank, as always, Jeff Moquin, our Chief of Staff, Judy Marte, our Chief Financial Officer, Alan Strauss, our Chief HR and Equity Officer, Rose Hall, our Compensation and HR Support Services Director, and our implementation team for their continuous contributions and valuable assistance. The Employee Relations would like to also take this time to thank you, board members, for your continuous support and direction, and Mr. Runcie for his leadership throughout this process. At this time, I'd like to request a few minutes for representatives of BPAA to address the board and superintendent regarding the new schedule.
Thank you.
Good morning, school board members, Mr. Runcie. It's just a simple word of gratitude for how serious, deliberate, and constructive the conversation went. And we are pleased that this item is being considered. And on behalf of our principals and assistant principal, as well as Ms. Maxwell, our executive director, we cannot be more grateful that this day is here, and we're finally going to put this to your consideration, and hope that you approve it. So thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
I absolutely support these changes, but I'm just going to reiterate what I said at the workshop, that I think it's something that should have been done in a phase-in based on our budget, and because we haven't finished with everyone else yet, so it's just the optics of it, for me, I'm not comfortable with, but I do support doing this. I just wish we would have maybe done it over a couple of years or after everything was done. So that's just my same message that I said last time.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman, I'm going to remind you, I need you to really speak into the microphone because it's very hard to hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Do you want to repeat your comments? Did you all hear? Okay. All right. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. If I could, through the chair and Mr. Runcie, ask Ms. Marte if she can speak to where these funds are coming from in the budget, as it was shared with us at the workshop.
Good morning, through the chair. Thank you for the question, Ms. Korn. When we develop the budget in a school district this large, when you have large groups of employees, you use average salaries based on the best information that you have at the time you develop the budget. When we actually rolled over all our employees, if you would, into the new year with the salary adjustments annualized from last year, I had enough money left over in the budget object for principals and assistant principals to cover this.
Okay, specifically in what was already budgeted for them?
Yes, ma'am.
Not out of the general fund in terms of the additional dollars?
No,
that would
ma'am.
be- Okay, thank you. And then also, if we could have someone from staff speak specifically to the difference between this and giving a raise, because I think this is being construed as a raise. So if I could, through the chair.
Sure. Alan Strauss, Chief Human Resource and Equity Officer. Through the chair. So this is not a raise. This is taking the pay for performance system, which we formerly called Excel for administrators, and adjust it, amend it, in essence, to a new pay schedule, which brought it more in line with our counterparts to the north and south, number one, and more in line with the job itself and as far as pay goes. Even the Excel that was originally done back in 2014, per our own salary handbook, it said after 3 years we would do a study. So it's been 5 years, so it definitely was time for us to look at it, to see if adjustments were needed. And this is not covering every single principal and assistant principal. This is bringing individuals that are below the new minimum up to that minimum. And it then establishes entry points moving forward for any new assistant principal or principal that is hired in this district.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Any additional questions from my colleagues? Ms. Korn actually asked the questions that I had with regard to budget, so I thank you for that. And if there isn't any additional colleague dialogue, all in favor of item GG1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item GG1 passes unanimously. Thank you. May I have a motion and a second on item, I'm going to dispose of G4, and then we're going to go to, a little out of order in consideration of public that is here. May I have a motion and a second on item G4, please?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Ms. Korn, hold it, so I'm going to ask first for audience input on G4. Seeing none, I have Ms. Korn.
Thank you. I have a question. Two of the recommendations are based on, let me see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 8th one on our list of suspensions and the 10th one. So if you look at both of these, hold on one second, sorry, I'm just trying to pull it in my. These were both based on our school board policy 2400 drug-free workplace. Both of these individuals are not assigned students based on their job. And I'm going to preface my comments based on the fact that my comments are based on the fact that they are not assigned students, and that if they were assigned students, my comments would be different, as would my comments have been at a recent board meeting regarding another thing, item that did come before the board. I was not available to be able to participate in. With that, I'm going to say the one that is on the 8th item down. This employee declined their last chance agreement on several occasions. It is only in the place in which they told they were going to be fired that they then agreed to it. So help me understand, well, let me back up for a second. Help me understand, in addition to the last chance agreement, what other steps must the individual take to make sure that they are drug-free in our workplace?
Ms. Corrin, Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition and Operations, non-instructional. I just want to point out that the one I think you're discussing has been removed from this agenda item, and it will most likely come back at a future date.
Okay.
So that may, if you look
so
at.
it's been removed, then we
It
don't
has
need to
been
discuss
removed,
it.
and
Okay.
we are working with multiple areas, including our legal department, to navigate through those steps.
Okay.
So it is not on this item.
Perfect. Sorry
okay.
about that. So then let's go to 10. I don't know how I missed that in the revised, but I did. So the individual that is listed on the 10th item down, or individual down, was for the same reason. Help me understand what other, going back to my first question, what other things are in place?
And more specifically around our policy around having a drug-free workplace. So we actually have trainings in place for leadership to be a part of what we call a reasonable suspicion training that allows staff to identify behaviors and things along those lines so that we can identify those behaviors and take the appropriate steps around addressing them. Outside of our drug-free workplace policy that goes out on an annual basis, and staff is informed of that, I would say to you, we have a zero tolerance around that related to the drug-free workplace. But there are avenues around it depending upon the test results, the outcomes. If you're a transportation employee, there's specific language that's covered by the collective bargaining. We have last chance agreements, and those last chance agreements spell out specifically because you've tested positive for some substance. So that actually is the guiding point on what we would do once we identify that we have identified that you've tested positive. The last chance agreement is the route to resolve. And I guess the preventative measures are what we have in place of having a drug-free workplace policy.
Okay, so for the 10th individual down, the individual also declined the last chance agreement. So I'm concerned, Mr. Runcie, with the level of commitment.
He did not.
Oh, it
He did
says
not.
here employee declined last chance agreement on 10/16.
The
10th person down is a female, so we all talk about the same person?
1, 2, 3. Oh, maybe I'm looking at the wrong.
Oh, I have a male. You and I have. Am I not counting correctly? Can you do the initials?
So-
BJ.
So, okay.
BJ.
Okay.
It has that he declined?
And it says on 10/16, employee tests positive, employee declined last chance agreement. And then it says when they received a recommendation for termination, they then accepted the last chance agreement.
And that's under Bryce? That's under Bryce?
Yeah.
Okay,
It is.
okay. So,
The other individual had it multiple times.
Yeah. Right.
This individual had it once on 10/16. So if that's incorrect,
that's
Okay.
clearly, in that backup, that's a typo. The gentleman, there were back and forth around, there was some concerns around other behavior concerns associated with them, but he had never been provided an opportunity for some treatment around substance abuse. The other issues were performance issues at the location, which we've documented. He's been brought to the school district for a suspension before. I believe a 3-day suspension previously occurred that this board approved. I think what we ran into is that we needed to provide an opportunity for him to receive substance abuse. And as you look at that, the last chance agreement, you can see how stringent that last chance agreement, and over the next 2 years, performance concerns of any sort could lead to immediate termination.
so which I appreciate. So I don't want you to think my comments are that I don't think the last chance agreement is appropriate. My concern is that when an employee is provided that opportunity and they decline it, and only in the face of termination do they accept it, my concern is then the intent of the employee, because what a last chance agreement says is that if you fail again, well, if someone has declined, I will tell you my level of concern is that they are putting themselves in a position where they're not willing to make a commitment not to fail again in this area. And so if only the losing of their job are they willing to say, I'm entering this last chance agreement, I'm concerned that we continue to put that in front of them and continue to work to make that happen, because for me, it has to be a commitment from the individual. And I hear this over and over. Until an individual faces the problem will not go away. The problem will not be addressed. And no matter how much support we give them, it's not going to fix the issue that they're facing. So when a last chance agreement is declined, I'm concerned about continuing to put the last chance agreement in front of them until they realize, well, I may now lose my job. In face of that, then I'm willing to do a last chance agreement. And I don't know if that displays a commitment to make a change in behavior. And I believe in our last chance agreements, but I believe in them based on individuals who believe that they want a last chance agreement, not an individual who says, well, only now that you're going to terminate me am I willing to enter into this. I think our risk for our students is much higher when we enter into a last chance agreement with an individual who has not accepted it, but only feels upon termination are they willing to enter into it. So that is me as one board member. And I know we've talked about this as a board as it being a disease. I know we've talked about this as a board as needing to be able to provide support. And I agree with those comments. At the same time, until you are ready to face the fact that you have a disease, I don't know that it's appropriate that we as a district go down that path with you when you haven't acknowledged that you're on this path. To me, the risk is then all of those around you, whether it's staff or students, and if an individual has said, I'm willing to acknowledge and go down that path on their own, then I think we should be there to support them. When they are in a corner because they are going to lose their income and now are willing to enter into it, that's a different position, and I think that's a different level of acceptance of the agreement. It's a concern for me. So that is on that particular individual. There is one additional recommendation, Mr. Runcie, that I guess I'm concerned with. And this would be the, if that was number 10, I'm going to go down two more, which would be number 12, KN. This is a different, fully different case. But when you look at the history of this individual, it feels almost as if we have worked harder than this individual has worked to maintain their job. This individual has gone through every step of our progressive discipline to the extent where I feel like it has been abused. And I'm not sure that I understand that all of the things we've done up to this point to find any relief and a common ground with this employee seems to either be happy with the rules that are in place and willing to follow them, or somehow something has been changed around it, why we're anticipating something different. But I have to tell you, Mr. Runcie, at some point, we have first offenses, second offenses, third offenses, now first offenses and second offenses. This is someone who's had, I believe, a 1 day, a 3 day, a 5 day, a 7 day, and now we're up to 10 days. I think maybe we're a little too progressive in our discipline. I think we should have a higher level of responsibility. And when we talk about second chances, I believe in them. This isn't a second, it's not a third, it's not a fourth. We're either at the fifth or sixth chance. So I'm concerned, Mr. Runcie, that this is, if every, I guess I look back and think, if every one of our employees was given this many chances, we could not exist as a district. We couldn't function. We could not deliver the services we're required to deliver. And so I am, I'm challenged to understand why there are this many chances with this much intervention. So please help me understand.
I will. Thank you, Ms. Corn, for the question. What I will share with you is the employee that you're making reference to is governed by the rules and penalties. And a lot of the rules and penalties go on a calendar rolling for like attendance and tardiness and things of that nature. So we find ourselves separating, but at the same time looking at the big picture. That individual was intending to come to the school board today to plead the total opposite of what you're saying, because they didn't seem to understand that this has been very progressive as we've navigated through this. I will share with you, that is one of the big distinctions in our transportation area. They have a rules and penalty. They're the only one that have that. And if there's another offense or some type of offense that they have that doesn't fall under the rules and penalty, we also have to look at that. And then collectively, we are able to bring this all together. But as it relates for attendance and around the 15-minute arrival and all those things, they go on like a rolling calendar, and that's been dialogue we've had with the union. I'm not saying that that's the best conversation, but I think the takeaway from here is we can have that conversation with the union around the fact that we almost don't look at the attendance 15 minutes once a year rolls around. So that's really what you're seeing in this case, that attendance was a problem and on-time arrival.
Yes.
As well as the other concerns, and that's why we're up to the 10 days now.
For 9 years.
Yeah.
For 9 years, it has been a problem. So I'm troubled, and I would make the argument for the union that for their employees who show up every day and who are in good attendance, that they don't have the benefit that an employee who decides to abuse it for 9 years has. Because this employee continues to be employed with this behavior when we have stellar employees who make it critically important every day to come to work and to be there on time and to perform their duties. So I would like us to have that conversation. And I think that obviously their job is to look out for their employees. But I think their job is also to make sure that their employees are professional in the manner in which they perform their work. And for 9 years of this performance, I don't think that that would be the stellar level of performance that even the union would be comfortable with.
Thank you. Great takeaway.
So with that said, I guess I can vote down the whole item, but I'm not comfortable with the one individual's 10-day based on, unless staff can confirm that it was not declined. If you can confirm that BJ did not decline, then I'm comfortable accepting it. But the paperwork says that he declined his last chance agreement.
Sure. I can just confirm with
Can I just
risk
table
management?
this? I'm sorry, I know this is a long conversation for my board members, but these were concerns for me.
Maybe we can separate that individual out, and it'll take a few moments to confirm that. Risk
Okay.
management is here in
If
the
I
building.
could please separate, I wasn't interested in really calling out their name.
Ms. Myra?
Yeah. Not on this, but after you vote on this, I would like to make a statement of something that I'm going to do to meet with you about this issue. So I can make it now, but it doesn't have anything to do with the motion.
That'll be good if she can make the statement.
Okay,
I can make my statement. The one that was removed, there are some other extenuating circumstances that I want to do a walk around with all of you about. And so Joanne, who's out today because she's sick, is going to be calling you. It's not going to have to be a long one, but there's going to be some issues that we are going to have to decide to talk about as a board, and I wanted to talk with you all about it individually before we begin to bring this forward, because it's a bigger picture than this one individual. I know that's real cryptic, but I'm just saying I'm going to be calling and making an appointment around some of these issues that you read about in the one that was removed.
Thank you. So if I could please make a motion to separate the individual that is 10th down on the list for item G4 with the initials BJ.
Second.
It has been moved by Ms. Korn and seconded by Ms. Rupert to separate out the 10th individual.
At least it's the 9th person on my
Well, okay, so that's having removed.
I'll remove, right, okay, yes.
Yeah. BJ.
Okay.
It's the only one I see with those initials.
To separate out the item in G4 that specifically is in reference to BJ, and so is there any audience input on that separation? Colleague input on the separation? All those in favor of separating it out indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Okay. So the BJ item has been separated out, and is that also to be tabled till later? Is that?
Yes, if we could please table that one particular individual's recommendation until later in this meeting.
And that's acceptable to me.
Mr. Chisholm is now saying he has the answer.
Oh, I don't think we voted. So.
Well, we didn't vote, so we just voted to separate it out, so it's still there separated. Go ahead and answer the question, please.
He was never initially offered it.
Okay.
He did not.
Okay, then I guess I'll remove my motion. I don't need to separate it.
Okay. Mr. Rupert, you're removing
Fine,
your
that's
second? Okay. So now we are back to the main item. And it came to my attention, Dr. Neesmith said that there was audience input and I moved too quickly. And so I will ask again if there is audience input on item G4, please.
Leslie Brown, Chief Operating Officer. We just have an employee that just wanted to speak. She was just a little nervous, so I just said that I would come up and help her with that. Okay, right.
I just want to say hello to everybody on the school board.
Yeah, right, you have to speak into the microphone. Okay.
Hello, I just want to say hi to everybody about my situation. I worked at the school and I was somebody said I was drinking on the job. And I came back negative on drinking because I wasn't drinking. But unfortunately, I came positive for THC because for the past 15 years, I've been suffering from Crohn's disease. I've been hospitalized 4 times for 15 days and 14 days, over 2 weeks, and each time. And the last time I was hospitalized, I believe it was 3 years ago. And I was given medical THC, and I have been prescribed other like Oxycontin and Vicodin, and I don't like those pills because they make me sick. And with the medical marijuana, since I've had it, I have not been hospitalized, and I've been doing very well by the grace of God and the medicine, but I haven't been having it. And I've been very sick for the past month. And I can't go into the hospital again because I don't have anybody to take care of my dog. So, but I want to go back to school because I love my job. I work as a cafeteria worker. All I do is wipe the tables, clean the tables. And I love the children. I love my job so much. And I do like cleaning at nighttime because I like to go to the school and clean each classroom and look at every classroom that makes sure it's clean and set for the children and the teachers for the next school day. I love my job. I'm not an educated woman, but I do love my job, and I do have lots and lots of references from my students for the past 16 years and everything.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming to speak before us today.
Ms. Brakeworth, this is the case that was removed, and this is the issue that I want to talk with you all about, so.
Okay, thank you. So this name is not before us.
This name is not before you today.
Thank you. Any comment, additional comment from my colleagues? All in favor of item G4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item G4 passes unanimously.
Can someone just talk to her?
Mr. Chisholm, thank you. Okay. At this time, the board will continue with the remainder of the agenda. Members from the audience who would like to speak on any of the items that have been pulled will be given 3 minutes to address the board. This will allow for each person to be heard and for the business before the board to be handled in the most expedient manner. It has been requested that item I4 be brought before us at this time, a little bit out of order because we have members of the public here. So may I have a motion and a second on item I4, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item I4, please.
Good morning,
Morning.
Superintendent Runcie and honorable school board members. I'm Mrs. Priester, the proud principal of remarkable Rock Island Elementary School, and we are here today to commemorate the memory of our dedicated head facilities, Mr. Timothy McKinley. We ask as a collective group of stakeholders to dedicate the cafeteria to Mr. McKinley, who was a 32-year employee and also a student at Rock Island, along with his mother being an employee at Rock Island. And he basically dedicated all of his life to the community of 33311. We are very proud to stand here before you. I do have a teacher, Mrs. Sophia Smart, and one of our wonderful scholars, Mr. Caden Raisin, here just to support the overall process and to come out to thank you all for considering this item on the agenda. I will let Mrs. Smart take the remainder of my time.
Dr. Neesmith, thank you.
Good morning.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Sophia Smart. I'm a teacher at Rock Island Elementary School, and I had the pleasure of being a friend and co-worker of Mr. Timothy McKinley for over 13 years. Rock Island was not just a school for him, but it was home. It's where he spent most of his time with the students, mentoring them. He was just not a custodian, but he was the heart of Rock Island. And so we just want to make sure that we honor the memory of him for the years that he serviced the community, our students, our family, and all of the staff there.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your time today, and also thank you, Dr. Osgood, for your support. We appreciate you and all that you do for District 5. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Would the young man like to address the board? No? Okay. Well, thank you for being here today.
Thank you, and thank you for asking. He didn't want to speak, but thank you for asking.
Thank you. Any additional audience input on item I-4? Colleague input on item I-4? Yes, Ms. Korn.
I just wanted to make a statement in the backup. It was shared that the PTA is actually going to be paying for the signage. So I just wanted to acknowledge the PTA for coming forward and taking care of that cost as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. All in favor of item I-4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item I-4 passes unanimously. Thank you. I have a motion and a second on item, can I take all the BB items together? BB items 1 through 4?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on BB 1 through 4. Colleague input on items BB 1 through 4. All in favor of BB 1 through 4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items BB 1 through 4 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on items CC 1 through 3, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on items CC 1 through 3. Seeing none, colleague input. All in favor of CC 1 through 3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items CC 1, 2, and 3 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item CC 4, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on CC 4, please. Seeing none, I have Ms. Rupert, followed by Ms. Korn.
Thank you. Sorry. Who am I? Okay, Mr. Strauss, is this you? Okay. Yeah, right? There you go, good.
Through the chair?
I believe Ms. Koch is coming up. Before my colleagues ask questions, I believe, Mr. Runcie, would you like Ms. Koch to provide some background?
Yes, we would. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again, Alan Strauss, Chief HR and Equity Officer. So when we went out to advertise and try to hire for this position the first time, once again, the conversation back last school year when this was approved for grade level 22, there was discussion between, originally it was a grade 25, it was pushed down to a 22, and I believe there was also a board member, one board member that commented that if we discover that it's difficult to secure the proper level of employment from this, to possibly bring it back. And so through our endeavors in this job, we had about 52 applicants apply. Out of the 52 applicants, only 4 qualified for the position. So, and then even out of the 4 that qualified, when we looked at from a salary standpoint, the pay grade at 22 and the salary that would bring an individual was not commensurate with the external situation that we have from a pay scale. So through that, and we don't want to just hire someone that qualifies that is just going to accept whatever level. We want to hire the right top quality individual. So that's when our discussion with Ms. Koch and our team was to bring this back as a job description change and bring it back to the 25 that was originally requested, which that salary range is a little more commensurate with the external equity salary that exists in the marketplace. So that's kind of the background of the situation. I don't know, Kathy, if you want to add something else.
Thank you. Kathy Koch, Chief Information Officer. I'd like to talk just a little bit about the job itself, because social media is something that's so widely spoken about, but this job is much more than just doing or posting social media. This is a position where the person does nothing else. Some of the resumes we got, I do brochures and I do this and social media. We need someone who wakes up and goes to sleep thinking about social media, who will be able to survey the entire and monitor the entire county to see what people are saying about the district on social media, and to be able to either counter that, put out different messages, to be able to train those of us who are in the district so that we all are working under one structure for social media. We have principals, we have department heads who are not using social media as they might be, and if we all were using social media and we were doing it well and consistently and strongly, we would have a much stronger profile of that within the community. This person would be able to provide training to those people, and then certify people. We would have ambassadors who would understand social media. They could teach other people about it. Social media really is the way everybody is communicating, far more than any other media. And so we feel strongly that the person who we have needs to be a leader in that area and be able to move the whole district ahead very strongly with this important medium.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I don't know, I guess, Mr. Strauss, what is the current salary range now? Not the number of the pay grade, but the actual salary.
The actual salary range for pay grade 22, I believe, begins in the mid-50s, 57, and will go all the way up to probably like 80, in mid-80s. But that would also obviously be at a step 15, which, as the contract holds for external people that are coming in, number one, social media does not have, we're not getting someone that's been doing social media for 20 years to come to that highest level step. Typically, you're looking at, obviously, a younger candidate that's, probably in the last 5 to 10 years, where that places them among the spectrum of the pay grade.
Correct. So
can you speak up, please?
Rose Hall, Director of Compensation, HR Support Services. The salary range for pay grade 22 begins at $57,500 and caps out at $82,000.
If I may add one more thing on that subject. Social media wasn't here 15 years ago or 20 years ago to be able to bring someone in with that experience, and that's why the person will be at the bottom of whatever classification it is, and that's kind of what we're up against then.
Well, okay.
Excuse me for just 1 second. There was a request to repeat the range for grade 22, please.
Sure. The minimum starts at $57,541, and the maximum caps out at $82,394.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Oh, okay, thank you. So within the current salary range, it goes up to the $82,000. So it still would be actually in the range for 25 in the beginning part, yes?
There is overlap.
Yes.
There is overlap.
Okay. And of course, I understand that you're not going to find somebody 20 or 30 years. I mean, I believe Dell is 30 years old now. So that is not my issue at all. It is the fact that if we're going to look at what's competitive in the market to be able to work on the salary, our teachers don't get that courtesy. And it bothers me that time and time again, we talk about competitive in the market. And for me, the current salary range will offer that. There is some overlap. I don't really see the necessity for that, and that's just me. But I want to ask some specific questions now. On the executive summary on the second paragraph, it says this is a single/multi-incumbent position that is currently vacant. So then it says, but there's one board-approved position associated with this job. Can you explain what that means?
I can. That's Scribner's error. This is a single incumbent position that is currently vacant. My apologies for that.
No, that makes much more sense for me. So I appreciate that. Let me see to the other side. Okay, flipping over to where we've got the position goal, performance responsibility. I'm trying to find where this is. Okay, I guess it's under the position goal, where it talks about the mechanism to establish a governance model for the district. Can you explain what that means, since we're the governing body?
It would be establishing some protocols for use of social media for people who are working in the district, so that you're familiar with, we're all familiar with social media. People respond in a certain way that might be very personal, but wouldn't be necessarily representative of what we want the district to be. So we would be establishing protocols for the district-wide, so that if someone is representing the district, there would be protocols they would keep in mind when they do their responses and when they do their tweets and their posts.
Okay. I think that you could phrase that better, because on first blush, it really reads to me, will shape social media, managing the overall social media network, perfect, creating strategic policies, and establishing a governance model for the district. I think you can say that in a different way. If it's vision, protocols, whatever the word should be, I just think I don't believe that the word governance should be in there. Okay, the minimum qualifications were fine, and just give me 1 second here, because I know it's in this part. Read pretty quickly. Okay. All right, I think I covered it with the governance aspect of it. And creating strategic policies.
It's similar to the other, but if the person who comes in evaluates how effective we are being, how we are putting forth social media, then there would be a strategy, and that strategy would include policies. So when you do this in this type of situation, this is how you might respond to it. There would be policies that we would be able to provide, so that people would have some sort of guidance when they're doing their social media.
Okay. Well, once again, I think we can say that in a better way, because, Ms. Myrick?
I was just going to say, not whether it could be said better or not, but just obviously, if they develop policies, that will come before you, before it, staff develops policies under your guidance, and then it will come to you like any other policies. They won't just administer policies without it coming before you.
Right, but I would be totally fine if you had developing strategic policies. But the reason I was asking is we do the policy. So for me, the position goal is a bit skewed on who's kind of, who's on the front end of the horse, and that's us. So I just, for me, there's a little too much room for, I'm going to dare to say, miscommunication. That's it for me right now. So those changes I would suggest, but I want to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Ms. Gordon?
Thank you. So I know you're not coming back to us because you just want to put more money in someone's pocket. I would assume that this was a position you were looking to fill quite some time ago. I know you came to us quite some time ago. So help me understand why you're challenged. This is never a comfortable place for staff to come back to this board and say, we need more for this position. So help me better understand the number who've applied, those who are qualified, the position that we're in, and the hiring negotiations, how it's transpired to being here.
Right, so as I mentioned before, through the chair, with 52 applicants, 4 out of the 52 qualified, so you're talking less than 10% of the applicants even qualified for the position. Did identify a candidate, but the candidate's current salary is nowhere near what the offer is. So therefore, the thought process is by moving up to the pay grade 25 and having a little bit more market level salary that's based off of the potential increased pool that we would get of candidates, and the obviously hope is we would get more qualified candidates that have more interest because of the attractiveness of this pay grade versus the lower pay grade. And we have to go, obviously we want to go through there and get this going as soon as possible through this also. Ms. Coe.
Well, and also, as I had stated earlier, because anyone who is in this position will not have a lot of experience because the industry doesn't have a lot of experience. The technology wasn't here 15 years. They're going to start at the bottom of which, whether it's 22 or 25. And so within the 22, we're not competitive because they're not going to be near the top of that range, even though when it was advertised they would have seen that, but they won't be there because they can never have that much experience because Twitter wasn't around 15 years ago, so they can only have a smaller number of years.
Okay, so of the 4 that were qualified, only 1 we had interest in as a district, is that correct?
It was true.
Okay, and in those 52 that applied, there were 48 then that did not qualify. What was the primary, was there a primary or a consistent feature in the applications in which they continued to fall off for being qualified, or was it a range of many?
So we were given the ones that were qualified.
Right. I would have to have staff come back to, have Mr. Chisholm come back to respond to that, Ms. Korn.
So the reason I'm asking is because as a board, for us to be able to modify the job description, and one of the reasons being that we needed to be able to have more qualified candidates, we need to have a better understanding of what were the drawbacks, where were the hurdles to make this something where we could be able to, obviously we had plenty of people apply, so where were the greatest hurdles in terms of being able to be qualified? Mr. Chisholm, you weren't, I don't think, in the room. Okay, I'm not sure if you're prepared for the question.
I believe I am. Okay. Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition and Operations, non-instructional. Right. It had a lot to do with, this is a new field, if you will. Social media hasn't been around for an extended a period of time. And we are looking for a specific talent around social media, those individuals that have that type of skill set and experience. And those 3 or 4, I think we ended up with 4, they had very specific experience, and even then, it wasn't extensive because it is not something that people were out in the world really doing a lot of social media. But you do see people who have marketing and other public relations related experience, but you just do not see people who have this technical level of expertise, and that is not how their resume were highlighted. You saw more of the public relations, the marketing, the communication. You didn't see the strengths around social media. So this is also an opportunity for us to expand and take advantage of someone who maybe has had management type role, had the social media, and a combination of things. Proven track record.
Okay, so what I guess I'm asking, so thank you for that information. What I'm trying to balance is the need to pay someone more with the ability to make revisions in our job description that provide for a larger field of qualified applicants. So for me, that's a balance. So I fully appreciate the fact that we have identified someone who meets this criteria and we're very excited about. And obviously, we've gone through a great deal of work to even get to this place. And that individual would need to make more money to accept a job with us. My thought is, where is the balance? And that may be the same individual that we end up hiring, but if we can identify some other areas where there could have been other people who are also strong for the position, but there may have been specific aspects of our job description that could be modified, where the person would also still be strong in being able to deliver what we're looking for, and maybe we don't have to jump all the way from 22 to 25. It's a significant jump. And so I appreciate the fact that 22 may not be the right pay range. This is new for us, and it's not as if there's a lot of other places to look and say, well, what are the other districts paying for these types of positions? So 22 may not have been the right place. The question is just, 25 seems to be the only, and maybe I'm missing it, the only change in request is dollars, rather than the consideration for maybe the fact that maybe of those 52 applicants, 48 that we didn't see, there may have been a couple very strong ones for what we're looking for, and there may have been specific aspects that made them not qualified that still would have made them very successful in the position.
I would like to address that.
Please.
This job description was written very specifically for social media. As Mr. Chisholm said, we got many resumes that had other things, and I was recalling as he was saying that, and we would see they did marketing, or they did public relations, or they did newsletters, or they did brochures, or they did things that we were not asking for. And my concern is that we were so specific because that's what we need.
Okay.
We needed to be specific, and if we broaden it, that's what we got, but we didn't need broader. We need we need social media. We need someone that includes writing skills. It includes things like that. But and Mr. Chisholm mentioning management, because we want this person to be able to teach social media to whoever needs it within the district. That's what we need them to do. My concern is that if we broaden it, it will bring in what we had brought in.
Okay, so I'm going to step away then from the conversation on money for a minute to the training aspect. So just going in the essential performance, we talk about establishing the social media guidelines, but there's a great deal of training necessary, not only for district staff, but also at school-based levels, right? So which of these bullets is specific to training the staff on not only the guidelines, but how to effectively use social media?
Under the responsibilities,
yes.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, establish social media guidelines for the district, school, and departments.
Yes.
So that is one of the things that we're doing. Then manage the content creation and gathering by visiting the schools and the district classrooms program. It's very collaborative and functions. So, but establishing the media guidelines is one. And
so I guess I'm trying to reach two different things. One is guidelines. We need them, emphatically. We have to have them. But there's another skill to using social media effectively. And you can have guidelines all day long. That basically tells you your box, right? This is what you can do and what you can't do. But I want to know, how can I be as effective as possible inside the box? Help me there.
Bullet number 6, I'm sorry. 3, 4, 5, 6. Generate, manage, schedule, and monitor content for each platform, as well as provide guidance to liaisons at schools and departments.
So help me then understand, I guess, what each platform. I'm talking about having our principals or those in charge of IT or those in charge of clubs at schools and so forth. I want those individuals to get training on how am I effective. The students don't need any of that training, they know how. but it's the teachers or those in charge of these types of programs who could use some guidance on how to most effectively use it.
And that is our intent. Our intent
Okay.
is to, I mean, that's part of the plan, and why we want someone who is articulate and can explain things and probably has some leadership background, which is what we were looking for. The intention is to be able to expose people who they kind of think they know what they want to do, social media, I don't really know what that's about. The platforms, by the way, we have 2 platforms now on which we have social media, we have Twitter and Facebook, but we would explore other platforms because this person would say, you know, it looks like we've got something else, or it looks like there's a new platform, or it looks like people are doing more on YouTube or whatever it is. So that person would canvas who's on what, who's doing what, then come back and say, this is where we need to be, this is the platforms we need to be, and now we're going to train our folks on what this whole thing called social media is about, and how you post, and what you're looking for, and when you're doing it from the district, how that should be done. And then we're hoping to video that training and put it on the web, so that if you miss the training, you can go in and you can watch that. And
Right.
then to monitor, see how we're doing, how are the principals doing. So that's part of it, it's constant research and looking at the analytics, and are we growing the number of participants we have, how many likes are we getting, how many, so it's a moving thing, and there are many different parts of it, and that is why the person not only needs to be well versed, but needs to understand what we as a district are trying to do, and to make sure that every person that he or she comes into contact with also understands their role in this.
Okay, so I guess one of the things, so I appreciate that, because I think we probably all collectively agree with what you've just stated is what we were anticipating this individual would be able to do, right? So I think it would be helpful in the responsibility somewhere to make a statement about optimizing use of social media across the district. And I don't know what words you want to use, but the reason I think it's important to be in here is because then it becomes a factor for evaluating their performance. If it's not listed here, it's hard for us to go back and say, well, we're not seeing any additional numbers going at the school level. You know, we might be able to say the school board Twitter or the school board's Facebook, but that isn't where most of our parents and our students are. Most of our parents or students are in their individual schools and in their individual programs. So I want us to speak more specifically to it. I think it's easier for us to evaluate the individual in their job, in their performance, and I think it also helps them understand how critically important that is. So I would like us to consider adding something along those lines, so that we can say that is it's so important that it's something you will be evaluated on, and not just here at a district place, but out at the school level.
To your point, I'm just noting, because it reinforces what you're saying, it doesn't use the word optimizing, but 1, 2, 3, 4, on the 8th bullet, to develop benchmarks for measuring the growth of each platform, to track analytics, analyze, review, and report on effectiveness.
Again, that seems a lot to me on the management side rather than on the proactive, get out there and train them. Get out there and make sure everyone's comfortable. So that's important. I don't want to lose that. I guess I'm looking for something where it's a little bit more on the proactive side of increasing those things, not developing the benchmarks, but if you're comfortable, you're leading this department, Ms. Koch. So if you think that's going to give you the opportunity to evaluate on that basis, that's great. I'm not looking to micromanage it. I just didn't see it come across in the way that I was reading it. Just going back to the pay grade. What we want and what we need to pay for this position may not equate as a board. 22 to 25 is a fairly big jump for a job that we have not had in this district before, and that is certainly one of our higher pay grades for the district. So I guess my question would be, if I understand, Ms. Koch, the way you had stated why 25 is because to hire someone, we would anticipate in that pay grade, hiring them at the lowest position, or lowest place, giving them room for growth, right? But growth is not, within that pay grade, growth is not based on if we give 3% increases, right? Growth is if they're actually getting raises within that pay grade. Often, we hire people, even if it's mid-range. It seems like where we're topping out this position is a fairly high pay grade for the position. So if we hire someone, and again, looking at where we have preferred qualifications, we keep talking about 15 years of experience. That's not in here.
That's not what we're asking for.
Right. But this then doesn't, the only change this shows is the 22 to 25.
Right. No, so it's a TSP position, and the TSP contract designates the experience that you bring in, what step you would be placed on.
Yes, so I appreciate that.
So,
But
so
here
therefore, if you're greater than, I believe, would get you to step 10.
Yeah, so the TSP contract language stipulates how we place employees, and it's based on how many years of experience they have above the minimum outlined in the job description.
Okay.
It's very prescriptive.
Yes.
So if you have 3 years more than the minimum, then you're limited to placement on step 2.
Okay,
And,
that's
and
fair.
so on and so forth.
So if this is brought down to 3 years within 5, and someone has 5 years, there are going to have 2 years more.
Correct.
So it's not as if you'd be having to go in at the entry level.
Correct.
Right, would get you to step 2.
Correct.
Right.
But the likelihood of someone coming in with 15 years above the 3 with 18 years is, it's impossible because social media didn't exist 18 years ago.
Right, but okay, so again, maybe I'm misunderstanding. I'm having a hard.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding the intent. As I understood it, the reason for the 25 pay grade was because we would then potentially be able to hire someone at the entry place, right? In that entry area, and that we don't necessarily see ourselves paying someone at the high rate
Correct.
because we don't see someone with 15, 16, 17 years of experience.
That is
right?
correct.
Okay. So, but pay grade, let's say step 2. If you were to come in at step 2 on 25, what would that pay be?
$73,095.
Okay. So then, let me, I guess, understand better from what you have seen in the industry through this hiring process. What is a reasonable amount of money that someone is expecting or is already making in the industry with this type of basic 3 years coming in and 5 years within the last 5 years?
Roughly above 75.
Above 75. So if we were, for instance, to do a pay grade 24, we would not be competitive because a pay grade, your step 2 would then be,
It's 68,000.
okay. So then the reason is because we are still anticipating being at the bottom level. Unfortunately, the bottom level is still, and even though at pay grade 22, it tops out at 82,000.
You're not going to touch that.
We're not going to be able to find anyone because the industry didn't exist.
Right, and step 2 is going to be 57,000.
Okay.
Through the chair, may I? The other thing I want to share is the recruitment, the attraction piece. So we're still talking about taking a job where we can broaden our pool, not just the individuals that applied, but when you put it out there at a pay grade 22, it was not very attractive. So you also have to realize that we're going to get a different group of individuals that will be coming in. And the other side of that, even individuals that came in with a smaller amount of years of service, they were making a high level of pay because not only did they have social media, they had all those other elements of work. We wouldn't give them credit for anything outside of social media, but it lends itself to help with managing this job at that level.
And I think, Mr. Chisholm, I'm glad you said that, because I think for this board to get comfortable, we need to understand that even though the top of this pay grade is 101,000, the industry did not exist, and that we're talking 5 or 6 years would be, well, let me ask this question. What do you see as a maximum in which someone potentially would be coming to us and having the experience that is very specific to this requirement? Because sometimes we seem to give experience on a broad scale, and we talked about that before, like, well, you're giving them credit for experience that isn't very specific. In this case, you're saying that experience has to be very specific. So what would the outside experience be in this position?
Right, so you, 3 years minimum, just to meet the minimum. So
Right.
you're, I would say +7, 10 years, and that'd be a stretch, I believe, for social media usage.
Okay, and where would that put us from a pay?
Been at second tier.
Yeah, so that would put us at or around.
3 to 4, 3 to 6.
3 to 6, so that would be, on the 22, that would be about 66,000.
Be 66 at the 22 pay grade, and at the 25 pay grade,
Would be 81.
81. Which would be the top end of pay grade 22, if they, not that they would ever get there initially.
Right, but they couldn't get that if
Right.
they came in with those levels of experience. They would have to have,
They would have to have 10 years of, 7, plus an additional 7 years above the minimum of 3.
okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Korn, for her comments. I'll just say that I cannot support the item for additional funds. I'm a bit perplexed that we could not find an individual with this kind of salary band. You're talking almost $60,000 to $82,000. That's a significant amount of money. And when I look at the requirements, the minimum requirements, it just speaks to 3 years within 5 years, which is not extensive. So if you had told me that you were changing the band of dollars, but also changing the experience, then maybe I could have supported it. But keeping the job description as it is, and then how many times has this position been advertised?
We went through one cycle.
That doesn't speak to me as to not meeting the needs of the market. I know that we've had issues before where we've advertised positions, numerous times, and you come back and you say, I've advertised it once, twice, 3 times, we're just not getting the candidates that we need to do the job that we want them to do. But when you advertise one time, and then of all the candidates you got, again, how many?
We had 4 qualified out of 52.
And you had 4 qualified candidates. So then maybe it's the way that the job description is listed and the requirements that we're asking. Maybe something in here is making it more difficult for individuals to qualify. But I just don't see the salary as the only component that's going to limit you to find someone. I think it's a very respectable salary band or range, and this is extensive. To change it to now a salary range that goes up beyond $100,000 for this position, that's I can't support that. And then nothing to say now that it almost sounded like you got one individual and you really like that individual, and so you're changing the job description for that individual. That's how it's coming across. And so we really have to be careful on our messaging. And the messaging here today troubles me because that's what came across. And that may not have been your intent. So I definitely believe that we need to do something to get more candidates. Maybe is it only advertised, is it online and only in one local paper? How are we marketing our job descriptions now?
Much broader than we did before. We actually use LinkedIn, we use Indeed, we use Glassdoor, we utilize, depending upon, for a recent recruitment, we had a specific recipe where we used the Hispanic community, the Oriental community, and various outlets simply because that was the initiative that we had in place for that specific recruitment.
So did we put it on social media?
This job wasn't on a specific social media.
So we're hiring someone for social media, but maybe we should post it on social media because someone that utilizes social media may say, "Wow, this is very new." People are not used to these types of positions. And I do believe that we need this kind of resource within our district. But I think we're going to have to also think a little bit out of the box on how we get the message out that we need individuals that with this kind of expertise. So what better way to do it than within social media? So I cannot support the expanded salary scale. I wish I could, but I cannot at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Dr. Osgood?
Thank you. So I'm listening, and us millennials that work in kind of this social media space are probably not jumping at the bit at this because we don't really want to work for a company. Most people that work in this space own their own business. They work as contractors, subcontractors. They have groups where you may have one person in the group that's the videographer that would do the videos, another person that does the content, but they kind of work in groups, and they're not looking to come in at that lower band where we started to work for a company. So when I look at this, and I wanted to wait to see what kind of responses we got. If I own my own business, then certainly you're going to have to pay me an amount of money like this if I'm going to give that up and come and be dedicated to one institution. My concern is as social media evolves, and that if we have hired one person, then their skills are going to need to evolve. And when I'm looking on here and seeing what we're preferring, when we ask for the bigger salary band, even if what's preferred would have kind of transitioned, that would have helped a little bit. But then I'm thinking that if I'm getting out of school now with a bachelor's degree in this, I'm going to go start at $71,000, maybe a master's, but definitely not getting out of school with a bachelor's degree, walking into a job, making $71,000 just right out of the gate. I mean, with a bachelor's degree in marketing and communications, a related field, I could even see if it added education, if it was a whole bunch of, but I struggle with this. I struggle with the initial one, but I wanted to see the response we got, because I just believe that artistic people that work in this space, they have maybe one field of expertise. So I may be a coder, so I may be a great web designer, and I'll do videos as a caveat because it allowed me to make extra money, but that's not my field of expertise. If I am a videographer and I focus on videos, that's my primary thing that I like to do, and I may do a website every now and then because it gives me extra money. But as these types of people build their businesses, they get teams of people, and they have these different expertise. So if we're spending $71,000, I would see having access to a team of people, just like we do the RFPs and we go out. We're going to talk about something with lobbying later. I just see this particular thing differently because social media continues to evolve, which means skill sets in the way that they do social media evolve. And I don't think we can find one person with the district being as large as it is. And especially when you get them, when I hear you say that they're gonna now get into training, I'm gonna say, okay, nothing is gonna change. We need somebody messaging, posting. So now if I'm having them do something else because I'm trying to justify the salary, for me, then that takes them away from the other things. If I'm hiring somebody to teach social media, then I need to hire them to teach social media. I can teach social media. I'm probably better at helping, some of you older people use it better than I would be actually doing a lot of the graphic and designs and that stuff. So I just think that this right here comes with multiple needs and skills, and I don't know per se that there's one person that would have 3 or 4 of those elements that could get us where we need to be. So I don't know if this is an opportunity for us to kind of look at this different. And like I said, when it came forth at first, I wanted to at least give it an opportunity. But when I hear you say you had all these people apply and only certain people qualified for it, then I think about all of the people that, just different groups that I'm in, that we have somebody that's real good at flyers, somebody, and they'll say, well, no, I don't do that. I do videos, I do this. And most of them are young people that own their own businesses. So I just wanted to throw that in the argument. I am very uncomfortable because I just can't get my mind around being able to have a bachelor's degree and walk into a job making $71,000.
You do need experience, plus experience.
Well,
that's a minimum of
but experience, social media only been around 5 years. So if I'm coming out of school with a master's in public administration, you're paying me $71,000, then you're gonna ask me to have 10 or plus years of experience in a job working in that field. So I'm not able to support it, and because of the way that my mind is wired about it, you're probably not gonna change my mind on this one. I just see this as totally different in the social media space. And then the next concern that I have, if we hire this person, then what cost is it gonna be for us for their professional development ongoing as social media continues to change? Social media today look very different than it did with MySpace. So if we just a click away from the next social media phenomenon coming. So I would think that this is one of those things that maybe we purchase a service or multiple services instead of the human capital in just a singular way like this. Thank you, Ms. Wayne.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, so I think that we are all antiquated here, and the person who needs to do this job, except Dr. Osgood is very good at social media and we all do our best, is a person coming out of college. And quite honestly, there's a person who works in your department whose daughter will graduate with this degree, and she has a portfolio that she's been putting together that I've been privy to see and talk to her mother about, and she does all of this, including the analytics. And she doesn't need to come out of college and make $72,000. I think that you have to change your job description, and I think you need to market to the universities, first of all, because these people are getting sucked up by companies. Also, if you go on to recruiter.com, Glassdoor, ZipRecruiting, and PayScale, the average salary for a social media specialist is anywhere from 31 to 49, 50 to 69, 32 to 61. Now, I know we have differences and you've got different qualifications here, so I'm not comparing apples to oranges, but what I'm saying is, I am comparing apples to oranges, but what I'm saying is if you just look at the scales that exist in the marketplace for someone with this position, I mean, the highest was 69 out of all three of those places. And so I think we're going about this wrong, and I think you need to look, the person who's gonna do this job is a millennial, quite honestly. You're trying to bring someone in at $100,000 who, let me tell you, my daughter, or the lower side of the pay scale, I apologize, who a lot of our kids can do all of this. I mean, except for like the policy making, which quite honestly, you could do the policy making because you're the chief and that could be you. And if I have any social media things, you know who's training me? Kids. My kids are training me. Even like when you're doing any kind of campaigning, you know who's doing all the stuff? College students, high school students. So I think you need to go back, change your job description. I think you need to go to the universities because there are the people that are coming out, UCF, with all the marketing, this is what they're trained in. And you should have some of those people graduating bring in because they're required to put together this humongous, like, it's for their job interviews where they're doing all of this. And I even communicated with her, and I'm like, did you do the analytics piece? Did you do this? Did you do this? Yes, that's what the new degrees are training them to do. So when you want 3 to 5 years experience, that's someone who didn't come out with the latest and greatest out of college. So I think I'm not supporting it. I think you need to go back, revise the job description, and I think you need to go back and look at the kids coming out of college and let them know the benefits to working in the Florida retirement system. And because they're gonna, when they go out, the salaries are gonna be, the market is competitive. our salary's higher. Remember, we have all the benefits and all the packaging. I think you could get somebody within the pay scale you have set or even lower. But I think it's because we don't know what's out there. And the only reason I know is because I know a kid that's entering the market with this, and all of her peers are, and they all have all of this. So that's what they're training them to do in college now. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I kind of look at this a little differently. I just want to clear up. Facebook's been around since 2004, Twitter 2006, and Instagram 2010. So social media is not new. So communication for the district's been a big problem. And I know that through your department, we have increased positions. And I feel like this is maybe the last position to close that loophole. Social media the communication is going to be the face of this district, and we need a responsible and mature person that is going to be able to communicate and put out different things on Facebook and Twitter that is going to be appropriately representing this district. So you need a highly qualified person that is going to be paid appropriately to be able to be in this position. So I do see the upgrade for their pay warranted and appropriate, because that person has a big responsibility to represent this district on social media. We need a very qualified person. And the other aspect of the position that I was wondering is the monitoring the social media conversations. To me, that could be like the security aspect of it, right? So if they see something on social media, they're going to immediately report that, and that is the safety and security relating to our schools to prevent something from happening. So would that be part of their job?
In monitoring, yes, that could be part of it. The intention of monitoring is to understand what the community is talking about on social media about the district, about what might be happening. If security, I think, would happen just because that would be part of the conversation. In addition to that, if there's a conversation that's starting that has misinformation about the district and is unhappy about something and is kind of starting a movement, and we're aware of it, then we can correct it by positioning other stories. We're not going to go head-to-head on social media necessarily, but we can then on social media itself put out the real things that are happening, the real truth, and the only way that you can do it is by monitoring to see what people are talking about at that moment. That's the beauty of social media. At that very moment, you can actually affect some change.
Right. So I see this position much needed. It correlates with our strategic plan with effective communication and social media usage and positive media coverage and connections to our parents and our students. And we need a highly qualified person to be able to do this position, and the pay salary needs to be higher so we get that qualified person to represent our district appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff. Ms. Levinson, I'm going to ask you, do you have any comments? Because I have some before I go back to my colleagues. Thank you. So thank you to my colleagues for many of the questions that you've asked and the comments that you've raised. I had a question about what disqualified the majority of the candidates, and also with regard to training. And I didn't see that, you mentioned it, but I didn't see it specifically called out. And I know that you went back and reviewed some of the bullets and said that that's where training would be included as the performance responsibilities, but I don't think it's called out specifically, and I think that's probably, if it's going to be a major component of the person's job, I agree with Ms. Korn that it does need to be called out specifically. In listening to my colleagues' comments, one of the things that I had thought about this particular role is that I think that we are trying to encompass too much in one role. And so when I hear you talk about leadership, and a background in leadership, and then I hear you also talk about proficiency in social media, I think that finding the person that fits with that is very unique. And so perhaps this is a multi-layered conversation. And so I think, because I think about the time that I participated in my role in another job where I created a social media campaign. I was given a directive of what we needed to do, and without any experience, I'm a good writer, I'm a good communicator, and I was able to put together something that was effective. And so I think part of the difficulty, and I agree with Dr. Osgood, right, there are people out in the community that do this, but they do it very differently than it being all encompassed into one particular role. And so how do we as a district effectively manage social media? And if I were to look at all that you're saying that this person is going to do, it's a huge responsibility. And I think that, to Ms. Aladef's point, we do need someone who's very adept at social media and can put out messages that are appropriate, that the district wants to have communicated. But then to have that person also be the person that's responsible for training everyone about social media, or bringing leadership to the department as far as social media is concerned. So my question is, what oversight does this person have as far as the campaigns that they create and that the posts that they're going to be putting out? Is that something that this person is going to have autonomy to put those things out, or is there going to be approval for those things? I guess that's part of the conversation.
Good question. Any campaign that the individual would put out under the Office of Communication would be something that needs to be consistent with what our messages are. So, so that would be that conversation. The actual posting in social media, you would know, is not a full-time job. It's creating the campaign, it's doing the analytics. The actual posts are a couple times a week maybe. So I do believe that in addition to the creating the campaigns and posting, there would be an opportunity for them to provide some training and some oversight. The difference, I think, with this position than in some of the ones that have been discussed is working for an entity like a school district like ours has so many moving parts, and to have someone perhaps who is good at social media defined if you have one or two goals, but you have, as we know, so many departments, so many schools, so many things happening, that person has to be able to be aware and responsive. And that is why we do need a higher level person who has more skills than just social media, whether it be leadership or even communicating, to be able to speak with principals and district heads and to create that training, whether the person goes out or does it on video or however it's done. I think there is the capacity for the person to have various roles and not just to be posting and doing campaigns. It is greater than that. As far as analytics, we would work there are companies that can provide the analytics. It's really looking at those analytics and deciding what to do with them. If we understand that there happens to be more activity on Snapchat, or what we're doing on Twitter, and we can evaluate whether the tweets are positive or negative, or if something is trending. That person needs to be able to evaluate that and then determine what has to be done because of the trending that's happening in the community and our own trending, just to make sure that our tweets are being perceived positively. And there are services that can do that, so that that data can be provided to him or her.
Right. But, so, Mr. Runcie, I guess one of the things that I keep thinking about is, how does this position integrate with the entire team for communications, and what levels of support come from the different roles that are within your department? Because yes, this person has a very specific role, but they are integrated into a larger framework of communication, and that has to be seamless. And I would think those conversations about analytics and campaigns would be team level conversations. So I guess that going back to that question of how much leadership capacity does this individual have to have? And again, thinking about this as a specialist role, and what do other specialist roles look like across the district, I think is a consideration that I have as well.
If I could jump in, and then perhaps the superintendent could afterwards. When we first talked about this position the last time I was here, when we were looking at the whole organizational chart, we discussed that this position would actually be split, partly public relations and partly marketing. And so that person would interface with both sides of the Office of Communication, which is a team. our team functions where we meet every few days on all projects. Because everything overlaps, as you're indicating, whether it's social media or whether we're designing a brochure or we're designing a campaign. There's so many different vehicles that we use to get the message out that we just need to sit across the table from each other and discuss who's doing what. But this role would be partly public relations, and then would be partly marketing. So public relations in terms of what's the news that we want to get out, and then marketing in terms of what's a new program. Or what is a specific department doing that we can help them with, or if they have an event. So it really is multifaceted.
Okay. I'm going to go back to my colleagues that have questions. I'm not going to be able to support the pay grade increase to a number 25. I'll go back to, first I have Ms. Bartleman, then Dr. Osgood, then Ms. Korn.
Yes. My concern is, based on hearing what you're saying, is that it sounds like you want something more than a social media specialist, based on what you've communicated. A social media specialist is a social media specialist. Honestly, all strategy should be coming, that Ms. Al-Hadef discussed, in my opinion, should be led by the Chief Information Officer. All strategy. And that strategy gets dictated to the team, and you work on it together. But if you're hiring a social media specialist for strategy, like you asked the question, Heather, it doesn't make sense to me. You should be in charge of the strategy, and you should be telling people, this is what we're going to do. And I just want to give an example. So you did a great hire. You hired Angel Gomez, right? Someone else had that position. Someone else had that position, right? He doesn't work for them. I know, but okay, Runcie did. His social. No. John did. Okay, whoever hired him. There is an explosion with the government affairs social media now. There is so much positive stuff going out that one individual in that department, like he's getting followers. I'm getting his tweets all the time. I know when Mr. Runcie's meeting with all the education advisory boards. I know what all their meetings are. I'm just saying, this is a principal who took a job, has experience as a principal, not as a social media specialist, knows the district, knows everything, and he puts out more positive stuff on this district than anywhere else I see. Quite honestly, he's doing amazing. John hired him. I apologize, I gave you, but my point is if that's what you're looking for, maybe this is too narrow. That was a principal who took that and is doing amazing things getting the messaging out. So I think I've heard you say a lot of stuff today, strategy, that you're going to have a team discuss things, that they have to do social media, that they have to do training. I feel like that's a lot more than this job description. I mean, and I'm just very confused as to what you're looking for. But my point is, anyone you hire or any PR agency that hires anyone from this point forward, even the people you hired in the other positions, it's my hope that social media they already have those skills. Like I can't see any PR firm or any marketing place hiring anyone without the social media specialist piece that you're looking for. So
everyone in my department has social media skills. They don't have the hours to do social media.
Okay.
They do, and a little bit. We get posts. I mean, you see our posts. We post every week.
But my point is, this is a social media specialist. You put other things in here that aren't always included in a social media specialist job. I don't know if you guys pulled other job descriptions. I just don't understand what you're looking for, and I cannot support $100,000 for this position. You have a team there, and I know that's your low end, high end, whatever you want to call it. I'm sorry, I'm qualifying my statement. I just think you have to either rewrite it, change the job qualifications. If we can take a principal who can do what he's doing now, which is really positive, a lot of positive stuff for our district, there could be another principal. Look at, there could be someone on the inside who knows how to do this.
But those are six-figure salaries. Yeah, really. So, I mean,
I know, but that's why I said you need to look at the job description then, because a social media specialist is a social media specialist. The average salary nationally is not what this is. So the question is, does she have enough people on her team who can do all of this? She should be leading the strategy, or it's very confusing what you're asking for. That's my problem. I'm very confused, and I cannot support that kind of money for someone who's the social media specialist. I would just say you go back to the colleges and maybe look at people coming out of college and see with your training and your mentorship and with your team, if they can fill the hole that you're missing.
I appreciate and agree that the overall strategy comes from me, and that's without question. However, each of the people that work within our department certainly facilitate things within, and they sometimes bring their own strategy. Social media, this person would be expected to be able to talk about strategy and do strategy. I appreciate what you're saying, that there is a lot that this person is doing. I believe that these qualifications and these responsibilities are necessary, but I certainly am listening to what you are saying. I am going to go back and take a look at it, but
I mean,
this is a district-wide responsibility.
Yeah.
And it isn't necessarily what a person who is coming out of college would be qualified to be able to do. That being said, I certainly have heard everything that you are saying, and
they're
and
teachers.
I will look at that.
Ms. Bartleman?
They're teachers even that could possibly apply for this, that could do this well. I'm just saying they would know the education piece, they would know the schools, they would know everything, and they have the technology piece. I'm just saying, I'm not really, because if you're looking for that, someone from the inside who has the skills, there's someone out there who could do all of this as well. I don't know, I think you need to go back and play with the job description and play with what you want. Because if you want someone just for social media, or I can't understand really, because you kind of said things that aren't in the job description, like the strategy piece and all of that. So, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. I have Dr. Osgood, followed by Ms. Korn, then Ms. Levinson, and Bo.
My comments was not to suggest that I don't think that this position is needed. I've been very consistent about our lack of communication. I just think that this job description has a lot in it, and the salary that it's offering, I just don't see, even if a person, Ms. Bartleman talked about this young lady that can do all of these things. I'm sure she can do all of them, but in a district this large, she won't be able to do all of them well to the level that we need them to do. I just, take a millennial that I live with that I spent all this money for a criminal justice degree because we didn't offer videography and those things, in elementary and middle school, who is just not interested in criminal justice but does the whole videography piece very well, but will say quickly, I only want to take a few photos because it's not what I do. You need to get somebody that's an expert in photos. I just think we could take a pot of money and have access to services that will help us meet our needs and have a larger presence on social media. I think if we hire one particular person in this capacity, although I think I understand somewhat of what you're trying to do, I just don't see it getting us the results that I'm hearing us say that we're trying to get. We've been working on the public relations department, and I think we have made major improvement. But when I look at what we have here, and then I hear what you're saying, I probably would have been more apt to support, 2 positions, with this amount of money or something like that. What I'm looking for is more hands, more people per se than just one person and giving them everything. I just don't think logically with the 6th largest district that one person in this job could technically do the social media posting, the training of other people, the policing the stuff that's on social media, even just basic education, because a lot of times there's a confusion about social media. If it's my personal social media page, it's very different than it's a social media page where I'm representing the district or myself in the district. That's just a basic understanding right there of what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, what our expectations are of people that's on staff time. I mean, I could just go on and on. I just see this very differently. I see it, and it's my best example, I see it like we procure lobbying services and we procure other services. That's how I see this piece when it relates to the social media aspect of it, that it's a service we're looking to procure that's gonna allow us, that's gonna come up with a whole bunch of things under the umbrella. The analytics, which is basically a software. They have multiple softwares. You can actually get apps to give you analytics. But the videos, we said preferred. It's very different if I'm doing social media and I'm trained to do videos or not, even with pictures. Like most of us take pictures like this. If you're trained in social media, you take them like this, because if you need a picture for a PowerPoint and you have it like this, it fits better in the PowerPoint. So it's just, I just think that we need the services per se, and I just don't know that this gets us those services for this large amount of money. I would be willing to start somewhere lesser and go. And I heard you say that someone coming out of college would not necessarily be able to provide the level of supervision and interaction. And when you said that, it made me think about the district and I just begin to think about, so if I'm this person, I got a message to adults, I got a message to students, I got a message to the media, I got principals, teachers, bus drivers. That's a whole heap. And all of that is different messaging, different way of thinking and looking at what we do in the district. So I just think after hearing and having the experience of us going out and not being able to find a particular candidate or multiple candidates that really qualified, just maybe we would consider looking at it differently and look at procuring services under this umbrella than just a person to do all these things. And maybe even a conversation with some of our universities now, and some of our students within the schools. You know, maybe we could find a few stipends for right now for some kids that could do some parts of this that they could do to help them, like how we have our brace cadets. Maybe we could have some social media cadets right now that we could begin to train or begin to allow help us to do this until we figure this out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I have Ms. Korn.
Thank you. You know, in listening to Dr. Osgood as we speak about the potential of bringing in services through an agency, I think there's, you know, pros and cons in doing that. I think if we bring in an agency, we still would need someone at the district who would be responsible for managing and for not managing just the district level, right, but managing it even at the school levels and helping with the guidelines. And agencies, we could certainly bring them in to give some input. But I still think we would need to have a district level person. A question then would be, well, how do we divide what the agency is responsible for? And maybe that's some of the day-to-day, you know, being on all of the different social medias, and then this individual for the district would be more responsible at the school level, making sure everything's getting out, making sure everything is, benchmarks are being met and so forth. There's a greater investment, though, I think, when we look to that, because we would then need to employ this position and then have additional funds for an agency. So that would really, for me, be a question of how much investment are we looking for? And because this is new, this may be something that we have to entertain. This is the direction that we go, and then we realize that we need more bandwidth. Although I will say this, that I think this person's job is not to do all of this themselves, but a lot of this is managing it, meaning they're not going to be able to make sure that social media, Twitter and Facebook and so forth is managed well at every school or even in every department. But they are going to be responsible for making sure not only the guidelines are there, but the trainings, whether they're initially in a place and then online, that those things are infiltrating the district. And that they are also being overseen, so that there's an oversight as well as the guidelines, as well as then optimizing the fact that these things are being implemented and how our end users are actually using social media. I'm concerned about the idea of not having experience. Having somebody who comes out of college may be great for the person who just looks and you know, is doing social media, but the reality is that way we message is just as important as being on top of the messaging. We can't just say, well, we responded to everything. We have to make sure that how we respond to it is the way that most accurately reflects the message that we want to make sure that the public has. So there's a real balance between making sure we're responding to everything and making sure we have all the information. That person's going to have to interact with many different departments. to be able to do that and have a lot of touch points in terms of, who are their resources to be able to make sure that we are responding to everything. So, I agree with Ms. Oliveff. This is a very important role. This is an area, since I became a board member, that we have not addressed adequately. And I believe that everyone, Ms. Koch, in your department and in many other departments, should have a responsibility for social media. I mean, even on our smart, regarding the smart bond, there's a responsibility for social media. I don't think all of that then falls on this individual's shoulders, but this individual, I think, becomes the individual who is responsible to make sure that these types of things are occurring across the district and becomes personally responsible for many individual aspects of it as well.
I agree.
So,
Thank you.
do I think that's valuable enough for, let's say, someone to make $80,000? For the impact that this position alone can make in social media, when we talk about year after year after year, how important the social media aspect is in our communication, and that it is one of the 3 pillars, and that we know, as Dr. Osgood said, this changes constantly. So this is something that is, as big as it is today, it's probably much bigger tomorrow. I think that level of investment is one that I can support. Again, I'm challenged by it being at this pay level 25 because the appearance is that we're going to be paying this individual $100,000. Sorry, Mr. Runcie. But based on your explanation, is this pay grade gives us the opportunity to have the band to be able to pay someone based on the experience we're anticipating at the near the entry point, whereas a lower grade, pay grade, someone would have to have a great deal more experience, which we don't believe we're going to be able to be successful in hiring someone to compensate them based on that level of experience, knowing how long social media has been around. And to Ms. Olivier's point, it hasn't only been around 3, 4, 5, and 6 years, right? But in terms of the numbers of people who would be applying to this district with this level of experience and these specific requirements, that is, I think, where that funnel gets very tight. And it requires us to give this type of support. So
Thank you.
we should have had this implemented a long time ago, so I just need us to move forward. And we have to just stop talking about it. We've got to get somebody in this position. We need somebody to help us give the message that we know exists in this district so that everybody hears it. Because everyone wants to hear the great things that Broward County Public Schools is doing. And this individual in this role is going to give us just tenfold in terms of, I think, the payback for the investment that we make.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson, you said you don't need to speak? Bo?
Okay. Can you hear me?
No.
No?
Yeah.
It's on? Yes. Okay, so to the point of social media being, it's been around for 10 years. Every 6 months or so, if you check your App Store, Android, whatever you had, social media is constantly updating. So whatever you were using when Instagram first came out, or Twitter, or Facebook, for example, is completely different from the time that you first created your account from when you log in today. So this position and what's going into this position constantly changes. Anyone can use social media. So is there a degree that specifically states like social media? No, I don't have a degree in social media. Really, no one does. And for this job, I'm just kind of confused because I'm looking at all this. I'm thinking a student could do this. Like a student could really do this. Or maybe even an intern. Maybe if we reached out to Broward College or Nova and gave you 2 interns to do this social media work. Because to me, $100,000 for someone to post on social media, to me that's beyond. And I think for $100,000 you should be getting 2 people to do this job. I think that is just a complete overpayment of what really this job entitles. And to teach someone to use social media, I could put a presentation together for you within 30 minutes on how to open Snapchat and send a Snapchat. It's really not that hard. Not to mention that some of our schools offer half credit in social media classes teachers are teaching our students how to use social media, so why don't we just take one teacher and put them on special assignment, which would be a lot cheaper than a $100,000 pay for someone. The example of Brace cadets was a great example, because why don't we have social media cadets? Because these seem so minimal. And then, under minimum qualification and experience, computer skills as required for the position, including proficiency, not a certification in some of these platforms. And guess what? Most of our students are getting certifications in these platforms. So to tell me that a student has a certification, not proficiency, certification, which is as far as they can go in some of these platforms, that they're more qualified for this? I don't know the exact numbers what we have, but when we looked at it a couple workshops back, we have a couple hundred students who have qualifications and things in these areas. And I really think almost every student has opened up a social media platform and been able to use it within the hour that they got it. So I really think I'm all for this position and the fact of we need a better relationship with the community and the people who we are serving, but I'm not for the amount that we're paying them to do this. This is, once again, a job an intern can do. I don't see this being something that can go much further as to an actual paid position, but I enjoy the idea of it, considering it seems very innovative and something the district can be the first of many districts to do this moving forward. But I think it's something so minimal that we are kind of blasting just because we don't have the best reputation on social media right now. So I think that we should really look into alternative options before you move forward with this lump sum of money.
Thank you, Bo. I have my colleagues, Ms. Korn and Ms. Bartleman, for additional comments. Please make sure your comments are something new.
Yes. How many years of experience in pay grade 25 would you need to have over the 3 years to make $100,000 in pay grade 25?
Per the contract, you couldn't even come in at that level.
Okay.
So the highest you could come in, it would be at 91,000.
Help me understand that.
So per the contract, based off of your maximum years, the highest you could get is to step 10, correct?
Actually, you can be
could-
placed higher.
You can be?
But, yeah. Give me 1 second. Please bear with me.
And then the other, I just want to make sure this isn't misleading, because I know there are quotes taken all the time from this meeting. An intern could not do this job. This requires 3 out of 5 years. You have to have been in the industry for 5 years and have 3 years of experience in the past 5 years, in addition to all of these other responsibilities.
That's correct.
So someone right out of college would not be able to have the responsibilities of being a social media manager and marketing for 3 years. I just want to be cautious when we make statements like that, because I think that makes the community think that we're looking for a very simplistic and with very little background. We are not reading out loud all of these responsibilities, but if the public takes the time and looks through this list of responsibilities, it is extensive, as well as what the qualifications are.
Thank you. So you would, to your question, you would need 18 years of experience.
18 years of experience
to be
in social
placed.
media management and marketing specifically to be able to make $100,000 in this position. Okay.
Correct.
So again, I want to be clear that support for this pay grade, whether mine or any other board member, is not support to pay this individual $100,000. It is to provide a pay grade so that someone with the experience that we anticipate and have actually already found from individuals that have applied, that we are looking about somebody who would be at the very early stage within the first few pay grades of this pay, in the first few levels of this pay grade, and that is the purpose for having the pay grade.
Exactly, thank you.
Okay. I'm only supporting it based on that premise. So if that premise is not true, then I wouldn't be able to support it.
Exactly true.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Bartleman.
I wanted to ask a question. We recently had on social media the awesome videos of construction work. And it went on Facebook and everywhere. Who was responsible for that?
The SMART team have put together, we've been working with them on those. We actually worked with them on those videos.
Okay, wasn't it, it was Garth.
It's an external consultant that
Exactly.
works with them, yes.
So
But we did
I
work
was
with them.
thinking about that when Dr. Osgood was talking. We have a consultant on that contract whose whole job is to work on the SMART, and that video was very effective. As a matter of fact, the person they knew to tag me, I tagged it on every municipal website I could find in Facebook, and it had the highest number of responses. But the person knew how to tag, and the idea of using someone outside for certain things, like, it makes more sense to me now, because I just think I can't support your salary. I can't support the position because it's kind of, I think it's more, I know there's more in this job description but I feel like I'm uncomfortable with the whole strategy. Like, I almost like the idea of, for certain things, contracting out. I mean, because this one person isn't going to be able to do what that person did, and with all the other responsibilities here. So I just think we should revisit this. And I really, really believe that you're in charge of that strategy. And it's your job to say, you go do this, you go do this. You're my social media person. If I hire somebody, you could hire somebody at a lower grade and say, this is what I need you to get for me and do. Those are your worker bees. You should be monitoring all the messaging and the response to all the messaging. And this is like I feel like when you think of a social media specialist, I think that you're asking for more, and maybe you change the title. And I don't know, because it's not what, and I think that someone out of college could do this, actually. I think they're getting hired by Fortune 500 companies and job offers to control all of their marketing because of what they're doing, and all of their degrees require them to have a lot of extensive. So it's just what you want, and what you're saying is more than just a social media specialist in the industry, and maybe that's part of the problem with getting qualified applicants and what you're looking for.
I do appreciate your comments. I am thinking that to have this internal, I think if I understand what Yohiri is doing in terms of the smart bond, but I believe that because we do have so many moving parts, that if we can have social media internal and not have an outside firm to do it, I believe we can have monitoring. We can pay for monitoring, we can pay for analytics, but to have people sitting right with us, being part of our team every day is important to have internally.
Do you think it would help to change the job title? Because you want more than just a social media specialist, and you said you could only find 5 qualified individuals. Because when you look up what social media specialist is in the industry, it is that person who's coming out of college. It is that person who is led by a team,
perhaps,
and who gives them the strategy and does all the stuff, or the components that Dr. Osgood is speaking to. Because what you're speaking to is more than what in the industry this is. So maybe that would help you with a better pool of, I'm just saying, but I can't right now support the salary. So, but I think you would do better if you changed the name of it and get more people for what you're looking for.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All in favor of item CC4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
No.
Do you need a roll call? Ms. Good would like a roll call.
Yes. No.
No?
Nope.
Yes. No.
No.
No, thank you.
The item fails. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
At this time, we are going to recess the meeting so that we can eat quickly. And so we will reconvene at 1:15. This meeting is now in recess. Good afternoon. This school board meeting is now reconvened. We will go back to our agenda items, beginning with DD1. May I have a motion and a second? Moved by Ms. Good.
Second.
Second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on DD1.
Yes.
Ms. Levinson?
Thank you. I just wanted to commend 32 out of 34 locations, 94% with no exception. But I do want to make a comment. I believe I made a similar one the last time about disposal of items and ensuring that procedures for completing the proper documentation are handled properly. We just see this. We don't see it a lot because most of our schools, when you say 94% of locations, but each time there are one or two for the same reasons that the procedures are not followed. So what are we doing to ensure that it's followed everywhere?
Joris Jabelin, Chief Auditor. Yes, this has been a historic problem where we do have existing policies and procedures that are supposed to work out a certain way, and individuals at those two specific locations did not follow them. We did receive good responses from OSPA. In one case, we had, with Coconut Creek, we did have a principal that transferred to another location. OSPA ensured that that communication went to that new principal, so that way that issue wouldn't repeat at the principal's new school. So those are the little things that are being done. There is a bigger picture project that I'm working on with Mr. Woods and some of the different cabinet members where we're looking at the inventory process. Ms. Arcese, who's here with me, as well as Dr. Posner, they've diagrammed the process from acquisition to goods receipt to where the inventory ends up staying, and the reviews that are done on it. And so we've looked at that, and we see the process. There are going to be some changes that we recommend to cabinet, and ultimately that'll come to the board. But it, unfortunately, it is dependent on people following the existing policies and procedures.
And I know your job is just to audit it, but to me, it's not like when you're missing items. This is not properly handling procedure to dispose of items. It should never happen. Never. I mean, there's a procedure you follow when you dispose of items. So to me, it's frustrating that there's a backup letter from OSPA. That means nothing to me at this point anymore, that they've been spoken to and it won't happen again. So that's the point I wanted to make.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 6, the Special Investigative Unit, there was one item unaccounted for out of compliance of $1,450, but there was no administrative response. Is there?
Sure. We've established a 1% threshold for reporting these type of matters. And so this falls below the historical cost of $600,217 for that unit. It falls below the 1%. But Ms. Arcese, did you by any chance know the situation with that?
Yeah, it was a radio that was stolen, and they just didn't follow procedures. I think the serial number was missing from the police report.
So given this discussion, we will obviously, if we haven't already, ensure that they know that they have to follow the procedures despite the thresholds that we have.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood?
Yes, my comment is along the line of Ms. Levinson's about the procedures. When I'm looking at Dillard Elementary School on page 15 about this these assets that was disposed of in November 29, 2016. So my question is, I know your department comes along and does an audit at some point, but how are we monitoring? Like, you know, I work in a nonprofit space, so you have your audit, but then you have periodic monitorings that sometimes allow you to address things or catch things so that they don't end up being an audit finding.
The district has a semi-annual inventory process, so if that had worked out correctly, that would have been identified a couple of times before we would get there. And that is part of what did not occur correctly as well. So the way that the process is designed, we should not be the first ones to identify this. It should have been identified internally. As we look at the process from beginning to end, there have been conversations on the committee that I'm in with that to maybe move that process over, but there also, and this is not necessarily for just this location, but we have found that the individuals that do those counts, they sometimes don't have access to the general ledger systems that they need to have. So they need to get the tools to be able to do their job effectively. We want to ensure that they get the respect for the work that they're doing, because sometimes, unless they're us, people may feel that they can disregard their emails and their requests, so they have to be empowered correctly. So those are some of the many things that need to happen for the process to work effectively, but it should have worked in the way that it's designed now, but it's worthy of looking at redesigning it. Do you want to say something else on that?
Yeah, that's pretty much what Mr. Jaboan expressed, is that we have seen areas where information, which I know has been a common practice or a common conversation, if they don't have the tools to be able to do the inventory correctly, then we're going to have mistakes. And so that's definitely been embedded in the training that's been offered at this time, which recently we had 2 large trainings, and it was open to not just the person who's actually conducting the inventory, but in addition to that, the group itself. So we encourage that it be a team effort, because there's a lot of inventory that schools are having to track nowadays, including all of the smart equipment. So, you know, it has to be a team effort, and the training is open to the entire team to attend. So that is something that we are looking to help them through, explaining what they should be doing and how they should be doing it.
Yeah, because I mean, even when I look and it says that the school reported one thing, but the documentation said something different. So that, then I ask myself, why was that reporting different? The Promethean boards were either working properly or not working properly.
Right, so that was information that we had requested through the audit, because a lot of times if a piece of equipment is damaged, so one of the biggest examples is like a computer. If someone spilled a glass of water in it, obviously we're not going to be able to repair that computer. So it's still within the useful life of it. So our useful life of a computer is 5 years. So we're able to dispose of it because we can certify that we're not going to be able to repair that piece of equipment. So that additional documentation from either our internal metrology department or someone that certifies that it's beyond useful, economical repair, then we would need that additional documentation, and that's something that accounting and financial reporting requires when the item is still within the useful life. And so that is what we requested, and when it was provided during the audit, we could not certify the actual repair tickets that were provided, indicated that the boards were repaired. So it didn't indicate that they were beyond economical repair. So we couldn't certify that they were faulty at all.
So then where does that leave that issue?
Where does that leave the issue of the boards not being removed from inventory? I believe that's why they were still left on inventory.
Yeah, so how does that work in the next audit then?
The items are being removed at this point.
Okay.
Yes.
Just to add a little bit more to it, so we would hope that the commitments that have been given to us in the response will address future instances like that. So if you have a circumstance where an item is damaged, that they will go through that the proper procedure for that. But these items will eventually be taken off of their books and records.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Bartleman?
I just want to piggyback on the Prometheum board a minute, because we did have a teacher who there was a situation at a school because there was a broken Prometheum board for many years, and I hope that you're working with IT so that you remove the Prometheum boards as soon as possible if they're not going to be repaired. Because the teacher's like, I can't write on my chalkboard because I have a Prometheum board. My Prometheum board is dead. It's affecting my instruction. The teacher took down the Prometheum board so she could teach, and she got written up for it. So it was like a whole situation. And I know everyone spoke, the union spoke to IT. It was before this gentleman got here, actually. So you know about it. But when they're sitting there with broken Prometheum boards, you guys have to have some sort of fast track to get them off, either fix it or take them down so the teachers can teach. Because they're always on the whiteboards where the teachers write. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. My question was about the insight into whether the items had been fully depreciated, and so I think you mentioned something about that. There's not currently a system that the school-based people would necessarily know whether it had expired from its useful life. It had been fully depreciated. So how do we ensure that, is there something in your process going forward that you're going to be able to ensure that the schools are aware so that they're following the proper procedure as far as repairing damaged boards, but they also know whether or not that item falls within that items that are fully depreciated or not?
Yes, go ahead and answer that, please.
All right. So accounting and financial reporting has a list that is shared with everyone that talks about asset class codes. The asset class code is also referenced on what we consider the P&I 811 report, which lists the entire inventory for the school. That code references back to the asset class code, which then gives them the date or the amount of time that piece of equipment has a useful life. So based on the acquisition date that is also on the P&I report, and all of this is discussed during the training. So as information is now distributed through the actual training itself, it is being provided to all locations as well.
Okay, so, and forgive me, because the way you just described that made it sound very convoluted. And so I will just say, well, and that's what I think that we need to probably think about in our process, is if I am a site-based person and I have a list of my inventory and then I have whatever is the value left on that particular item, I can know whether or not it's fully depreciated without looking at a code and then looking at another code and a classification. So I think if there's a way to simplify that process, I think that could help us get to a place where we won't have these in the future.
I will make sure that we share that information with accounting and financial reporting.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item D1 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Item DD1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on DD2? Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on DD2. Colleague input on DD2. Yes, Ms. Rupert?
Hi. I have a question on page 24. The second paragraph from the bottom, where it talks about, well, right before that, it talks about the OSPA conduct annual official instruction, blah, blah, blah. And then the next paragraph is we also recommend dissemination and distribution of OSPA reporting hotline and whistleblower protection information to all school personnel. School employees are explicitly encouraged, blah, 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 going on through there to report nepotism, violations of ethics statutes, improprieties, illegal actions, and violation of board policies or district procedures. Was this sent out?
Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. Yes, ma'am. We did, I have to get the exact date, but we did send it out to schools, and we had them document to us like what day they did it in a faculty meeting or how they communicated it out to their staffs. But we did that shortly after our operations meeting in October, early October.
Okay. And was it just to schools, or did the rest of our employees get the memo about nepotism, violations of ethics, blah, blah, blah?
So I can only speak for the schools, and I can attest that it was done at all the site-based schools.
Hi.
Through the chair, if I can please provide a little bit of context for the entire report to the board. This was an audit of internal funds. There's one specific school, Millennium,
Yep.
6 to 12. On that particular school, we reviewed the activities in the internal funds account against documents, against the way that activities should be. And when we finished that work, we did not have any exceptions. What's happened was we became aware that the state attorney was investigating the former principal at that location, and so we went back and we re-reviewed the entire work to find anything that would somewhat resemble something that would be improper. And through that process, we did not identify any concerns with respect to the activity. But given the fact that there were allegations that were made, given the fact that there is an investigation that's going on, it was an opportunity to review the control environment, because if the allegations were correct, the people needed to run them through the internal funds, even though that sounds a little bit odd. But that's the expectation, is that all of the financial activity is to run through the internal funds. So this was an opportunity to improve the control environment. So looking into that situation, I interviewed various people in OSPA. I was able to determine that they have a desire and they have a focus on controls and proper operating procedures. When they became aware of the allegations, they acted immediately. They did their own investigation, and they found things on their own that I'm not sure if the state will find, but they were proactive in identifying concerns. I then discussed with Dr. Wanza about the importance of spreading that information across her division on that end. So she went and she spoke about the need for proper policies and controls and being able to identify issues of concern and reporting them to the right channels. I then followed up behind her to also emphasize those matters. So although the audit itself didn't identify any concerns, if there's an opportunity to communicate, if there's an opportunity to teach and correct future action, I wanted to take advantage of that, and so did Dr. Wanza.
Right, and thank you for the extra information, but I was more, I guess, I thought it would be an appropriate memo to all employees, especially since it talked about school board policies, and it reminds people about to report the nepotism, ethics statutes, and it talked about the Whistleblower Act. So that's not my call, that's a Mr. Runcie call, but under this item number, it was my question, is, yes, I'm sure that Val truly made sure that everything was done, but I think we're missing an opportunity, Mr. Runcie, to remind everybody about those.
About the
Yes, yeah, and the Whistleblower Act, yeah.
No, I mean, we sent communication out.
But I think, excuse me, and I apologize if I'm out of turn, they said it was just OSPA.
No, we've sent communication out from HR, I know within the last year to like all departments throughout the district, reminding folks of the policy. I'm sorry. Yeah.
When she was where?
She was interim, she was helping in the transition of HR, and we sent communication out to all departments. I think we might have even done it twice.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
obviously, we missed it something here, so.
Well, look, I can't policy behavior, I can't legislate what people do when there's over 30,000 people working in an organization. There are people doing stuff that they shouldn't do every day, and when we find out they're not doing it, we apply the policies that you and this board have put in place to hold them accountable for it, and that's what we did in this situation when we found it.
Okay then. I appreciate your response from audit, and we'll look forward to having yet another reminder. I speak not to say it's a catch-up. I speak that people can also feel that they can speak out and report other people without it being punitive. That is strictly what I'm talking about. And for me, if a memo went out 4 times a year to remind people that you have an act that, you know, prohibits you to get retribution for speaking up, I don't think 4 times a year would be too much for one person. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I might have been remiss in taking public comment, so at this time I will ask if there is anyone who has public comment. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. Jayanna Seaborn for Dr. Cheryl Sinden. Dr. Cheryl Sinden objects and wants on the record that the audit presented to you today is an attempt to justify false accusations of the school district via the OSPA office. An audit was conducted in June 2018, initially presented to the committee in January of 2019 with no exceptions. Due to the publicity, the committee requested the auditor review again. Now there is a control environment exception without any detailed evidence provided to substantiate this exception. The audit is based on allegations and innuendos at best, not substantial facts. Additionally, there were flaws in the inquiry conducted over the summer of 2019 to determine the finding of control environment. However, most notably from the audit is the fact that the auditor found yet again, for the second time, and I quote, "There was no specific evidence of mishandling money into internal accounts." Again, we object on the record any comments in regards to allegations, innuendos, and would-ofs. That is posturing on the part of the school district. There are no detailed facts presented at all regarding a lack of control environment. The audit presented before you now is void and deficient of any material evidence resulting from any type of audit or investigation. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Levinson, followed by Ms. Bartleman.
First, I just wanted to make a statement that it says in our backup that this is at the Office of the State Attorney. So just wanted to comment about that in our backup. So I just wanted to commend the 10 schools who complied with all policies and procedures.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I just wanted to concur with Ms. Rupert. I think that I know Dr. Wanza sent out her letter. I know we've sent it out at the district level, but I think it's very important because here at the district level, we had the situation at the end of the year where everyone knew the nepotism situation in that one department and the people getting laid off. But it was only when it came to head and the union took care of it that it was addressed. So that leads me to believe that people were either afraid to speak up, didn't know where to report it, because eventually it did all get reported, and then I don't know if there were any consequences, Mr. Runcie, or what you did about that situation. I just know that it was a really big problem, and I know the information with that situation was accurate. And are you aware of that situation? Okay, so I guess what I'm looking for is, I know you have 38,000 people, and you can't control all of them, but if there's a better way we can afford individuals the opportunity to report to you, and maybe that's a letter that you send out with your hotline or something, because that came to head, and if things didn't change, that was going to be a huge class action suit by the AFL-CIO. So I really think that as our auditor, I hope you'll do something where you communicate to employees, not just at the school level, because honestly, if that happened at the school level, I think people would have gotten fired. And so that's just my opinion when I see stuff at the school level, but it was at the district level. And so I hope that you will communicate that and find a way for people to give that information to you before it comes to a head like that.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All in favor of DD2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Item DD2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on DD3, please?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on DD3. I have Ms. Rupert.
This was pretty expansive here. My first question, and I'm sorry, it was extra late when I was going over this last night for a third time. Can you tell me the months that this covers, like from when to when?
Joris Chabot, Chief Auditor again. So this is the fourth quarter for fiscal year 2019, so it ends in June 30th of 2019.
Okay, so I put April to June, does that sound right? Okay.
April 1st to June 30th, yes.
Perfect, all right, so I have that. And then on the very next page, I think it's 3, and I guess it goes into more detail on the next couple of pages, but as underneath the summary of observations, it has the three topics that we'll explore later. But my question was, and I do remember extensive conversation that we had with Mr. Runcie leading the conversation on trying to utilize HERE much more to move things along when things kind of got bogged down a bit. But I guess my overall question was, I don't know if it was policy or procedure, was to have procurement select the vendors. And then why was that department not utilized for that particular aspect? I know they were utilized in the beginning and they were utilized in the end, but it's that middle part that was still part of our, I'm just going to call it procedures. And so we were basically non-compliant with our SOP.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Rupert. Also, if I can back up a little bit on this
Please.
finding as a whole. So there is a standard operating procedures that governs the construction for services for minor projects. And that did require the involvement of procurement.
Right.
We were concerned about it from an audit standpoint because the selection process itself should be better documented.
Right.
But the standard operating procedure was not followed. We've been in discussion with Mr. Girardi and Mr. Jardine, and we'll be requiring the involvement of procurement as well as diversity in the final standard operating procedure. So the new procedure, which is in the process of being revised, from our eyes, it's going to require the sign-off or the blessing of procurement, and it's going to also require similarly the approval of diversity as well. And so in order to close out that finding, so it'll continue to reappear until it's closed out,
Right.
we're going to be expecting to see that, and then we'll draw a new sample to see if they are following it.
Okay, and I appreciate that. So the actual SOP that's attached, and then there was sections on page 205, 3, 4, 5, I want to say maybe 7, and they were highlighted, so that was to tell us that that was already changed or being proposed to change. Sorry, I'm losing my voice.
If you can describe it for them and tell them who you are. Thank you.
Hi.
David Luker, Director with RSM. The exhibit that you're referring to with the highlights
Yes.
was the proposed SOP revisions provided by management to us in response to the current practice as is, or the future practice they intend to execute.
Okay.
I believe that has been subsequently modified again to incorporate SDOP's feedback and involvement in the process in a more robust way. But what's in the document was what was provided to us when this report was finalized for the audit committee.
When I was going through that, I didn't see procurement added back into the steps where it was taken out of. Am I missing it?
No, ma'am, you're not. And this might be an opportunity for management to comment, but based on our last discussion with them, The CBR HERE team has provided supplementary resources to the procurement process because the involvement of procurement was challenging in pushing projects through for approval. And so I believe that the intent of their future state practice is to involve them in the ways that they've described in their response, but that the CBR HERE procurement personnel would still be actually managing and facilitating the selection of CSMP vendors in the pool. I say that, I'm not management, so I can't, I don't want to speak for them, but that was the explanation that was provided to
No,
us.
and I appreciate that, thank you.
If I could add to that, Ms. Rupert.
I'm sorry.
And I realize that they're not here to respond, but during the exit meetings that we had with them, I did mention to them as well that we would need to see procurement and diversity in there because it's not in the draft that you're seeing.
Right, that's my point.
Yeah, so we will need to have a new SOP, and either the sign-off of Mr. Woods in some way, shape, or form would be needed. So if procurement is missing from that, and Mr. Woods is fine with it, which I doubted that he would be, then we would have to have a sign-off from him.
Right, because when you look at, what page is this? The numbers are so tiny. On 4, where the detailed observation, it goes into yet more detail. So like step 4 should be, PWS, they're using the Ariba system and they select the next available contractor in the CSMP contract rotation, then they notify the ORPM. So basically, as it was written all before, currently, the SOP is designed to involve PWS in the selection process in conjunction with that software, then to create and document an independent review of vendor assignments and promote equitable distribution. When you guys asked for the ORPM's contract log and noted that the log does not include evidence of justification for each project vendor's selection, although the owner's rep, project manager, was unable to provide documentation supporting reasons for each selection, brief narratives of justifications were provided, and those 3 justifications for, passing over the step with PWS was because of, number 1, specialization of vendors specific to scope of project. 2, non-selection due to prior poor performance, or 3, waiver of projects by vendors due to limited vendor capacity in multiple projects. That greatly bothers me because we have a standard of practice. We were all very involved when it came to writing job descriptions, when it came to helping direct the SMART bond. And at each time, we would have Atkins, we would have your department, we would have PWS, we would have Mr. Woods' team come in here, and Frank Giardi, Mr. Jardine, and we would all get together and hammer off, as to how can we move this further, how can we help and move away from the pig and the python, which is what was happening. But I think, for me, trying to move forward is impossible until we understand why these things happened, why particular departments or people felt that they were okay to step out of the standard operating procedure. And as a governing board, what do we need to put in place or make sure that your department gets that? So we would be able to close out this part of the audit exception, but also move forward in a very transparent, cohesive, and well-planned out way. And I don't want to hold up too many other questions, but I really want to say again, I am greatly alarmed with this. Okay, I'm moving to the next page, sorry. The next part, which was the construction invoice, documentation was missing from the pay applications. Then I think it's page 7. Was there evidence of use of the checklist during the time the audit was reviewed? Because the management response is, a checklist is used and submitted with every pay application. So if it existed, was it utilized?
Yes, ma'am, it was utilized.
Okay, so thank you. One of the recommendations, of course, was to aid in the completeness of review of a checklist should be utilized. Well, that's what made me think about that, because, I mean, they did an audit, so there should have been a checklist. Management said there was a checklist. You guys have definitely seen the checklist. Why would it be in the recommendation to do what we were already doing? I have some difficulty with that part.
Perhaps it would make sense to omit that from the recommendation. I think the idea was that you have a checklist, you are utilizing the checklist, but there are steps in the checklist that, based on the supporting documentation, were not actually executed.
Right. So that would be with Mr. Runcie and his team to figure out how to change that checklist if they do, or to make sure that it's being utilized. You know, that's a day-to-day decision. So I'm just trying to look at the bigger picture. On page 8, I do want to say, and in no way did it say this, but I just have to really give kudos to the building department. They were blamed a lot for delays, and actuality, they were able to turn most jobs are out in an average of 8.99 days. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a quick turnaround. That's quick. Then you turn over to the designers, and I think that was 34.28.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not a quick turnaround. So that's, once again, that's a Mr. Runcie and his team for a day-to-day operation. Did you want to say something?
Just to add a little bit, we do agree with these numbers, and the details are on Appendix A. As management indicated, they did have a meeting with the building department, and one of the things that we've asked for in our subsequent meetings is for them to communicate these issues to the design firms. That piece itself, which they had done at one time earlier, is lacking. So even though they've met and they've identified the reasons that they have, now it's time to communicate to the individuals that are causing some of the delays as to what's causing it and what they have to improve on. So the feedback process needs to work itself out.
Good, and I agree with that. So moving on to the next page, and I only have 2 more and they're really quick. Page 9, the management's response, it says the goal will continue to be the delivery of construction documents that require less review time by the building department in order to obtain an LOR. But that doesn't seem like it's addressing OFC or PM part in the process, right? Or am I missing that? I guess a better way to put this is we've had a conversation with the board with this, is designers are not held accountable. I mean, that's a conversation that we have to talk about, and that's, once again, that's a day-to-day operation question. But the detail under this, under number 3, which was an ineffective interim plan reviews and lapses in project management during the building department review process. And then it goes on to say, designers are not held accountable, and talking about that time frame with submission. I think that is really where, you know, I don't know what the answer is, but that's up to you guys to put your heads together to work that out. And then the recommendation is, if the ORPM design review process is not working how it should be, then there has to be a conversation as to, do we put them on something that would be more effective and leave it to an internal team, or vice versa. Once again, I'm not weighing in on either side of that, but it's a recommendation, so it has to be really looked at closely. And everybody asks the same thing. How can we speed this up? And all of us want the process to go better, but if it winds up being, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I asked a question. That was my bad.
I thought he was saying something to me. I apologize. Okay. Page 10 I already asked. And then, actually, it's just a question on page 11, which is PMR compliance with reporting requirements. The very last observation status, where it's partially complete, has the stakeholder satisfaction part of that been done?
Yeah,
It's-
so
yeah.
in this particular case, that is why it's partially opened or partially completed. Had they done that, we would have closed it out.
Right.
So we're expecting them to do that. One of the things, that's one of the last things that you do. And at the time that we had the discussions with them, not many projects had been closed. So there wasn't as much opportunity to be able to do that. We obviously are waiting for that before we close out this finding.
Okay. And then this is an overall aspect that you can answer. You have on these observations and then the prior findings and then management response, there's timeframes with them or estimated completion dates. On these pages, most of them are within now-ish. October 15, 2019, July 2019, have all these dates that have been in under management's response, have they all been completed? And if so, why not?
So this is the second report that we've had. And so actually the universe of all the findings are the 3 new ones and the 4 from the previous audit, which are in the back. So the number of findings that we have, 2 of the 4 previous ones have been closed.
Right.
And then 1 of the 4 is partially closed. So the dates are around now, so it's not in full compliance, but we are seeing progress with that. Ultimately, we will never close them out until we think that all aspects of the issue has been resolved.
Okay, I get that.
We do have one from July.
Okay, because I'll just mention the page. Estimated completion date, page 5, October 2019. Page, I guess this is 7, October 2019. 9, I might have skipped one. 10, October 15th, 2019. Page 11, July 2019. And these are just the ones I'm doing quickly because my eyes are getting older as I speak. September 2019. So these were all dates, and I'm one of those dates detailed kind of person. I do a checklist and I won't stop until everything gets checked off. That's just me. So I guess I don't really see the urgency that I think needs to be, so we're in compliance here. So I would like a follow-up, if that's possible, that answered the timeline aspects of what we said we were going to hit and where we really are.
We can do that in the next report.
I appreciate that.
And the reasons why we have the dates is to monitor for the reasons that you're mentioning.
Exactly.
And that's why we insist on having them.
Right, and I appreciate that. And our way to help you is to make sure that Mr. Runcie becomes aware of things falling behind, and he and his team get to make a plan and fix it up right. And I do appreciate it. This is quite a lot of work, and I appreciate both of you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rupert. Mrs. Alida?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page, it's the CBRE Hearing Letter, Appendix C, and then there's a graphic chart in the back.
Some of the responses.
The reoccurring design issues delaying permitting.
You said Appendix B.
Yes. There's no page number. It's right after the signatures from Nicholas Fila, Robert Hamburger, Shelley Maloney. before general on page 1.
I'm sorry, Miss. Can you kindly repeat the document that you're looking for?
Oh,
it's
the flow chart.
Okay, thank you.
So the fourth block, I can't read or see what it says in there. Can you help out with that?
The fourth block?
Mm-hmm. Says it's review and comment, and then, yeah.
It's the
Next to
OFC line.
OFC.
Yeah.
The OFC line.
Oh, OFC pre-con, 90% design review, input 90% construction document?
Yes.
That the one?
Can you repeat that? What does the block say?
OFC pre-con, 90% design review / input 90% CD.
And then the one to the right of it?
OFC pre-con, 100% design review / input 90% CD.
Thank you. And then on page 11 of 12, bullet number 6. So all of these findings, are they specific to certain schools, or is it every school in the district? This says missing fire and life safety plans as required per district standard and building department requirements. That's very alarming.
There was a sample of projects. Mr. Luker can probably tell you which ones.
Is this where we are?
Yeah, this is where we are, yeah. Page 11 of 12.
Page 6, Ms. Oliver?
Page 11 of 12, number 6, under
Number 6.
fire alarm, fire sprinklers, fire safety.
Thank you.
But if your question was, so that the work was done on a sample basis?
Okay, so this document is something that management provided to us that was a communication resulting from the summit that was had with the building official to determine the various areas where there were challenges or issues in the design process. So this is a document that was circulated subsequent to that meeting to convey where the areas that needed attention or focus were to be placed.
So to clarify what you said, so you're saying that this is something that we need to focus on for Broward County Public Schools?
Correct. This is a document created by CBR Erie as a result of those meetings that communicated the various areas and issues that were being encountered when plans were trying to make their way through the building official. And this is really part of their response to our observation, is this was one of the action items that they took in order to try to make the process more efficient, more effective.
And so this is at select schools or every school in Broward County?
I wouldn't be able to comment since I didn't write the document, but I believe that it would be likely derived from select schools and presented more broadly for all projects related to the program.
Good afternoon. Frank Girardi, Executive Director, Capital Program. What this list is when we find common issues when we submit drawings for permit. This was a list to give architects to help them see what common issues have been found or common mistakes that have been found. Doesn't mean that the permit does not have these items. So when they come back as a revise and resubmit, it may say something's missing, and this was just putting together I don't want to call it a checklist, but just possibly a common issue list that would be given to architects but it doesn't mean that just because it's on this list, it was left out of the drawings. It was just comments by the building department that we compiled into a list for common issues, so in the future, when an architect goes to start a design, this is what we've found in the past to make sure that they don't.
Mr. Runcie, it is not acceptable to have even one school missing their fire and life safety plan?
But they're not
No, this
missing
is
it.
not the school.
They're
These
not
are the
missing it.
drawings that the architects are doing. So for example, you submit a drawing that doesn't have this item in here. We're giving you a checklist to say, look, when you submit your drawings, make sure you check. It has nothing to do with what's physically out in the school. This is for folks that are doing designs and drawings for, you know, work to be done. And if you're doing this work, then you need to make sure that this item is in the drawing. It has nothing to do with physically what's in the school.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Al-Hadaf. Ms. Bartleman? Bartleman.
I guess first of all, I think you guys did an excellent job with the audit. You said that there were 4 repeat findings. Is that what you said, Mr.?
Yeah, so the first audit that was presented on September 4th had 4 findings, and those are in the back. And the follow-up work is discussed, and so 2 of those 4 findings were closed and verified closed by this team. And 2 of them are still open, and we'll continue to list them in reports going forward until they close.
Okay. So, Mr. Runcie, have you looked into why 2 of them haven't been closed yet?
Please use your microphone, Mr. Runcie.
Can you give him the 2?
If I may, for Mr. Runcie, I can probably comment on each of those 4 follow-up findings. They begin on page 11 of the report. So the first finding from last time had to deal with the reporting requirements. So there was a meeting between Heery and Atkins and RSM as far as regular reporting that should be happening on the projects. They have since then been able to meet most of them except for the satisfaction survey that needs to be done. And that one is partially complete only because of that one item, and that has to deal with the fact that not many projects have been closed. On the second finding, it's the delays in the authorization to proceed. That finding ended up closing because there aren't any more projects that are left that need to have an ATP. So it naturally closed itself out as a result of that. So there's no more opportunities for delays. And so we consider that one to be closed. That's on page 12.
Okay. Now, a lot of these findings, because the word alarming has been used, as a board member, I was alarmed, because clearly we have a standard operating procedure in place that wasn't followed. That's the number one. If you read every single one of the findings, it's not like we didn't do our due diligence and put parameters in place. And I guess this is our check and balance system. But as a board member, I'm responsible for this bond. And when you read this report just on face value, this is not good. And it sounds like we don't have controls in place. I mean, our control was this audit. So is that what we're going to have to use to control more of this program? Just to keep hiring? I mean, what internal controls can be put in place? Because most of this is all stuff that we are saying we should be doing, but we're not doing. So, and it's not just, it's procurement, it's everything that abandoned our own standard operating procedures. So do you have a suggestion for internal controls? Because you just audited this group of projects, right? So they could abandon standard operating procedure on a new group of projects, and unless you go back and audit them, you wouldn't know. So what's the suggestion for controls?
So we continue to audit the various areas. So these 2 reports are the first 2 that have been submitted. Now everybody knows that we will be coming around looking for adherence to the procedures and the policies, and so will continue to work with management to come up with good solutions going forward. Obviously, if there was non-adherence to the standard operating practices from before, we identify those and we ensure that they're they're done correctly going forward.
I guess this has to go to Mr. Runcie. Mr. Runcie, you as the person in charge of the operations of the district have created standard operating procedures
Yes,
for procurement in all of your departments.
yes.
You just had an audit, which every single item is an abandonment from the standard operating procedures. Well, the majority of
Wouldn't
them,
say that's what
not
it-
everyone.
And these items, as you
Okay.
just went over, have been
Do you
addressed.
want me,
Yeah.
want me to read
Go-
all of them? I shouldn't have said every, but a lot of them
Right.
are standard. I apologize.
So, yeah.
But my point is, I get it, you're gonna address it now that you found it, but we cannot audit, it's gonna be impossible to audit every little thing. So what other controls? Because I'm hoping that you're gonna you're gonna continue to do another group of projects, and because we can't operate like this.
So the whole reason why RSM's here is we asked the board to include them to do these regular reviews so that we can actually get this information and identify where we need to make adjustments, things that we need to address and fix. And so I appreciate the fact that we're doing these on a regular basis as requested, so we can find these opportunities and then go ahead and make adjustments to them. And that's what we're doing.
For areas that they haven't audited, no, it's okay. Okay, for me, just as my opinion, is I am very concerned about this. I'm glad you audited it, but honestly, I'm more concerned about the culture that we had to audit this and find all of this, and what is the culture within these departments, and what leadership can be provided, as opposed to us having to hire a third-party consultant to even conduct more of these, which I wanted to do more of these audits, but I don't feel, I don't even know. I guess if they start coming back clean, but I hope you're gonna audit different things, same things, because just because they say they corrected it doesn't mean they're not gonna make the same mistakes again. And then you're asking me to convert some projects to CMAR, but a lot of these issues are CMAR. So how am I supposed to feel comfortable using CMAR when we didn't even follow standard operating procedure for the CMAR projects here? I mean, everyone should have their standard operating procedures. It just blows my mind that we got a report like this, and I appreciate it, but we shouldn't be getting stuff like this, ever, ever. So how am I gonna trust moving different projects to CMAR, I guess? Does anyone have a comment on that? And anyone?
Well, one comment will be that with regard to the checklist, all of the years I was a project manager, director of construction, and now executive director, the checklist has been used. So to find one project or one item that may have been missed doesn't throw the rest of the years out. No one's perfect. If one was missed, it was missed, so auditing caught it. But we've been using this checklist forever.
Okay.
We actually just refined it because of the new CMAR. So
And if I may add to that, I mean,
What about the subtractor pay applications and schedule of values, general contractor and subcontractor lien releases? Are you saying that's gonna be all part of your list? Is that what you're saying? Like the other stuff? Page 3?
All of those attributes are a part of the checklist. that
Okay,
you're
so
referring to.
that wasn't just one paper, that was like, okay, so, we're about to move, things are coming to head now, we're gonna be doing this, and I just really hope, Mr. Runcie, that you're gonna work diligently to make sure we don't receive another audit like this, I guess, that's all I'm gonna say. There was another thing that,
If I may add, Ms. Bartleman,
Yeah.
obviously our function exists to identify these type of issues, And what we hope to work on with management is to come up with the right approach going forward and looking at processes and making sure that they work. Of course, there should be adherence to our policies and procedures.
Okay, so as I go through page 13, if you just go through and count the lack of adherence to standard operating procedures, there's no way that, it's all right. For me, a teacher who didn't follow their procedures are held to a greater accountability than this. I'm just saying. I mean, we're going to get this going, but we expect everyone to adhere to standard operating procedures in this district. And I almost feel like it's a blatant disregard. That's all. Because there's so many of them. So, and this is just our sample now, but it's okay. I'm going to wait for the next one, and I expect these to be cleaned up and not to see these again. And I really want you to keep auditing them so that we make sure there isn't. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Barlow.
And thank you for doing this. I know you're looking out for us. And Frank, I know you're going to fix it. We got this. Okay. Moving positive.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. I have Ms. Good next.
I'm fine, thank you.
Ms. Korn.
Thank you. I think I'm going to kind of work off a little bit of what Ms. Bartleman was saying. There's a difference, Mr. Runcie, in having controls and then having accountability. So I appreciate the controls. Unfortunately, I think what we're seeing and we're hearing is the lack of the accountability when the controls aren't working, and we're seeing that things are not occurring that should have occurred. And I don't bring this up often, but I will tell you, before I joined the board, there was a grand jury report. And the CM at risk was one of the highlights of it. And I, as a board member, had a very difficult time getting comfortable with the CMAR again. And I got comfortable because there was so much due diligence from the district in making sure that we identified where we fell short, and that it wasn't that there's an issue with CMAR, but that actually the issue is in the implementation and oversight of it. And what I see us is going in the direction of facing some of those same issues that we faced in the past. And I know there's no intention to do that, but honestly, it is critically important that as they have been identified, there is an accountability for the fact that we have gotten ourselves back away from where we set ourselves up to start doing CM at risk. I was the chair of the facilities task force, and I can tell you it was challenging to see these things and knowing that, okay, they were identified, but how strategic were we in taking action? And I know that we changed leadership late in 2018, and I know we have made serious strides, and we changed leadership from Herie's side as well as from our own internal side with our district. But some of the things that have been noted are things that I believe we should have made some additional strides. So, for instance, on page 7, where we reference the fact that there is a checklist used, and I know that staff has referenced this. When the checklist is used, but it is not used to the nth degree, meaning we aren't fully utilizing having a checklist and signing it, does not mean that we actually implemented the checklist. It just means we picked up a piece of paper and we checked off the boxes that we were ready to check off, and then we signed. On page 6, it talks about 2 out of 5 of the applicable invoices were not there. 1 of 3 invoices in another case where the cover was not provided. I mean, this wasn't one time it happened. I would like for it to be one time, but it wasn't one time. And so to me, that means that when we're seeing this happening over and over and in different areas, but all around the checklist, then the checklist is not being implemented. That is where we need a level of accountability. that is where, when you don't do this, then something happens. You aren't just told to do it next time. We as a district got in a lot of trouble over this last time. We can't do that because I know there is absolutely no intention of anyone doing anything wrong or letting something slip, but that is how it slips. So, Mr. Runcie, I would ask that if an edict has not been given, that there is an accountability when this is missed in the future. There is specific accountability for those who are responsible for the checklist. That is how you implement. It isn't, oh, I see that you did this wrong, don't do it again. This is very clear. There is no way that our employees in this department do not know that this is an issue. So everyone should feel a level of accountability themselves for making sure this doesn't occur, even one more time, that their signature is on a checklist. That is how you implement change, right? And if nothing actually happens for not filling out this checklist and completing it and making sure every single aspect of it is thoroughly accounted for, if you don't get a release of lien, that means something. That isn't a checklist item. Not having a release of lien is an issue, a serious issue. And I know in most cases it's probably a paperwork issue, but where it isn't a paperwork issue, then it becomes a much more expensive legal issue. And paperwork is the easiest thing that we could do. The hardest thing we could do is have to figure out how to legally then go backwards. Page 9. You know, in the detail section, it talks about, there was a suggestion that there was an insufficient project management over design professionals. I have stated now several times that our project managers at the end of the day are where it happens. It either is fantastic and everything happens, and sometimes we beat the clock, and other times, that's where it falls apart. And I guess I would equate it, to me, it's the teacher. The project manager is the teacher on every job. And where the teacher falls short, the students fall short. And where the teacher excels, the students excel. Our project managers are that. And there is no way that a Mr. Girardi or anyone in Erie at the management level is going to make these projects happen without every single one of our project managers being at the top of their game. And I'm going to say it again. If we have project managers who are not performing, we can't afford that. One of the reasons we brought in third party is to have the flexibility to be able to address that quickly. And if we can't address it quickly, then maybe we need to just talk about going back to the model we had before. And I don't think that's the direction we want to go. But we need to make use of the fact that we took this third party for certain reasons, and that is one of the things we need to make sure that we are making use of. On the stakeholder satisfaction, sorry, this is on page 11. Sorry. I'm trying to be quick about them, but on page 11, under development is not good enough. And I appreciate the fact that we don't have many completed, but if there's something still under development, then tomorrow when something is completed, we still don't do this because it's under development. This can't be under development. And one of the other aspects was in the recommendations. CB Richard Heery, it was recommended that it was in their contract specifying this reporting requirement. But nowhere do I see a response regarding any kind of modification to the contract. I see a response to implementing, but I don't see a response to a requirement to implement. I think that is important. Again, a lot of the time, accountability comes down to what's in the contract. Just as much as our vendors are responsible as contractors and design professionals, so is CB Richard Heery as our direct vendor to oversee the work. On page 14 of 15. If maybe staff can just help me understand a little bit better. This is in the observation status. We talk about the imposing penalties from January of 2019 forward. We're now in November. The last sentence, this is where I'm hoping you can help me understand better. It says, we've not applied the design fee retroactively, but going forward, we'll utilize the $100 per day. Does that mean we just haven't actually noticed anyone, or does that mean we're not going back to January any longer?
No, it means starting in January, we started enforcing the terms of the contract.
Okay.
What it meant is we did not go back to 2000, events that happened in 17 or 18.
Okay.
There's January 1 was the line in the sand, and we are enforcing it on every project that we can.
Okay, so then in the last statement where it says they have not applied the design delay fees retroactively, but going forward, the going forward is January 2019?
January 2019, for this
Okay.
past year, we have been enforcing.
Okay, so we have actually been enforcing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect, that's what I was looking for.
Ms. Corner, if I may add, we ultimately need to see that enforcement before
Okay.
we close that out.
That's fair. Yeah. And hopefully that's easy documentation. And I don't want to minimize when I say, well, it's just paperwork. I understand that paperwork bogs us down. And oftentimes it makes us feel like we're not effective in our day-to-day application when we're actually out in the field. But ultimately, our responsibility is both. It is paperwork as well as on the job, on sites, and oversight. And as a board, and with with the superintendent, we have to have the documentation aspect, especially when it comes to our CM at risk, because we know historically what has happened, and the last thing we want to do is fall in a similar pattern when we know how not to. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I'll try to summarize mine very quickly because I think all the points have been made. The last audit was the third quarter, which was January to March. Is that correct?
Yes, the previous one was January to March, yes.
So my concern is that as of October, when this was put together, these are not closed out. There has got to be a sense of urgency. That was 7 to 9 months ago. I just don't understand how it comes back to us and everything is not closed out. So I'm just going to leave it at that. And when we get the next one, I hope we see that everything has been closed out. It's too much time. There has to be a sense of urgency. As far as following SOPs, we heard at the beginning of this, we're working on SOPs. That's the first thing that's being done. So it is very concerning to me as well that SOPs are not being followed when so much time was taken to make sure that those SOPs were formulated correctly and now are not being executed correctly. And the last thing I'm going to mention is the design consultants. I just cannot believe this is on here again. I can't. And it says here something about a learning curve. There's no time for learning curves anymore. No time for learning curves. And so I know that it was just mentioned that as of January, we were imposing the fines. Have we actually done that with any design consultants?
Yes, we have. We've brought on amendments that are coming back with the adjusted FLCC. We have two.
Recent ones we did. We've done two, I think, in the last two board meetings.
Right. We've received $18,000 from one company. I believe 19,000. I don't know the exact numbers, but they've been between $18,000 and $20,000 that we are assessing these delays against them.
So what did that mean on the page where I saw there was a learning curve?
What page was that?
I
If it's from what I remember from the audit committee, I was asked, what is a learning curve? And the comment was, here is this big national firm, worldwide firm, there should be no learning curve.
That's correct.
Well, the learning curve is not being a project manager. The learning curve is our system, our policies, and learning that. You don't come here and overnight know our system. That is the learning curve, and I'm still learning after 24 years. So there are things that happen. You just can't walk in here and be a project manager. You've got to know our systems on how to get things through the system, how to do with board items, change orders.
Okay, Frank, but we are now 4.5 years into this.
But I'm not talking about now. The learning curve was over. This was a question that was posed to me at an audit committee regarding the learning curve. I'm not talking about now. There is no learning curve now.
Well, it's one of the responses in here, I read it. So I
If
don't remember what page I read it on,
If
but
I
I
could,
read it, so.
if I could comment, I think the reason that management felt that that was appropriate is because the sample items that were chosen and reflected in the results of the testing were for design processes that happened several years ago early in the program. I think that's why they believe that that response is.
There is no learning curve now. Years 4 and 5 are moving along quickly to
I'm
where
not
they're
sure why it
passing
was
1,
in-
2, and 3.
I'm not sure why it was in here then, that it should not have been in here. It was
That-
on one of these pages and should not have been in here then.
It was, the
Anyway,
same comment came from the audit committee on why was that even in there. So,
okay,
should have been removed after that, but it was already in the document.
okay.
We left
So
it in.
anyway, you know, what I leave you with is we have to follow what we have in place. We have to have a sense of urgency and keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood?
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues for the comments that you made. I think what we see here is something that I remember us addressing early on, and we have to continue to address it, and it's around this whole concept of the board setting policy, us putting rules and procedures in place, and somebody makes a decision to do something different. It keeps coming up. We've talked about it before we had the audit. We talked about it at some point, you know, waivers were being given not to use minority firms, and I mean, we just see it like spelled out here. And we put the CMAR in place because we had an uprising of contractors who were not going to do business with us. And we had to go back and add that to our toolbox, although it had been problematic for previous boards. And as my colleague said, it's not the tool that's the problem, it's something internally or something that we're not implementing it properly. I don't know if it requires more work or what the thought is about it. It's easier for us to just do the hard bids and go out that way, but then we minimize access to small and minority businesses. And yes, I'm saying that again. I know I get accused of practicing reverse discrimination when I say that, but I'm going to keep saying it because the disparity study said that we were doing business with African Americans at like 1% and women at another small percentage. So I'm going to keep saying that over and over and over again. And this is a prime example of what happens to us when we don't follow the rules and the procedures that we put in place. And there has to be some accountability. I think that we have saw some transition. I remember we transitioned about 34 people, you know, in the beginning of this. Other people have, you know, been transitioned through this process. But we have to continue to be aggressive about that and creating a culture where we expect for policies and standard operating procedures to be followed. They're not just there because we have nothing else to do. And it puts us in a predicament that we don't want another grand jury, so, you know, we start having issues with CMR because somebody can't get it right. And it's not fair to the business owners and our construction businesses that we can't get that practice or that tool right. You know, maybe we need to find some people that specialize in implementing that and hire those people as we looking to renew contracts. Maybe that needs to be a part of the contract, that somebody has some expertise in managing and implementing that. I don't know. Ms. Corn talked about the checklist, and I agree, though, that we have to certainly follow those checklists. And as I read this through about the design phase, and again, having project managers that are heavy in that phase. It's kind of like what we was talking about before about the earlier item. When you have a team of people, somebody on the team has to have a level of expertise in that area in order for everything to work. One person or a few people are not gonna have the expertise needed to make all of the parts work. But when we have a team, especially a third-party entity, then they should be able to put that team together to make it work. As I look through this, and maybe this is not the appropriate place, maybe we do it totally different, but I was surprised to see that your audit didn't find that supply and diversity was not included in some of these processes. Like, if we have a certain minority participation goal, we talked about how we violated the standard operating procedure with some of the CMARs in the process that we took. We didn't include procurement, or we didn't do this and that. I don't know if it's the standard operating procedures I need to be changing or something, but if we're gonna have supply and diversity, we certainly should have a point in our documents that we have an expectation of them being a part of the checkoff process. And I'll pause right there so you can respond.
Yes, with respect to the first finding, I did communicate with Mr. Woods about that, and the expectation before this closes out is that diversity has a sign-off on the final SOP, as well as procurement on that end, so that they will have an opportunity at the table to put in points that they think are important for the SOP before this matter closes out.
Okay. Thank you.
And if I could also add, testing for adherence to the SDOP's involvement in the procurement process is a part of the next quarter's procedures, and we actually already have the results, and we do not have any issues currently with the ones that we sampled, just to give you some.
All right, thank you. That gives me a little pillow of comfort, not a fluffy one, just a little. On page 12, how do we, because I'm thinking of this about too much work, and I know we had to like pull back some contracts because the contractors were behind, they had too much work, they couldn't keep up. How do we try to get an idea of that before we go into a contract? You know, if I'm a construction company and I'm looking for work, I'm gonna go after as much work as I can go after. But at some point, the realization of my capacity is gonna be realized. But you, as someone that's hiring my firm to do work, how would you gauge that? At what point do we ask or address that?
With that, all the contractors are pre-qualified, and they all have dollar limits on that pre-qualification. So procurement is constantly monitoring the cumulative and project costs to make sure that they're within their limits.
Okay, so maybe I'm not understanding something, because there's a response in here that talks about workflow and number of projects. I'm on page 12, and it's in the management's response. It says there were 8 year 5 projects, and it goes in to talk about workflow and number of projects, and the designer being involved in 3 of the 8 projects. To me, that's like a response to why, you know, something was delayed. So now, are we saying that a designer should only be involved in 2 of certain number of projects? So right here, if I have this designer, that it says 3 designers involved in 8 projects and had existing workload with prior year projects, that says to me that those designers had too much work.
If I may, Danny Jardine, this is all revolving around the timeliness that it takes to issue a authorization to proceed to the design professional, which is his starting point in the design. These 8 projects that we're specifically referring to are the last of the year 5 projects that were awarded about a year ago, but we have consciously held these back because these are the 8 projects that we're looking to convert from a CMAR to an invitation to bid. I'm sorry,
The
backwards.
other way.
Got it.
ITB to CMAR.
Got it.
So we have not intentionally issued
it.
the ATPs until
Got
we've nailed down the delivery process.
I got it.
I hope
Thank
that
you.
explains.
I get it now. I read it another way. And then just finally, so that we've done this audit and we found like some of this stuff, what is our process? And I guess, Mr. Muncie, this question is to you. What is our process of accountability? Is it a memo, a notice? What is our process of accountability to continue to communicate that we expect for policies and procedures? And I mean, I know I'm not of the mindset that we don't hold people accountable. I think we've come a long way since we started, because I've seen a lot of people, unfortunately, transition because they were not doing what they were doing. And sometimes we fuss when that happened as well. But I just need to know on record, what is our means of accountability when we find out that procedures and policies are not being followed?
So I think the recurring one that I've seen on here, in particular, related to documentation, and that's not being consistent. So what I will have staff do is to come up with a process very quickly, give them a week or so to modify our existing invoicing and payment process so that the program manager and accounts payable both certify the checklist that all of the documentation was there before any payment is issued. And if the payment's not there, the contractors aren't going to get paid. So I've sent communication out to Mr. Girardi, Mr. Jobain, and Ms. Marte to work together on that to make sure that we have a process in place now that checks all those. So we're going to certify that individuals have done that. And so the next stage, if someone certifies the documentation isn't there, and it should, then it will have consequences for basically falsifying documentation. But up to this point, I'm not sure we've had the controls, to that level. But given what we have in the findings, I think that's something we just need to put in place to make sure everything's there before we issue any payments.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Frankworth, no.
Thank you. And I will try to make my comments brief, but I do want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues that have made comments with regard to SOPs not being followed and the comments about project management oversight and all of the issues that are outlined here that are issues, some of them that we've heard repeatedly, and I guess the fact that they're being called out in an audit is more of a wake-up call for everyone. But I think that one of the things that I find difficult for me to understand, Mr. Runcie, and so I'm going to ask for your assistance with how this is going to be handled going forward. But if this, the date for this is October 3rd, these are issues that occurred during the previous quarter, and we're here at the board November 6th, and between the time, and this went to the audit committee on the 10th of October. So when the audit is received by district staff, and I would assume by you as well, I don't know when the audit is transmitted to you, but because timing is such a critical issue, and we have no time to spare in this particular instance, how are you addressing the concerns that are being raised in the audit between the time that the audit is presented and the time that it comes before the board? Because now another month has passed, right? So the fact that you're going to look at some of these things at this point, I think to Dr. Osgood's question just now, I think we need to maybe find a process where there's something happening in the interim so that when we come to this point, when it comes to the board, you can report out to us what steps have been taken to hold people accountable, all those things that you just said to Dr. Osgood.
All right. And some of them during that period of time, audit has been working with the departments. I think there's a couple of them more closed out, as they mentioned. So there's been work going in between. The report wasn't just there. So we've talked about it, and we've gone back and looked and identified what steps are being taken to address it and close out the items. There are a couple areas here that still need some additional, I think, processes put in place, and so we're going to make that happen for those. But there's work that continues to go on it. The report
doesn't come out, and then we wait to come here before any actions taken on it.
Understood, but I
understand
think
what you're
it's the accountability piece, that at some point,
Okay,
we have to
okay.
have, a line in the sand as, so we said we're gonna go back to
get what
January
you're saying,
for
okay.
accountability. We need to say, when you receive the report, if there's something you can do about what you're gonna put in place for accountability, that's something that needs to be handled, I believe, before it comes to the
Okay.
board. Not meaning the accountability has to take place, but the process for how we're gonna hold people accountable needs to be reported out at the time. And on page 10, where it talks about the observation of ineffective interim plan reviews and lapses in project management during the building department review process, and management response includes that a comprehensive review of comments and concerns was completed in July of 2018, and then a second major effort focused, and there was a design review conference summit this year in March. So I guess I'm having difficulty understanding why the estimated completion was in the middle of October when these issues were raised back in July, and then in March with a design, it's called a design review conference or summit. And so I know some actions were taken, but it says estimated completion date October 16th. So I guess, again, to Ms. Levinson's point with regard to sense of urgency, we need to have a significant sense of urgency, and I don't see that. If you could just remind me, when was management, because I know the date of the audit is August 3rd, when was management provided the findings to provide response? Can anyone tell me that?
I don't have the exact date, but Frank and Danny, we informed them a good amount of time before the audit was published.
What does that mean, a good amount of
Maybe
time?
about a month before the audit is published, because we give them the findings and we give them the opportunity to compile the response. Then we review the response to see if there's more work that's needed, and sometimes there is. So it's probably about a month, so probably at the beginning of September.
Okay, and can someone remind me when the CBRE Hearing contract came before the board?
It was either the first week in August or the end of July.
Okay,
Because their renewal date was August 16th.
Okay, so the second set of findings, this audit set of findings would not have been given to district or owner's rep at that time?
No, because that was this end of June or September.
Okay.
Yeah, the previous.
Obviously, on page 13, where 6 of the 6 samples all had the same issue with regard to adherence to design phase timeline, is extremely problematic when you have 100% of your sample revealing that there are issues. Just for future, when you provide backup documentations that are black on gray and black on a darker gray, it makes it very hard for us, if we don't receive them in color, to see them. So if you could just be mindful of that when you provide them to us, maybe lighten that second gray a little bit, because we really can't see what's in those boxes. Can someone on page, it's the appendix B, can someone please explain this to me, because I didn't really understand it. Maybe it's really simple and I was making it too complicated.
What page was it?
I'm sorry, it's attachment B. It's labeled page 3, but it's the only page in attachment B.
This is page here.
I mean appendix B, I'm sorry. It says years, and then it says average number of permits, and then it says days to permit, and then it says grand total at the bottom. I don't know whose document this is. Doesn't really say.
This is something we pulled from the ISS Building Department database. It meant that in year 1, it took an average of 4.4 reviews in 241 days from when we initially went into the building department until we got an LOR.
Okay, so the average number of permits, that's the number of reviews.
That's the number of reviews. It took 4.4 reviews for every project that came through.
Okay, and then the last column is the number of days for each permit.
For the average, yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Okay.
And so what it shows is we've gone from the early years, lots of reviews, lots of days, to less reviews, less days.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that explanation. And so, just a couple of comments that I want to raise in some of the information that was provided in the appendices. And it's not something that we need to have a discussion about right now, but it's a concern that I've raised previously, and I want my colleagues to be aware. There are two things. One of them is with, it has to do with, and I don't know which appendix this is. Hold on, let me see. I guess it's part of that Appendix B, but it's dated April 22nd, 2019, to IT and Building Department from the ID meeting 4/18/19, and it's coming from Mike Bobby. It is April 22nd. It has our logo on the left hand and CBRE here in the right hand. And so where we have, this is, yeah, I'm sorry, one of two. So where there have been discussions about designs for remodeling and renovation of media centers, STEM labs, art and music spaces, it says we're ongoing with with input from district IT staff. Certain directions were given or were identified. And so when I read through these, I'm concerned about what that means for older media centers and STEM labs, art and music spaces. And so I don't know, Mr. Runcie, how those conversations are going forward, but I can tell you with the amount of technology that we are putting into some of these spaces, if we are not allowing appropriate power to be installed because it's expensive to install power, that is highly problematic, especially when I think about a media center like Stranahan. So it's not a conversation that I want to get into now, but it's in this document, and I wanted to raise it as something that we need to have additional conversation about. Additionally, and similarly, let me see if this one has a different appendix. Appendix C on, it's 1, 2, 3, on the 4th page in, it's labeled one of 12. At the bottom where it says number 10, STEM lab and other vocational labs. Can someone tell me this recurring design issues delaying permitting, what, is this from a July 31st memo? This is an attachment to this letter?
This was information that the team developed from that first group of projects that got submitted for building department review in the fall of 2017 through early 2018. I'm sorry, I can't talk. What we did was went back, these were the ones that we had numerous revise and resubmits, lots of different comments, and so we went through and tried to compile common issues that we were finding that the designers were having. So we compiled a document that we wanted to put in their hands that would make it easier for them to be successful when they went back into the building department for the submittals.
Thank you. And when did you say this was approximately?
This went out, I think, in June.
Is it part of the letter that's dated July 31st?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It is the backup to that document.
Okay, thank you. So the only thing that I would like to share with my colleagues, because it is an issue, again, that has been raised and specifically with Stranahan High School, but possibly with other locations. So on number 10, where it says STEM lab and other vocational labs, and it talks about specifics, programs and space scope not being called out in the design, I just need to have a clarification whether or not currently, when design for projects is completed, and meaning whatever percentage they are, that there are program and space scope included in the design.
Our process going forward, before we issue a set of documents for bid, that they be 100% complete, and that we review the final documents with the school and the end user to make sure that we've incorporated all the necessary components for them to have a successful STEM lab and or a media center or whatever the renovated space is prior to bidding.
And for those that have already been bid?
We have some that the Stranahan's a perfect example. Those final drawings didn't get approved until earlier this spring, but it was with school review and school input. So we strive to make sure that we're meeting the instructional needs of the program when we design the spaces.
Okay, so at this point, do we have any jobs that have been bid that don't have the program and space scope completed for those STEM labs and other vocational labs?
I'm not going to say yes, because the moment I do, I know there'll be one out there that's not done.
Okay. So those are just a couple of the things that were in the backup documentation that going forward, we need to make sure are not lagging. Because if it's called out from July of 2018 and it's something that still exists, it's something that we need to put a different process in place to take care of. So if it's something that we need to specifically look at in future audits, then it's something that we need to look at in future audits if the process is not being followed.
Right.
Because the directive was given clearly here. And I think that was, let me just make sure. I think you answered this question, but I'll go back to it one more time. On page 12, when you are in the management response referencing the 8 five-year projects, those are the projects that are being, they were held purposely and being reconsidered?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, anybody else have any other questions before we take a vote? All those in favor of item DD3 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Item DD3 passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. May I have a motion and a second on item E3?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on E3? I'm sorry, yes. I'm sorry, I just saw the note there. Can we amend it to include the motion for E3 and EE24 to be brought together? Ms.
Second.
Good, and second by Ms. Korn. Ms. Good, for comment, please. I'm sorry, audience input on E3 and EE24. Seeing none, Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you. So I looked at these two items, and I appreciate the executive summary because I think you tried to explain somewhat interesting set of circumstances. So my question's more to, I can follow the thought process behind where the decision was made to go one way or another, but my concern is, and I guess I'll look to Ms. Myrick, and I know, I'm gonna try to see if I can, so this is the negotiations and the bid, and I guess the decision was made, so let me see if I get this right, because I wrote two different things on different areas. Hold on one second. So I'll start with this. So it says that there's not going to be a charge for the district for 6 months to allow for transition. So
Which contract are you looking at? I'm sorry.
I'm looking at EE24.
Thank you.
So on page, in the executive summary, second paragraph speaks to that there's not going to be a charge for 6 months to allow the contract start date for November 6th. And I appreciate the thought process, but, you know, so legally, where does that put us with an other entity or vendor dealing with us prior to a contract starting? So I'm just concerned about that. Because it says that, maybe I misunderstood. It just said there's not going to be a charge for 6 months, but the contract will start today.
That's correct.
If we approve it.
That's
Okay.
correct.
I misread it, so I apologize. Okay. So, forget that page then. We're good. That's what happens when you look at items in the wee hours of the night. And your new
understand.
puppy.
I understand, trust
And your
me.
new puppy is biting the items. So anyway, so then, so hopefully I got the second part right. So the next page where you talk about the conclusion of the RFP evaluation and the fact that everyone, the committee agreed unanimously that 2 different vendors combined would give us the best work product. And so I appreciate that. I just want to understand legally, is that an okay thing for the committee to decide? Especially if if an RFP was issued one way, but the committee takes it a different way. And again, I agree with the logic and why they would come up with that thought process, but I just want to I just don't want there to be any legal challenges moving forward.
I just read that, it was my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, because I might have this confused with something else, is that these 2 firms merged. And one of them we were going to give the contract to, and then they merged. And instead of, this is not,
That's not
this
how I
issue?
read it, so.
It doesn't say that at all.
So through the chair, let me try
So
to
now
add
I'm
some
even more-
clarity. So you're right. There was a merger related to this contract.
these two.
But to address your question specifically, Ms. Gooden, thank you for the question.
Uh-huh.
So when the committee, when we were evaluating the RFPs and we got them back and we started looking at what the vendors were offering, we did not see a significant delta on the software side between what they were offering and what we had. So once we started doing the evaluation based on what was presented to us, we identified at that point that we could maintain the current software, and where we really needed to update our equipment based on the feedback was on the hardware side. So really, we didn't know until we got the evaluations. So we went through the evaluation that we wanted to do that.
I guess what I'm trying to, and I just want to, it's really a more complicated legal question, and I should have said this to you earlier. I apologize, Ms. Myrick. So again, I understand the logic and going through the process, and there was extensive presentations, and then everybody had came to a light moment of, it's better to stay with this part of the transportation service, and then but go out for this one, which is, I think, the GPS, correct? So, but it's not what was sent out as part of an RFP. The RFP was sent out with an A and B component, and when the committee looked at it, they said, oh, well, we really don't need the B component, we only need the A component, and that's gonna give the district the best services. I get it. I wanna understand legally, is the committee allowed to make that kind of determination? And are we allowed to only, I think a lot depends on how the RFP was issued. The RFP allows for something like that. And are we allowed to just take A and not B?
Yeah.
Maybe, hopefully I explained myself.
You've explained yourself, but I would need to look at the RFP in order to make that determination as to what it says. The only thing that I was familiar with this is that there was some level of a merger, and that this was delayed because our attorney said instead of giving it to one company today and then 3 months later come back with an amendment to the new company, just get it to the new company now. So that was all I knew about the questions about this. So I would have to look at the RFP.
So would a lot depend on how that RFP was written that would allow a committee to restructure the outcome? So I would imagine, and I guess I'm thinking out loud, and maybe I shouldn't do that, but I would imagine the RFP would have had to have been written in such a way that afforded us some kind of hybrid outcome. And it wasn't a take it or leave it kind of situation where we would take both A and B, but maybe allow.
And if it was 2 very clear, distinct services, et cetera, that we were asking for.
And through the chair. Yeah. Just trying to help here.
Yes.
Part of what factors into that equation is the related item, the E3 item.
Yes.
Which allows us to reject all bids. So in the RFP, and I'll defer to legal on this, but there's a way that it allows us to reject all bids, and we rejected all bids. So basically, we closed out that RFP, and then we negotiated a new contract. So
I
that's a
guess I just want to
factor.
be really clear. And again, I agree with the thought process. I just want to make sure that when it was sent out, again, that because of you now rejecting E3, that somehow it's going to make this okay outcome, an okay outcome to do this. And if I'm a vendor and I bid out based on certain parameters, and then the committee changes those parameters or those outcomes, is one of the vendors that wasn't chosen going to be having some kind of concern over it? So I just want to be sure that we're legally sufficient in the decision that was made by the committee, and then I'm okay with the item. But I really need to hear from the legal department, and I get that you can't make a decision right this moment. Do you
No,
understand, Mr.
I
Woods,
think I
my
can.
concern?
I actually think I can. So what they have done is they, after the RFP went out, and whether it was through the process of the reviewing the submissions, they determined that they didn't need part of what was in the RFP. So as a business interest for us, they rejected all bids. So yes, I believe that that is adequate, and they have done that properly. They then, instead of going out for another RFP for the portion that we need, they chose to do direct negotiation, which you can do for software and computer kind of products, which is what this is, correct?
That's correct.
So it really was two different
Okay.
actions.
Okay.
So yes.
I just want to make sure, because I don't
'Cause
want,
we
this
had
is a
a-
big contract, and I don't want it to become an issue down the road. So if
We had a legitimate business reason to
Okay.
reject all contracts.
Okay, well, thank you. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the questioning.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. So I had the same questions that Ms. Good had in terms of legally being able to do this. I guess I'm going to speak then to the EE24 item, which is if we had put out an RFP only for the GPS. All right, let me say this a different way. Is it possible that we did not get responses because the RFP included both items? In other words, to respond to the RFP, did you have to respond to both requirements in the original RFP, student transportation routing system and GPS?
So while John's looking that up, Mr. Lyles is looking that up, what I will say is that there are a handful of vendors that participate with both the software and the hardware. And I believe that the majority of those vendors bid on this work.
Okay.
So, but I want to verify that. So,
I'm board chair, vice chair, members of the board, Superintendent Runcie. When the RFP was submitted, we sent the information out to 350 vendors.
Yes.
Only 14 vendors downloaded the RFI, and procurement received only 4 proposals. It's a very, very specialized field. And typically, though, 4 that submitted the proposals typically submit those proposals throughout, across the country.
Okay, what I guess I'm just looking, I just want to make sure that we would not have necessarily had additional vendors respond if only GPS had been put out. In other words, of the 350, are there some that only had the capacity to respond to the GPS and not to the student transportation routing system? Or are those two items instinctively tied together based on the companies that provide them?
You could have had a company apply for the GPS portion, But in this instance, because the two firms worked so closely together in other districts, it seems like it was the best interest of the board to try to move forward with this one vendor.
I don't think that's answering my question. Ms. Myrick?
I think what she's asking is, if you had had a response from a vendor that just responded to the GPS portion, or you had a response that just responded to the student transportation center, was that possible in the initial RFP or RFI or whatever it is? Or would they have been deemed unresponsive because they didn't respond to the whole thing?
So, you know, it's a great question, and it's hard to kind of answer hindsight who would have responded. But what I will say...
That's not the question.
That's not the question, Mr. Woods.
The question is, if you had A and B that you had to respond to, and Donna Corn decided to respond only to B, and Barbara Myrick decided to only respond to A, would have those two companies been determined to be unresponsive because they didn't respond to both? Not that we like each other and will work together, just in the responding to the RFP. And that is an RFP decision.
Okay, we understand. Do you want to?
Hi, this is Danielle Mamidi from procurement. So this RFP does not have two groups. So we don't have the option that a vendor will respond to one group and not to the other. This is one of the reasons that you need to give a full response. We can for sure go back and give you the exact requirements to be declared responsive, but it's only one group. I just want to point out, before this RFP, we did an RFI. So before all of this, we went out to the market and we did an RFI for the solution to try to design the scope of work. And through this, 300 vendors were contacted, and there was not, oh, you can only say this or that. Everybody was contacted, and we only received the response from the same 4 vendors. So we did this work before. If we had vendors out there only for the GPS, they could have contacted us for sure in the RFI, and then would even help us to design a better scope of work.
So you didn't have anyone contact you just regarding the GPS that didn't respond to the actual RFP?
They were the same 4 vendors.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
This is what happened.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And we took the action of rejecting exactly because what we need is only this, and through the process, that was.
Thank you very much. So now I'm going to ask questions about the fun part that I was very excited about, which is Here Comes the Bus. So couldn't wait to get past that part until talking about Here Comes the Bus. So Mr. Woods, can you tell us a little bit more about how Here Comes the Bus? I'm so excited about this.
We knew it was coming, right? I'll let Mr. Lyles talk a little bit about it.
Mr. Lyles, can you share?
Yes, ma'am, I sure can. Board Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Runcie. We're fairly excited about the new opportunity to provide better transparency and customer service for all of our stakeholders. The good part about the Here Comes the Bus app that's provided through Synovia, now CalApp, is that it works almost like Uber, where parents get an opportunity to see where their buses are as it relates to the child's bus stop, and also where their bus is located as it transports the students to the school. The good part about this application is that it's been deployed throughout the state of Georgia and throughout the state of Florida and across the country, and they have more than 1 million units that have been deployed and used at this time. Here we've been fortunate enough to compile a proof of concept where we were able to test the product for the past 4 or 5 months. And even on my cell phone here, I receive notices at least twice a day for when the student makes the bus stop in the morning and for when the bus makes the bus stop in the afternoon. So that part, we feel fairly comfortable in being able to roll it out throughout the entire district. Other parts or other benefits of the software, it will also provide unlimited geofences, comparative analysis. That's where we can see what drivers are supposed to be doing compared to what they're actually doing, and that will help us become more efficient. Some other benefits of the software, it will eventually provide turn-by-turn directions to the drivers. And there's also a module that we went and visited in a nearby district to where they're actually piloting a process to track the students. And there, they just rolled it out to two school districts there, but that process is a little more involved than tracking the student's bus. But we are in contact with them to continue making those upgrades. Any other questions you have, I can highlight.
No, so this is available through a free app, correct?
Yes.
That it's just downloaded by each parent or family member, individual, whoever has the identifying information for the child. I know that we are actually starting, the 6 months starts now, but the actual contract for implementation is April 1 of 2020, correct?
That's correct.
So this 3-year phase-in, does that start April 1, or does that actually start with the 6 months? I know, I'm a little anxious, so I'm just kind of, the sooner the better.
Well, that is very good question. The process starts immediately. As a matter of fact, I was on the phone with the vendor here, putting together a list of vehicles so they can go ahead and start the process. The installation we anticipate should take 4 to 6 weeks. It rolls out in 7 different phases. The first phase is here we are now, agreeing to the, signing an agreement. The second phase, we'll order the hardware. And third phase is where the project plan will be completed with our project managers internally and with project managers from the company. The installs, we would like to schedule them over the winter break, and the goal is to have the installs completed by February. And also tomorrow, we would start, this week or next week, we'll start training staff on how to use this product. The vendor has agreed to provide us with some tablets so we can train internal staff and external staff at the schools. And they're also going to provide literature that we can distribute to get a head start on next year. Our primary goal is to have everything completed as far as the current product that we have by the end of March. That's when our contract ends with our current GPS vendor. So the Synovia is communicating to me that they can have this project completed by the end of February. And that'll give us about 30 days grace period to get our staff up to speed on the GPS routing portion.
So in an effort to manage expectations, I think March is a target date, but I believe that it's important that we, over the summer, that we make sure that the data is coming good, that we're not getting complaints. So my commitment would be that we should have 100% full go live sometime in the summer, but we will start it or turn it on in March or April and probably have to work through some kinks.
Okay. Is there a push capacity? Meaning if we know a bus is broken down, we know that there's a different bus coming than the typical, is there a capacity to be able to push that out to the parent or to the people that have downloaded the app for specific routes?
Yes, ma'am, that's the beauty of this product. We'll be able to inform parents in advance, whether it's through their cell phones or whether it's through an email or text alert. So they'll know exactly what types of delays that we're experiencing. That is outside the scope of the normal notification where you would receive an email or text through once the bus enters the geofence. We will have staff that can push out messages. For example, if your bus is stuck in traffic because of an accident, the parents who have logged or signed up for this software, they will receive that message saying your child's bus is running behind because of A, B, C, D. And that is something that we successfully deployed in my last district.
Okay, perfect. Well, I've been excited about a lot of things we do in this district, but we've been talking about this, and I'm sure Mr. Woods is going to be very happy not to hear me ask this question anymore as to when this is coming. So I'm very excited. I want to congratulate staff for doing this. I know this has been a lot of work, and so, Mr. Lyles, I really, truly appreciate some of the innovation that you're obviously bringing to us here at the district, and the fact that there's really going to be, if you think about it, the positive impact to our transportation department that has to get these phone calls whenever a bus doesn't arrive. I mean, the impact day to day is significant in addition to the level of service and quality that our parents and families and students themselves are going to have. So I'm very excited about this rollout. And I know the student piece, I know we had talked about that before, and that there are some things that we really have to really think through as to whether or not that is something that we will end up implementing. From a pricing perspective, that's not in this price, correct? That would be something we would invest in going forward if we decide to.
Yeah, that is not in this price. We're monitoring it closely. The technology is changing so fast that I think it will be attractively priced in the next 6 months to a year because of the advancements in technology. and we will bring that back at the appropriate time, if and
Okay.
when it's available, and we feel comfortable with the technology.
And the other thing, I just wanted to commend staff that the current contract, I know you noted, did not have technology and software updates included in the price, and that you were able to secure that in this one, because obviously that can be a significant cost over time. So again, I appreciate this is, I know, a 5-year contract, which we don't do a lot of, so that is especially an important aspect of it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Korn. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can this be embedded in our Broward County Public Schools app? So this way our parents can go to our app and then have this resource there, and then also look at the other great things that we have in our app.
Thank you for the question. I think it makes a lot of sense because we don't want to have our parents or our stakeholders have to go to multiple apps. And I think as a district, we've tried to integrate a lot of the information. Unfortunately, at this point, there is no app-to-app integration. We have been in conversations with the vendor. We are looking to, and our IT department, Mr. Philip Dunn, thank you. We are looking to, where possible, add some links to some of our current websites and apps. But we also know that multiple districts are pushing to have this integrated app-to-app. So our expectation is, again, given the advancements in the technology, that that will be available in the near future. Just as of today, it is not. Do you want to add anything?
Oh, you're wrong.
But there will be a link in the current app, so.
That's correct.
You'll be able to go directly from there if you're in the district app.
And we put the link on the website, on other apps as appropriate, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment? Seeing none, all those in favor of items E3 and EE24 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Can I say aye twice?
Let the record reflect that Ms. Ford is very excited about the Here Comes the Bus. Items E3 and EE24 passed unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE1, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE1. I have Ms. Levinson, followed by Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. First, I wanted to commend Mr. Zembach, the amazing theater teacher at South Plantation High, and Ms. Moss, the dance teacher at Miramar High. I was fortunate to meet her when one of her students presented one of her dramatic interpretation pieces, and she's building an incredible dance program there. So I wanted to congratulate both of them on applying for those grants. And then I wanted to just mention, of course, we have Atlantic Technical, who is applying for the apprenticeship grants, which we've seen. They continue to do that great work. And I want to recognize Ms. Graff at Western High once again. They've received the Motorola Solutions Grant, and it's a zone grant, so they work with the feeder elementary schools and middle school, the way we've talked about having it work as a zone. And then also the EPA Clean Diesel Rebate Program that's being applied for, as well as the Teaching Tolerance from the Southern Poverty Law Center, which I know we've had before, which is a wonderful grant, and the AmeriCorps that's being applied for. I haven't spoken about this in a while, and I'm going to speak about it because I am not happy with the I'm not happy with the grant writing that's going on as a district. We are not applying for philanthropic foundations. I know I mentioned this for many years. I am not seeing any of them. And Mr. Runcie, I would really like a deep look at our grants department and see how we're functioning in terms of writing grants as a district. I think our schools are doing a great job, but most of these are small grants. There are a lot of grants out there that we are not applying for and not having access to.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just also wanted to bring attention to the National Clean Diesel Rebate Program grant. As a board, we've been receiving a lot of emails about we want clean electric buses, but they want Florida's children to have the right to breathe clean air. And this grant helps with emission standards and will improve air quality in the environment, reduce maintenance and operational costs by providing more efficient, reliable transportation, and in turn increases the safety. So I just want to bring attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE2? Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on EE2. I have Ms. Rupert, followed by Ms. Good. I do on EE2.
Oh, I do, I'm sorry. It was a positive. I just wanted to congratulate the city of Pompano Beach. Has helped Blanchely High School with $33,000 for their career readiness program. So yay for them, they're doing some great things. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Ms. Good?
I'm good.
Okay. Any additional comment from my colleagues on EE2? All those in favor of item EE2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on items EE3 and EE4?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on items EE3 and 4. I have Ms. Levinson on item EE4.
I actually just mentioned it under the grants, again, the Motorola grant. And I also would like to just comment on the University of Chicago grant as well. I look forward to learning the results of what's happening with that in our schools.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of items EE3 and 4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Items EE3 and 4 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on items EE5, 6, and 7?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on EE5, 6, 7. Seeing none, I have Ms. Good on EE5.
No, it was just a quick comment on the financial impact on this particular item with the program that we're having with Broward College. I mean, it's a positive financial impact of almost $500,000. And so if you go through the items and you might just miss it, we need to publicly state it. So thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment on items EE5, 6, 7? All those in favor of items EE5, 6, 7 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items EE5, 6, and 7 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE9, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE9.
No. Heather,
Yes,
turn right.
I'm sorry, Ms. Levinson.
Thank you.
I was trying to pull my paperwork.
I just need a little explanation on this. It says, no fixed price, and every purchase is at the lowest price from 1 or 2 awardees. Why are we not using the original price, the prices from the original bid on the 7 items?
Sure. Hi, good afternoon. Sam Bays, Director of Physical Plant Operations. Mrs. Levinson, it's our understanding that the price of Freon moves like a lot of energy commodities move, and that districts have found, including Palm Beach and Dade County, have found that it is best to capture that price on the spot. It is not really feasible to lock in an attractive price for any particular period of time.
So we're going to do better this way.
We believe we're doing better this way. We've had it for a year, and it's been very successful.
Okay, so
8
how come
months.
we don't have that on here so we can look to see how that compared? We have the average here, we have last year, but we don't have before that to see if it did do any better. If you said we've been doing this for the past year.
Been doing it for 8 months.
Okay,
yes.
well, that's what we have here. We don't have the year before to show us that we're doing any better.
Through the chair, if the board's willing, we don't have that information, but we can provide that as a follow-up, if
Okay.
you're comfortable with that.
If you're confident that that's what it is, and I would ask that in the past, when you say that it's going to be better and it is better, that we have something to compare it to.
That's fair, thank you.
And do Miami-Dade and Palm Beach only have 2 vendors as well?
The same 2 vendors, actually.
Okay, all right, so I'll look forward to getting that information. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions from my colleagues? Thank you for those questions, Ms. Levinson. And then additionally, and this is across many items that are identified in financial impact as from the PPO operating budget. And so my question is, were all of today's forecasted expenditures contemplated in the budgeting process?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All those in favor of item EE9 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE9 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on items EE10 and 11? Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items EE10 and 11. I have Ms. Bartleman on EE10.
Yes, so I just want to make sure I understand. This is the first time we're procuring this service, and it has to do with a change. And it's like, can you explain to me a little bit about the service? And it's a trust account, and why we didn't shop around or do like an RFI, I guess, instead of going through the Financial Advisory Committee and doing a direct negotiation?
So, through the chair, I'll try to make it brief. GASB 75 requires specific accounting for OPEB liabilities. OPEB liabilities are post-employment liabilities outside of pension. It is typical that they are held in a trust account. The reason we selected to directly negotiate with this entity, there were several reasons. Our treasurer, who's sitting here with me, did a market test, and the bank's interest rates are very, very close in this space. There are limited banks who have a significant trust department that do this kind of work, and all the rates were very similar. We had previously negotiated trust agreements with this bank for our certificates of participation when we've issued them in the past, and quite frankly, had success with them. And the other issue is, like government entities who want vendors to use their contract, banks are very, very difficult to settle and negotiate contracts with because they are very prescriptive in their language. And we've had success with this bank before in this space. I know that Ms. Myrick's office and the attorney she assigned to this spent nearly 8 months back and forth with the attorney at this bank negotiating out all the clauses in this contract. We also ran this by PFM, the advisory committee, and Bob Gang, and this is what we think is in the best interest of the district.
Okay, and if you had sent it out for an RFI, I know you said that, I guess, to your point, that you looked into the rates. Would banks have offered a more competitive rate knowing they were competing, or legally they're not allowed to?
So the rates change overnight. So this isn't the kind of work that you send out an RFP, because they're not going to say, as of this date, I'll give you this, and by the time you award, the market changes.
Got it.
You need to benchmark. So we look on our tools like Bloomberg and some of the things that the board's approved for us to use in Treasury, and we benchmark where the interest rates are, and they were right in the middle.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were getting the best rate, and they were in the middle?
They were in the middle, but the spread between them was 0.1%.
So very little.
Yes.
Okay, I just don't like direct negotiation all the time, but I understand why you do
I
it.
absolutely agree, and it's something I would rarely suggest, but even if you look at, board policy and state statutes, this is the kind of procurement that is rarely put out for an RFP, because you're looking for rates, and they change. So we RFP all our banking services for our checking accounts and that kind of stuff. This just isn't the space that it is typical you would do that in.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from my colleagues? All those in favor of items EE 10 and 11 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items EE 10 and 11 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE 12, please?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE 12. I have Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is in the executive summary where it says that the school board of Broward County pays approximately $5 million per month to FPL. Is that accurate?
Yeah, through the chair, we spend nearly $60 million a year as a school district in electric costs, and that is not out of line. Miami-Dade's bill is close to 90.
And then it says that a 1.55% to 1.65% on all standard transactions will be a rebate back to us. But it says this now, like, is this something just in this, that we're just doing now, or we've always done this?
We've done this before. This is a renewal.
Okay. And then my last comment is that hopefully we could work with FPL and try to figure out some types of electrical savings in sense of whatever, light bulbs or,
That's happening independent of this. This is an additional layer of opportunity we took advantage of to continue to drive those costs down, because they are a huge cost in our budget.
right, and solar paneling. And use of solar paneling in our schools. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any additional questions from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE 12 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE 12 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE 13, please?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE 13. Seeing none, I have Dr. Osgood, followed by Ms. Levinson.
On EE 13, I just wanted to make a positive point. I'm always pointed out in a negative way. Although on the first page on our agenda request form, it says that there's no minority participation. I was very happy to see, as I started looking through the contract, that I saw a commitment for minority participation, although I would have liked to have seen it be a little higher, but it's there. And then another commitment to be a part of our Education Foundation Minority Scholarship Initiative. And I think as we have contracts with companies that we've had for extended periods of time, I think it's important that they, you know, are vested in the community in some type of way. So I appreciated seeing that component in this particular contract. And I had some other questions, but I'm going to wait and see as my colleagues respond. I might want to come back to them.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Levinson?
Yes. I have some questions on the score sheet here. Which vendor had the lowest cost?
Through the chair, there were two vendors that successfully qualified for the bid. Gell & Bolton had the lower cost. But this was an RFP, not an ITB.
Okay, so as I look at this, I see that there are 3 scores where the other vendor got a higher number for the cost. In fact, got the highest number, which skewed the whole item. I would like an explanation for that. And I'm going to use as an example, before I get an explanation, when I reviewed EE 31 last night, which we're going to get to later, the costs are all filled out for everyone. So it is the same across the board. You can't decide to put one above the other on the cost because the cost doesn't change. So I want to know how that happens.
So through the chair, Let me start off by saying I shared your concerns as it related to the way the scoring was done. In this instance, the scoring, in some instances, procurement fills out the scores for cost. In this case, they did not, and it was left up to the individual members of the insurance advisory committee that is the district's vehicle for making a recommendation to the board as it relates to insurance. Because I did share your concern, Ms. Levinson.
That was close.
I apologize, ma'am.
It's a long day.
I actually took the impact of that out, and the result would not have changed. Even though it does skew it, the vendor that is being recommended would still be recommended if I redid the math without those scores.
Okay, Mr. Runcie, this is not okay with me, and if this is not in our policy, which it's not, evidently, because this isn't the first time I've seen this. I have mentioned that this vendor's been used for years and years and years, so I was looking at it very closely.
So,
We need to have the costing filled out, like on EE 31. That's not a subjective item, the cost. So I would like to have that added to our policy, where it doesn't become something subjective that people wait. And so I'd like to have that discussion, I mean, not now, but with the board. I can't imagine that my colleagues don't agree with that. But there should not be subjectivity in that.
oh, no, I agree. There's a way to, look, I had a lot of concerns, and Ms. Marte will tell you that went back and forth on this for quite a while. But, you know, it was done according to the policies and practices that we have. Yes, there's a way to do that through procurement where you always give costing some kind of weight. It doesn't have to be the same every time, and I'm not sure if you need a policy or it's just a practice and guideline that we institute. It's not done, you know, for every RFP, as you cited one where it was and another where it wasn't. So I just think that we need to, if it's the direction of the board, I have no concern with that. That's a standard way we would do that across all RFPs for cost.
Okay.
Because that hasn't been a direction we've ever received before.
Right. Well, it's not as blatant as this
Well,
when you look at this. And I appreciate Ms. Marte saying that it didn't affect the overall, so it's not going to affect the item itself, but this is something that should never happen.
I agree.
Is that the extent of your questions, Ms. Levinson? Thank you. Oh, yes, Ms. Korn?
So is, in the practice of the scores, do we typically drop the highest and lowest, or is it straight average, right?
No.
It's a straight average.
ma'am, yes.
Okay. Are there, and I know we have different categories potentially for different bids, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so based on Mr. Runcie's comments to Ms. Levinson's initial comments, I think it makes sense for us to look at if there are other areas that are not considered subjective and that are just concrete. You either meet this criteria, you don't meet this criteria, you meet it at a specific level. It's as much as we are responsible, we are the ones as a board approving this, that we have a process. And if somewhere in the process something is done where it appears to be inappropriate and we don't have the power to do anything about it because it's done through the process, that's troublesome for obviously each and every one of us. So we definitely want to be proactive in looking at not just that factor, but any others where they are not subjective. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Yes, Ms. Rupert?
Mine's a quickie. Did we only have 2 responsive bidders, or did we have 3?
So, through the chair, we had 3 bidders respond. 1 was disqualified because they did not respond to one of the mandatory conditions of being successful. that they had to respond yes to. They did not respond yes to a question that they needed to respond yes to, so they were eliminated as being non-responsive.
Okay, so even though we really had only 2 responsive bidders then? Does
So
that-
we had 3 who responded, 2 who were deemed responsive.
It doesn't make sense.
Me neither.
So
Sorry.
3 people responded to the bid, 1 was disqualified because they did not answer all the mandatory categories.
No, I understood that, but I think what I got confused at is that you said we had 3 responsives and only 2 were responsive. That's what kind of.
Respond, 3 responded, 2 were deemed responsive.
So we're okay with that? Yeah.
Well, that was 2 or 3 more than we usually have gotten. One of the things that we did prior to putting this out is that our office worked with risk management, and we massaged and lowered some of the issues in our liability section and our indemnification section, so that, and the amount of liability, so that we would get more responses. As you know, in the past, Gallagher Benefits has been sometimes the only one that has responded. At least the last time we did this, I remember Mrs. Levinson being concerned about that. So we did get 3 responses. One of them was not responsive.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Working with Dr. Ogburn and making sure that everyone that I personally knew was in this space, as well as everyone she knew was in this space, Procurement Services sent this out to 646 vendors. We had a handful of them come in for a pre-bid conference, including ones who chose not to respond. But to Ms. Myrick's point, and I certainly wasn't here the last time we did this, but Dr. Ogburn was, we had much more participation this time than we did last time.
Thank you. I will just say that I know that, oh, Dr. Osgood?
Go ahead, I can go after you, Ms. Pencroff.
I know that my colleagues have, in the past, raised the question of whether or not other entities are willing to respond when the same entity has been provided the contract year after year after year after year after year. And so while I'm happy that there were additional respondents, I still feel like we need to, and there were 2 protests on this particular, correct?
Yes, so Aon filed a protest, but they failed to file it correctly, so they dropped out. They were offered the opportunity, sent the instructions from procurement on how to file their protest. They did not follow the instructions for the protest, so we're at that point eliminated, and they acknowledged it was on them. Gellin Bolton filed a protest. Their protest was heard by the committee. They subsequently decided not to pursue their protest.
Okay, and that's, the committee would be the same committee that
No,
does
ma'am,
the
it was
scoring?
not.
Okay.
It was not.
Okay.
There's a bid protest
Okay.
committee that listens to bid protest.
Okay.
And what would have to happen is, if the bid protest committees agreed with the protesters, then we would go back to the ground zero, I guess. If not, the company had the ability to request that it be sent to DOA for a bid protest
And
hearing.
I saw that they did not.
And they chose not to.
I saw that. Okay, thank you. Dr. Osgood?
Yes. When I looked at this, when I did the numbers, I had some concerns, and I just think about overall being in a grant writing space and a grant reviewing space, that a lot of it is objective, and you can start reading a proposal and are not able to follow it, and it would definitely impact your score. And if you are working in this space and you particularly don't care for a certain entity, it's certainly going to influence your score. We talked and we did something different, I think, with auditing, that if it's our preference that we allow a certain firm, we want to put a year span on the number of years they can provide a service. I think that's certainly up to us based on what the commodity or the service is that we are procuring. I see it very beneficial sometimes to have a company who is experienced providing a service, who have learned, and I'll just use this for example. I use AT&T, and I won't change because the plan that I got 20-something years ago is grandfathered in. They don't offer it anymore, so there's nothing Sprint or anybody can offer me. I'm gonna stay with AT&T because they have a plan that I'm used to paying that same amount now for 20 years. That's my preference. Although other companies come and they have different services, because of my history with AT&T and the way that it meets my need, I stay with them. But I certainly think it's a decision, or it's worth a conversation for us to have as a board. If we want to say that a company should only be, allowed a contract, or we would like to see a different vendor after a certain amount of years. And then I think that would give us an opportunity to take in consideration all that's involved with that. When I looked at the cost here and I saw the difference, and right away I spotted one particular score that I felt personally kind of didn't care for a certain group. Then I looked at the scope of services, and I saw the different ratings on the scope of services, and it prompted questions in my mind that, if I had all of the grant ratings and the requirements, I said to myself, I wonder if the questions we're answering in the proposal actually match the rating sheet, because a lot of times there is a difference, and if you're not consistently in a grant space, you don't catch it. You just go with what you're rating, but you don't check to see if the question that you're asking actually asks the question that you're rating. So I could just go on and on about this, and when you have, and it's what all of us do with grants, we have volunteers that come in and rate the grants. They're not experts in grant rating or grant reviewing. They kind of just do the best that they can. But when I pulled out that person's score, I came to the same conclusion that Ms. Marte did, that it would not impact the overall outcome, and that's why I didn't initially raise the issue. But I did have some concerns about that, and just seeing the vast difference, in the scores like that. And then I said it could have been the person's lack of wherewithal of just knowing what to look for in there. So I just think as we continue to use these processes, I know as a board member, it would benefit me to, at some point, go through the actual exercise where I'm able to look at the rating tool as well as the questions that we're answering, on the grant, to see if they are aligning with the results that we're actually looking to get as far as a rating perspective. Thank
Madam
you.
Chair?
Yes, Ms. Marte.
So I do want to remind the board that you do have in place, in the case of your external auditor, a term limit on how long an audit firm can serve, so there is precedent for that,
Right,
Dr.
that's what I was
Osgood.
talking about.
And to the second issue, I shared, quite frankly, Dr. Ogburn and I shared, because we have heard what the board has said around this particular work, shared concerns about the interpretation of the responses to the RFP, as well as making sure that the RFP was as open to as many vendors as possible. Because I shared the board's concerns, and I want to repeat again, Dr. Ogburn did as well, I went to Mr. Runcie and I asked him if I could enter into a contract with a company called Cyber Associates. All this company does, and I used them very successfully in Miami, they charged us less than $25,000, and what they do is they make sure that our RFP is as open as it can, using insurance language and language they're familiar with. They only work in the insurance space for health insurance. We did a significant rewrite of our RFP before this solicitation went out. When the responses were received, Cyber Associates did the evaluation, and we are very happy to share that document with the board. They took every piece of the scope and the response and lined up all the companies next to each other. They then walked the insurance committee through that document, item by item, over a 2 to 2.5 hour period, to make sure that there was no ambiguity or interpretation that the committee couldn't ask questions about. I really feel that we came a long way this time, and I continue to feel very strongly that we made a significant change. Not that there was anything wrong with what we did in the past, but we made a significant change to improve the process this time.
Thank you. Any additional questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of EE 13 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Item EE 13 passes with one no vote. EE 14, may I have a motion, please?
Second. Or move it.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Zahada. I know you did. Audience input on EE 14?
Yes.
I have Ms. Bartleman. Recommendation to add new vendors and additional spend authority to the technical contract staffing and consulting services rebid.
I put it somewhere else. Okay. So can you just kind of explain this to me on the phone already? This is the one I had the questions about the, so because we don't have the technical power in-house, you contract out with these companies to do the work. Is that the correct?
Good afternoon, Phil Dunn, Chief Information Officer. I believe what you're recounting is in regard to EE 21, not EE 14. EE 14 is a request to add additional vendors to our technical contract staffing and consulting services, which is basically a list of vendors that we work with on an as-needed basis.
That's what I said, but not in your language. I said
Perhaps I was recounting our...
we talked about a lot, so.
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
this is when we don't have the power in-house to do the job, the technical services. We pick one of these companies and then they do it.
I see what you're saying.
See what I'm
Yes,
saying?
so
I should have said the expertise in-house or the manpower, I don't know what.
this is our list of external partners, you're correct.
And then how do you keep track of who does what?
So... let
Like,
me
are
make sure I
they
understand.
specialized, or do you rotate, or are they all the same price? Or does one cost more an hour than the other one?
My understanding is that the individual facts and circumstances of each project drive the selection process for a particular service provider on this list.
Okay, so do you ever have a situation where both of them offer the same service? And then do you go out, like, look at the lowest cost to pick that person?
Yes. So, through the
I
chair.
just want to understand the process, because you have a list of names here. So I understand if it's a special expertise, but go ahead, I guess Ms.
Yeah, I'll
Marte wants to
defer to
answer.
Ms. Marte for a second.
The reason I'm sitting here is because the additional spend, the 1.6, has been approved by the board as part of passing the budget.
Right.
As part of the payroll improvement process. These are the consulting dollars that go along with that.
Okay.
And the specific expertise that was needed was SAP Platinum partners who have experience in bringing on success factors and bringing on the payroll system.
Okay.
So, and then we go by cost.
And so not all of these people are SAP specialists, because we're just adding them to the
No, these are
rest of it.
additional people
These are
that
additional.
Yeah, these
procurement
are
added
additional
as well.
people.
Yes.
Okay, that was it, so we're good.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Korn?
My question was just that it was already contemplated in the existing budget, and so
Yes.
Ms. Marte already responded.
And it's not to exceed, and I, based on what we look at right now, I'm kind of hoping my fingers, I'm going to give you some money back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rich Levinson.
Yes, my concern is the costs are in here, and there's a huge range of costs here. Difference in amount that's going to be charged. So are you deciding on the one who has the least cost when you pick one? Because the variation's tremendous.
So I am deciding on the one with the lowest cost for the work I need
The
done.
lowest cost, correct.
For the work
sorry.
I need done. And specific expertise. There are several of these vendors who have been very, very successful doing payroll implementations in huge K through 12s, namely Houston Unified School District. There are vendors in here who have done the work for the entire state of Pennsylvania, and they might not be the lowest, they certainly won't be the most expensive, but because they already know the work, they're going to charge us significantly less hours, so it'll cost us less.
I'm not concerned about the ones that are the lowest or in the middle, but there are some that are extremely high on here.
Absolutely understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just to follow up on the question that was asked by one of my colleagues, so the $1.6 million in additional spend authority, is that all attributed to the payroll?
So that's the amount that I asked the board to set aside, and the 2.9 was my estimated total cost for the project. I've spent 1.3 on the software that we bought from SAP. This is a not to exceed. It's very early in the process, Ms. Brinkworth, so I'm hoping that I was overly conservative, but it's too early for me to tell.
Okay, thank you for that. And my question is probably not as much around, is the spend authority that you think you've identified an adequate amount, but more to, is this additional spend authority, is there any other spend authority left within this contract for additional projects that might be happening within?
Yes, this
the district?
expansion was for me only.
Okay, all right. So that's what I just wanted to clarify. All right, thank you. Any additional questions from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE 14 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE 14 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on items EE 15, 16, 17, and 18?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Horn, second by Ms. Rupert. I have audience input on items EE 15, 16, 17, 18. Seeing none, I have Ms. Good on item EE 15.
Yes, just very quick, again, positive comment. As we all know, every year the Rally to Tally initiative is just phenomenal, and this is another opportunity for the district to utilize a grant for the benefit of our students. And so I know that we've all seen it in action, and the opportunity to have immigrant students participate in the government process is just eye-opening and really touches your heart when you see it in action. So just wanted to highlight the positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Levinson, followed by Dr. Osgood.
I did also. I just wanted to comment on that, as well as EE 23, because they go hand in hand, the immigrant students, and I know that no one pulled EE 23, so I was just going to comment together. The immigrant students go to Tallahassee, they come back, there's an amazing summit, which a lot of us attend. They show off their different bills, proposed bills, that they would like to implement in the state, and they really learn about the process and how government works in the state of Florida, and it's really important, or how it's supposed to work in the state of Florida, I should say. And they come back really being proud of being in this country, and it's amazing to listen to them with their ideas and the problems that they can solve. So just want to commend the bilingual ESOL department again for this work.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood?
And I would be remiss if I didn't say that I'm happy to see that a historically black college is included in the tour. And we also have the January Rally for Tally. We use this contract for both. That was the question that I had. It's a different, okay, because I think maybe we should just kind of, because we say Rally for Tally. Yeah, so I think we should just kind of distinguish it. When I looked at the group and the grant, and I'm familiar with the summit, then I know we call the other one Rally for Tally as well. So thank you to this department for including the historically black college.
Ms. Good?
Now, maybe we can do some Spanglish, rally para tally.
Yeah,
we'll do
that would
one
be
for-
great.
No, but it's all immigrants, I was just trying.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of items EE 15, 16, 17, and 18 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items EE 15, 16, 17, and 18 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on items EE 19 and 20?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items EE 19 and 20. Seeing none, I have Ms. Bartleman on EE 19.
Hold on. Looking for- Got it? This is, okay. So this is the one, you answered this question already. The IT gentleman did. I'm okay. This is the one that you use this provider all the time for the comp studies?
Yes.
All right, yeah, I apologize. I got phone calls yesterday. I've been trying to get all my questions answered before, and I still had it pulled. That was easy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Any additional comment on items EE 19 and 20? All those in favor of items EE 19 and 20 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items EE 19 and 20 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on items EE 21, 22, and 23?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Good.
I need you to separate out 21, please.
Okay, we're going to go back to just EE 21, if that's okay.
Thank
For
you.
Ms. Corn with the motion and Ms. Good with the second. Audience input on EE 21. I have Ms. Corn, followed by Ms. Bartleman on EE 21.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a 47% increase. And I guess, I read the backup. I didn't seem like a really strong explanation for me for this kind of significant increase in this period of time. So help me understand how we didn't contemplate this.
Yes. Good afternoon, Phil Dunn, Chief Information Officer. This represents a request for additional spend authority to address the continuing and ongoing provisioning of SAP within the Virtue Stream Cloud. And the increase is driven by our need at this point in time to have SAP fully manage the different environments that the application exists in. We have a production environment, which was always managed in the cloud by SAP, but then we have additional environments of dev, where we develop new functionality, QA, where we quality assure the functionality that's there, and staging, which is another intermediary environment that, while in the cloud, was being managed by us. So the problem arose that we had a hypothesis that we could potentially manage these environments to save costs, and it's resulted in significant out-of-sync issues between those multiple environments, and having VirtuStream manage and host the production environment, which is what people see day to day, versus us managing the other three environments inside of VirtuStream's cloud. We'd like to consolidate that within one environment now.
So I'm going to nod my head and act like I really comprehended everything you just told me, but since technology is not my forte, I'm going to defer to the fact that you do clearly know the direction we're going in the district. I guess what I will share is that I'm very concerned because when we did go this direction, we did anticipate specific spend. And this is really a significant additional spend. And is this a spend that's already in your budget, or this is going to actually require a change in your budget?
It is a spend that's in the budget.
It's, okay, so this was contemplated in terms of where you would need to have additional dollars.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Corn. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I'm not going to be supporting this item because the first time this went out for the iCloud, I'm being consistent with my voting. This was a single source contract put out by our previous Chief Technology Officer, and I had issues with it because it was an iCloud storage space that was not bid out, and his explanation was he did single source because the company was in Weston, it was in the workshop. So now we've never bid out or had a competitive bid for iCloud storage, which different companies offer iCloud storage. And so I want to be consistent with my voting, and this is a 47% increase, where when we originally did this contract, we didn't go out for a competitive bid on it. So nothing to do with you, but I want to be consistent with my voting. Because I feel, and I encourage you, when this contract is up, that you do a competitive bid. It should have been done in the first place. It shouldn't have been single source. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. So a couple of questions just following up on what Ms. Bartleman just said with regard to currently, we are in a contract until September of 2020 with this vendor. Do you anticipate that you will be going out for bid after that?
At this juncture, we're still assessing the feasibility of that. I would only ask everyone considers the mission-critical nature of the functions that this system supports and our risk tolerance for things to go wrong in that area. So our focus right now has been stabilizing our migration to the new SAP platform and stabilizing and maturing our processes now that it is hosted in the cloud and will be fully managed in the cloud. And once we get over that threshold, we're going to reevaluate in regard to how does the potential for cost avoidance or better pricing relate to the risks that would entail if we perhaps switch partner.
Right, and so the difficulty in that is because the way this contract was originally brought to us, there was not the opportunity for that type of exploration of the market and what pricing would be. And now we find ourselves in a situation where we are in an agreement. And as you've just said, going forward, there might not be a cost benefit. The risk might outweigh the cost benefit of selecting another vendor. So it kind of gets us in a catch-22 situation, which makes me as a board member uncomfortable.
If I may, through the chair, RFI was actually conducted to study the market prior to the implementation, and based upon the pricing, and I am in full deference that is not a proper RFP, but based upon the respondents who were in the market, VirtuStream was actually not only the most cost-effective provider, but it was also the most feature-rich provider at that time in which that request for information was done.
Okay.
It's not written.
My other question is, in looking through the backup, there was a reference to a timeline of, I believe it was a migration that needed to occur in order to avoid penalties, and I just wanted to confirm that in fact we did avoid the penalties that were outlined in the original executive summary.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comment or question from my colleagues? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Item EE21 passes with one no vote.
Thank you.
May I have a motion and a second on items EE22 and 23?
So moved. 24?
24 is already done.
Oh, sorry.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on EE22 and 23. Seeing none, colleague input. All those in favor of items EE22 and 23 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items EE22 and 23 pass unanimously. Let me just take a quick look at my questions on. Okay, I think, Ms. Good, is it okay if we do 25 with some others, or do you need it to be separate? Okay. May I have a motion on items EE 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items EE 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Seeing none, I have Ms. Good on EE 25, please.
So, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to staff. So, this particular emergency debris cleanup service bid, I noticed that you have one primary and then some alternates, is that the way?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and there's mention in here, and I know that when we have disasters, especially with debris pickup, it can become problematic. Some of the vendors go to where they're going to pay the most. That happened the last time there was a storm. There was quite a lot of issues. But so how does this particular contract work? You have a primary vendor, and that is the only vendor you utilize?
No, ma'am. We would use Custom Tree Care as the primary vendor so long as they're able to provide service. At the moment, they're unable to provide service, or if the event were so massive that we could anticipate that they would be unable to provide service, then we would go to secondary.
So what constitutes not being able to provide service? Them just telling us no?
No, it would be, that certainly would be evidence, but if we were unable to get, as occurred with other vendors, not this one, but other vendors, in the last storm event we had, if they were trapped out of state, for example, and unable to get to South Florida, that would be
That's
very
different.
strong.
But is there a difference in does the contract spell a difference in that you just stated? Them just saying, no, I don't want to do it, I'm going to get more money somewhere else, therefore they leave us hanging and we have to go to an alternate? And then if that occurs, are they allowed to continue to do work with us?
I'll have to look at that. I don't know.
Okay. So I'm just concerned about that. Just, and I get that they may have, circumstances happen, especially as a natural disaster occurs. So, especially like the one that we had that went right through Florida. Everybody was impacted throughout the state, so.
I would like to reassure you, though, in terms of this bid, the awardee, fortunately, was the very first vendor to provide any haul-away service for the entirety of Broward County after Irma.
And no, and I'm
they
not,
did that
and,
for
and,
us.
and my questions, Mr. Bays, wasn't specific to them or that I have any knowledge of that. I'm not saying, and please don't misinterpret my inquiries. It could be vendor A, B, C, and D. I'm just saying that if a vendor A chooses not to do work with us for whatever, do we require that it be for a reason specifically? And if they just say they don't want to do the work with us, then does the contract allow us not to use them anymore? I just would not want a vendor to have the ability to just turn down work. And I don't know what the contract says or the way the bid was, the invitation to bid was issued. Does it speak to anything like that?
I'll have to do the research.
Yes, so through the chair, and I don't have the contract in front of me, and I'm always hesitant without reviewing, but it's my understanding that by having the primary and the secondary, it actually puts us in an advantageous situation because we can make that decision to go to the secondary. So in the example that you gave, if the primary chose not to do the work, we would go to the secondary, and then if another hurricane came, we have the decision to say, look, you didn't do the work the first time. We're not going to offer you work. We're going to go directly to the secondary.
So I guess what I'm speaking to, so I'll just put out all my little questions out there, and then, but that was my thought process. I get that you have us covered with a primary and some alternates, but my questions was, again, if the primary doesn't comply, you know, are they out of the contract? And then does someone else become the primary? And then how is work distributed? Because you have 3 alternates. You have alternate 1, alternate 2, and alternate 3. So I'm assuming alternate 1 would be the next, and then 2, and then 3. Is
in
that
that
how it is?
sequence, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the only reason that I thought about that was, again, because when Florida was hit with that storm and the storm went right through the state, a lot of people were left with vendors not fulfilling their obligations. And I know that you have us covered here, but I want to understand what happens to a vendor that doesn't comply just because they don't comply.
So
that's my question.
I have the contract here in front, or the bid here in front of me.
All right.
And it clearly states, and I'm not going to read the entire thing, but
Sure.
basically, an awardee who violates the specs or the terms and conditions will be removed from the bid and is not eligible to do business with SBBC for 2 years.
Okay, excellent. That's all I needed to know. And then, so there's no specific allocation of dollars that we have to provide to any particular vendor?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that was it. That was my own question. Thank you so much, Mr. Bays, Mr. Woods.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. So just a bit of a puddle jump. This is not an answer for you all, and I don't need an answer right now. But I did see one of the local municipalities talking about their FEMA reimbursements that they recently received. So my question is for Ms. Marte to give us some follow-up on if there has been any movement on the FEMA reimbursements, and if you could just provide some follow-up to us, that would be great. Thank you. Any additional comment? Let's see, I had a question on EE 26 as well. Put my glasses on so I can read what I wrote. So when I was reading the backup documentation, and it says something about X number of schools are funded in the PPO budget and X number of schools pay from their school budgets. What is the process used to determine whether PPO provides the funding or the school provides the funding?
That's a great question.
Yeah, it really is. in general,
I try to have one every now and then.
the future state of nature will be that PPO provides funding for elementary schools, whether it's done in-house or done by the vendor. At this point, we still provide funding through this year for some middle schools to be mowed.
And what about, there are some schools that are on the list that are not middle schools or elementary schools?
And we'd have to go a case-by-case basis, but the general principle is that the high-level schools have a budget for their own grounds care.
Right. So, Mr. Muncy, some of the schools that were listed, I've brought to your attention some of the budget concerns about some of those schools with regard to the transient nature of the number of students within those schools. And so if that expense is pushed back to their budget, it's going to further strain their budget. So I just want to have an understanding. I didn't understand the rhyme or reason for who was on the list and wasn't for the PPO who was providing service. But now Mr. Bays has indicated that elementary schools will be provided through PPO.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other schools will be paying out of their school budgets.
Yes, ma'am.
But I think for some of the schools that are on the list that are already feeling the constraints of the flux in the number of students that come to their schools after the counts are taken, Mr. Muncy, you and I had a conversation with, some specificity about that issue. I think that we don't want to further exacerbate their budget constraints by then pushing this back on them as well, when their job is to make sure that we have students making up their credits and going back to their home school. They don't keep those students for the whole year, so I think it's not in our best interest to push that expense back to them.
I definitely understand what you're saying. Whatever we do, we're not going to impact the allocation of instructional staff and support that's needed at the school. I mean, that's something that we're focusing on, so I can assure you we wouldn't hamper that at all.
Okay, and then the only other consideration that I had was with regard to, because this issue has come up when I visited different schools, some of the campuses that we have are very expansive and have a lot of grounds to maintain, and others are compact. And so, especially for some of our schools that are older facilities with large amounts of acreage, they might be under-enrolled schools, and therefore their budgets are not as robust as other schools. And so I think one of the things that we need to really take a look at is what impact does it have when we push the expense back to the schools versus it being under PPO. And so while I didn't see a rhyme and reason in the list, that question came to my mind, and I think those are some of the things that we need to consider moving forward. Ms. Korn?
And I think Dr. Osgood as well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So just when you're always good about giving us this financial impact and giving us the analysis worksheet. So if, I know the 44 months that were considered were based on the 133,000 over 44 months, and that's where you come up with the 6,649,840. Great. But if you take what the projected spend is for 2020, you took that same number and you multiplied it by 12.
You have to take the number of schools that we know will be mown by this company in 2020 in order to make the arithmetic work.
So that was my question, because I noted in the executive summary that in 2015 we had 156 sites, and now we currently have 165.
This year, but next year we have at least 8 more that we know of now.
8 more, okay. And so that number is going up, then in essence, that financial worksheet doesn't help us to determine how you came up with the 2 million number, correct?
In this case, it's the parenthetical phrase, including additional schools, was intended to help explain
And
why.
it does. But I was just noting the difference of, normally, the financial worksheet helps us come up to that, and I did notice, including additional sites, and I did go back then to see, well, we went from 156 to 165. I didn't count these schools, so you're telling me that there's 8 more. That 8 more, is that what it's based on, or is it
Yes.
based on even more than that potentially? 'Cause
It's based on, We believe we will have even more as the year goes on because we are not investing in doing this work in-house. We're pushing this work out and as a strategic initiative.
Okay.
So through attrition, we are getting out of this business. And the result is that every year the expense on this contract, the number of schools serviced by this contract rises.
Okay. And I noticed that they filled out the form and said that if we did not renew and we went out for a new, was it ITB?
Mm-hmm.
That they anticipated their cost would go up 15%. And just let me know what we did at staff to determine the fact that this pricing still put us in the best position outside of going and doing a new ITB.
Procurement warehousing has benchmarked this 2 successive years and
Okay.
found that with other governmental contracts, we're still paying a very attractive rate.
Okay, off of other governmental contracts in this area of the
As
state.
compared to others, yes.
Okay,
And if I may add to that, I believe this is the last year of, this is the last year of the renewal.
yes.
So we do believe that we have competitive pricing. We will maintain that for this year, and then we will rebid next year, which would clearly indicate where we are on the pricing.
Okay,
Pricing.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Dr. Osgood?
Yes, I just wanted to piggyback on what you said, Ms. Brinkworth, and ask that we consider having this conversation brought to a workshop, because I certainly have a couple of schools that have shortest on maintenance staff, and the way that the schools are funded based on the FTE, it does not meet the needs of the school, and I would like to at least have a conversation about how we can address those maintenance issues, because they're there. Some of them, it's a lack of the extra personnel that they need. If a lawnmower is broke, then the grass doesn't get cut. I just think it's an area that we can better help serve our principals to make sure that we have environments that are acceptable for our students to learn in. So I would like us, and I know we have a lot of different things on the workshop, but I don't think we can just solve it. I think we actually need to go out and honestly look at schools and have a real conversation, not from a point that somebody's doing something wrong, but just to see how we can better help support our school-based staff with their facilities around things that are under PPO and the needs. Because what principals do is they take their budgets and they address what they can, and then they leave the rest and they do a little bit the next year, and the maintenance just continues to be dilapidated. Sometimes it's a lack of personnel, sometimes it's just a lack of being able to address it. So I think it's certainly an area that we need to have a more comprehensive conversation where we can see really in the reality of what we're dealing with, whether it's 10 schools or 5 schools. But I think it would give us a chance as a board to be a part of a solution, especially if it's going to take resources.
So through the chair.
Yes.
If I may, I want to just take advantage of this opportunity, and I appreciate both of you bringing this subject up. As we're going through the review process for PPO, I think that it is definitely leading us to a place where we're going to need to have a comprehensive conversation on the budgeting and that whole aspect as it's related to maintenance and groundskeeping. I just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kind of flag that.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of items EE 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items EE 25, 6, 7, 8, and 9 passed unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE 30?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE 30? Seeing none, I have Ms. Levinson.
Sorry. Yes, I just need to read into the record that my spouse is an attorney employed by the law firm of Becker Lawyers. In accordance with the guidance provided by the Florida Commission on Ethics, I will abstain from voting on agenda item number EE 30 in an abundance of caution.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood?
Yes, I'm going to come back and make a motion. I want to separate one of the entities out. I guess I can just go ahead and speak to it now and come back and make a motion, but I want to separate Ballard out because I won't be voting to support that. I think we had a situation that arose this year where we really needed access to the executive branch, and we were not able to get it with countless phone calls and trying to set up meetings to even get the firm to be responsive to us. And then when I did get a response, it was a response basically kind of putting me in my place. So I'm just not willing to, I don't feel like they really give us access to the executive branch. I think that there was an opportunity when we had the situation where there was kind of this talk about the governor removing school board members and being able to have a conversation as a school board member with someone on that level to try to come to some type of discussion or conversation or some type of agreement. I would have expected a firm that represents us on the executive branch getting us that access. And I know a couple of times I asked Mr. Runcie to call, and I'm sorry that he left. I don't know if he ever got a call back. So if we're going to pay money for firms to represent us, it's to represent us. The contract says the school board and the superintendent. And I just feel like one of these firms failed to do so. So I'm not supporting renewing their contract. And when the appropriate time comes, I would like to ask you to consider separating it out, because I don't want to vote no on the whole item, but I do want to vote no on one firm.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to talk a little bit more about, in looking at the item, and I spoke to Mr. Sullivan about it, Becker really takes the lead on the state oversight of, our lobbying efforts. And, the contracts really don't speak to that. And I think it's really important that the contract include language that speaks to their ability to kind of manage what's happening up in Tallahassee, of course, with Mr. Sullivan's assistance, which, by the way, it's his birthday today, so happy birthday.
Thank you.
So I was thinking that if my colleagues agree, Becker's scope of services, I think, has 2 attachments. In particular, I was looking at attachment B. On page 43 of 43, I think they list 23 items that are listed as part of their scope of services, and I was going to add a 24th and amend the contract. Obviously, I spoke to Ms. Myrick before she left, so Mr. Vignola has a heart attack. I spoke to her before she left and asked if it would be appropriate to add an item 24. She did indicate, of course, that they would have to sign the document, even though I asked if it could be initialed, but she said she'd prefer that it be a whole new document executed. So I'll just speak to the language proposed. It would be item 24, vendor shall serve as the lead lobbyist in Tallahassee and will coordinate in conjunction with the director of legislative the activities of the other contract lobbyists. And that's my proposed amendment to the contract.
One more time, Ms. Good.
It would be adding an item 24 to the scope of services for attachment B, noting vendor shall serve as the lead lobbyist in Tallahassee and will coordinate in conjunction with the director of legislative the activities of the other contract lobbyists.
Perfect, thank you.
I'll second with a question.
It has been moved by Ms. Good and seconded by Ms. Korn, the number 24.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I make a suggestion just to add of legislative affairs? I'm sorry.
Yes. Thank
Just
you.
missing affairs.
Okay. It has been moved by Ms. Good, seconded by Ms. Korn, that a number 24 be added to scope of services in attachment B to read as Ms. Good has read into the record. And Ms. Good, did you have any additional comments before I?
No, and when I spoke to Mr. Sullivan, again, it was an effort. They coordinate their efforts up in Tallahassee, and obviously it's not to mean that they oversee the other law firms, but they do get paid more. They are the lead lobbyists, and I think someone in Tallahassee, if by chance Mr. Sullivan isn't there, needs to have the ability to allocate the work product in some fashion or, disseminate whatever the instructions are that need to be done. We all know that Tallahassee changes on a moment's notice,
And I just think it's important that it be listed in their scope of work so that there's no question who's the lead up in Tally. So.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Korn?
This is on the motion.
On the
right?
motion, yes.
Okay. So would there, I know there's already a differential in there, but that was without this item. So I guess my question would be, would that need to further revise their annual, or they would already basically, that was what we anticipated they would already be doing, we just didn't have it in writing, and that's what the 72,000 reflects?
Through the chair, they've always been the lead lobbyist. That's the function they've always served. It just wasn't spelled out in the contract, so there would be no adjustment to their retainer.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn.
In fact,
Yes, Ms. Good?
just to, yeah, exactly, and they do get a little more funding than the others, and it's just never been spelled out.
Got it.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
Language doesn't impact anything.
I can't hear.
The language is fine, John, it doesn't impact anything with the others, or?
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, it does not impact, they've been serving that role the past couple contracts. It just wasn't spelled out in the contract.
Perfect.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman, again, I'm going to remind you, you got to speak right into your mic.
Perfect.
Thank you. I need to take audience input on the motion. Okay. Any additional comment from my colleagues on the motion to amend? You need to make a comment before?
Just real quick,
Yes?
just to clarify,
Yes.
that I spoke with Mr. Sullivan prior to the item coming up today, just to make sure that anything that I would be proposing here would work with his office, and he concurred, so, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues on the motion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. And one abstention. Yes, the item is approved. Let the record reflect, Ms. Rich Levinson abstained from the vote. I'm
Just the
sorry,
amendment.
on the amendment, sorry. Now
So I just have a question.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Anyone has a question on the item as amended before I go back to Dr. Osgood? Yes, Ms. Korn.
So my question was just in comparison, so I know we're bringing Gray Robinson in, and they're at a $60,000 level, and we are not using Mixon going forward in this contract.
Correct.
But
Through the
we've-
chair, the board terminated Mixon Associates after the first session with us, so they haven't been here probably, I want to say, at least 2 sessions.
Right, so I only bring that up because for comparison in terms of the budget,
Yes.
there is obviously a larger budget. I just wanted to make sure this was already contemplated in the approved budget for your department.
Yes, it's contained within my budget, and there was a difference in the budget because one of the reasons how the current former contract lobbyist got in was through the RFP process, and it was a lower bid. So this is probably more appropriate retainer for contract lobbying services. So that's why you see the difference.
Okay.
That's part of the reason, though. There's another reason, but I'll probably address that through when Dr. Osgood's motion goes forward as well.
Okay, and then the other thing that I just noted was that Becker Palenkoff, based on the annual here, comes to 216. Our actual spend with them was 246. So it was a little bit higher. I just didn't know if that was something that we expect will probably happen again, or it's not a lot of money, obviously, but it was a small amount, so I just thought, do we see a reason why we would use them less? And if not, is that something that we would want to just do now rather than you have to come back and ask for some additional money going forward?
Through the chair, the retainer hasn't changed. It's always the same
Okay.
monthly, so I'm not sure what document you're referring to. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the financial analysis worksheet. Financial analysis worksheet indicates that we actually spent $246,000 with them.
That might be just the open PO, but the spent amount shouldn't have been different from the $6,000 monthly retainer. We've never paid them over the $6,000 monthly retainer.
Okay, so that may have been for some other services outside of the scope of this contract then?
We've never paid them for additional scope of services outside the $6,000 per year. So I'm not sure if that was an oversight in that document. I'm trying to find it. Give me 1 second.
Okay, it would just be helpful. We don't need to make any more changes. If you can just give us a follow-up memo, just so that we have a clarification going
Sure.
forward, if there's a question, that would be
But we've
great.
never paid them anything outside the agreed retainer of the
Okay.
$6,000 monthly.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues before I go back to Dr. Osgood? Dr. Osgood?
Mrs. Sullivan, just a question. We did bring on another firm representing the executive branch. Do we really think that we have to have two firms?
Through the chair, yes, what I'm recommending here, I think, is appropriate based on the scope of our legislative agenda. And also, every firm has different relationships. They all don't have the same relationships. So I think leveraging their variety of relationships, I think, put us in a good position. And I think once the board sees the changes, because we did make some changes to Ballard to address some of the concerns that you mentioned. So it won't only be the consultant that we've been using, but they've added another consultant. And we also added legislative as well. It made it a little complicated just to have them solely for executive because there is some spillage between both branches. So I think by combining, adding the legislative piece, but more importantly, adding an additional team member, I think that the services will be more appropriate and the board would appreciate the addition.
And I just want to say for the record that I would like for us to consider with our lobbying contracts as we go forward next year, that we have a conversation about when we employ firms, that the consultant that's representing us with that firm, I know firms have multiple consultants, it's how they have to do their business, but I think it's inappropriate to have a consultant assigned to the school board that's also working with entities that's working against school board members and school board policies that we have in place. Anywhere else, that's a conflict of interest. So I would like to see us address that next year in our contract, that we ask that people be assigned that's going to represent us, that are not representing both sides of an issue or representing an entity that's also working against us or working against policies that we have in place. I just see that as a major conflict. So I'm glad that we added another consultant, and hopefully that consultant, I just find it very hard for an individual to represent two entities that are on the opposite side. You got to take a stand one way or the other. And especially when the representation on the other side is very public and it's very involved, and it could be advantageous to members of the board. So I wanted to get that on record, and I wanted to say it openly. And I would like to make a motion at this time to separate out Ballard and vote separately on Ballard so that I can vote the way that I feel more comfortable voting.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood had made a motion to separate out Ballard Partners, Inc. from the main item. It has been seconded by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on the motion. Colleague input on the motion. Ms. Korn?
So I certainly want to support Dr. Osgood's concerns. I will tell you that it's not an experience I've had, but I can certainly trust. I know Dr. Osgood was very frustrated as the process was occurring. At the same time, I'm concerned about the full breadth of what they provide, and if we don't have them, what is the impact then to our overall lobbying? So if you could speak to that, Mr. Sullivan.
Sure, through the chair. I do not want to take away what Dr. Osgood experienced. I do think it was a unique situation, that whole situation. But in terms of what Ballard brings, they do, in my opinion, bring certain access to the governor's executive branch. I think one of the things that we've always had a hard time is some of our line items that we've been able to get through the legislative process gets vetoed by the governor. That didn't occur when our last budget item outside of adults with disabilities. That was the suicide prevention that I believe we got in the 2017 session. They were able to advocate effectively, and that item survived the veto of the governor. So I do think they do bring certain access to the governors, and not only the governor's office, but the executive branch, the commissioner of education as well. So it would be somewhat detrimental to not include them. Obviously, the other contracts lobbyists do represent us in the executive branch, so we'd still have certain access. It just wouldn't be the same access. To the point of conflict of interest, we have built into the contract a 30-day notice, and it does come up sometimes because some of these contract firms do represent other school boards. And while we agree on 90% of the issues, there are some issues that we do not agree on. For example, the DCD, Hillsborough, and us were opposite ends of that issue, but one of our contract firms also represents them, but I've already had a clear conversation with them that they would have to recuse themselves from that item, and if not, we would be forced to reevaluate our relationship with them, and at that point, if there was a conflict that goes against the legislative platform that we have, then I would present a 30-day notice to the board to approve to terminate that relationship with that firm.
So if I could just follow up, what I would like, I know this is a 3-year contract, and I know that, Mr. Sullivan, you come forward in a workshop each year after session and provide for us updates in terms of what's happened. What I would like to do is in that workshop, you typically share with us how our lobbyists performed in terms of being successful and not successful. And I know that we have a 30-day termination right in here to be able to terminate. So I guess what I would ask is that if I'm just concerned. I'm concerned that if I don't support Ballard based on the larger impact of what they do for the district, that by removing them and not having someone in their place, because staff has indicated they need the breadth of the additional, that we would somehow be at a disadvantage, which I don't want to be at. But at the same time, and I know Mr. Sullivan said that he did address, whether or not he successfully addressed what occurred for you, Dr. Osgood, last year, obviously will be seen as we go forward this year. So I guess my question would be, if we went forward and we did not remove them this year, but in your legislative update, your update was one where we as individual board members, in addition to whatever is being accomplished for the district level, but as board members, we didn't get the access that we were anticipating. We would then have the opportunity to be able to act with a 30-day termination if we wanted to at that time.
Through the chair, yes, and I think I probably could do a better job going in the future of demonstrating the effect and what exactly the contract lobbyists do to the board. So I think not only I should do that at that workshop, but periodically through the year, just a quick update of what they've been doing in terms of their advocacy efforts, because it is a 12-month process. It's not just during the legislative session. So I'll make that commitment to the board to provide them better updates on what the contract lobbyists are doing throughout the year and how we utilize them and the benefit to the district.
And I guess what I would ask is in the session update, because that's when this specific issue occurred, but that would be something you would address in terms of the performance of our lobbyists during that period of time, because obviously that's a critical period of time as well.
And just through the chair, one more thing to mention. I think we've demonstrated that when we have a contract lobbyist that is not meeting our expectations, we will bring a 30-day notice like we've done in the past.
Okay.
Thank you. I have Ms. Good followed by Dr. Osgood. The motion, please.
Yes, well, something that Ms. Korn said kind of made me think about it a little more. I just wanted to bring up the point that I don't think you should be making the case of what our lobbyists are doing. I think we have our session, they come, they're here, but most of the time you're the only one that's speaking to the issues. And I think it's really important that each of our lobbyist team be able to share their takeaway from session and what their participation was and what were some of the challenges that they had, because we may not be aware of those challenges. You know, I don't think it's your job to sell, so to speak, their actions up in Tallahassee. I think that's what they're paid for, they're lobbyists. So I think that part of the discussions when we have updates on the session and what transpired and what are some of our, you know, conflicts and challenges, that they be part of that discussion and share with us their perspectives. And I think that'll help me better understand what their role's been during session. And additionally, do our lobbyists help us facilitate when our students are up in Rally to Tally, when we're up in Broward Days? Do they assist us in that as well?
Through the chair, yes, anytime there's board members, not only Tallahassee, but in DC as well, they facilitate meetings for board members, and also the contract lobby specifically to the state contract help us out in particular with the meetings that you guys are accustomed to having with the student groups. So yes, they are extremely helpful in that regard.
Is that part of their scope of services?
Yes.
Okay. So, again, I appreciate Ms. Korn's comments. I know that you in the past have had to terminate contracts from our lobbyist firms when you felt that they weren't meeting your expectations or the expectations of this board. And so I would hope that, you know, you would continue to provide that kind of oversight with all our contracts moving forward. And I know that some of them have had some changes too on who will be up in Tallahassee representing us. And because again, there's been changes within the firm, people have left. So I'm looking forward to seeing an energized session, and hopefully we won't miss out on some of the great expertise that we had there in the past. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Dr. Osgood?
In listening at the comments, I was not suggesting that we totally eliminate them, but I do have my concerns. And you gave me another thought that they help with the suicide prevention bill. Maybe they'll help us get MTL funded this year as well. But I want to be clear. I have a problem approving to pay any firm that have people working in that firm that's out raising money to campaign and work against school board members. And I'm going to be just as clear as I can be about it, so everybody understands exactly what I'm saying. I would be a fool to pay somebody to then turn around and they got somebody on their staff that's working on our behalf in Tallahassee, and then they're here locally working and raising money against any of us on this dais. So that is my concern. But because I heard what you said, and I like adaptive problem solving as a leader, I'm going to offer this measure of grace, but I want to be clear. I'm going to have a major problem with somebody in this firm who is representing us in Tallahassee. It's one thing if they work for the firm and they're not representing us. But if they're working for this firm and they're representing us, and then they're out working, raising money and doing things against school board members and school board policies, for me it's a conflict and I have a problem with it. And I won't hesitate to ask to bring this item back. So I'm going to withdraw my motion in that spirit.
No, we were just having conversation on the motion, so, yes, you made the second. Okay, so the motion to separate has been withdrawn, and so has the second. So now we're back to the main item as amended. Is there any additional comment from my colleagues on the item as amended? All those, any audience input on E30 as amended? I know, but now it's the amended item. Oh, I did? Okay, I'm just in abundance of caution asking for lots of input. All those in favor of item EE30 as amended indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Item EE30 passes with one abstention. Let the record reflect Ms. Lori Rich Levinson abstained from the vote. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, and happy birthday.
Thank you.
May I have a motion and a second on item EE31?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE31? I'm sorry? Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Can we not do this right now? Take it off the table, please.
Remove the motion.
Yeah, remove the motion. That was Dr. Osgood and then Ms. Rupert, I believe, right?
Yes, I agree.
Dr. Osgood, can we remove that
Yes.
motion? Thank you. I apologize. I didn't look up at the clock. I looked before and then I didn't look back up. So it is now the time in the meeting where we will hear from public speakers.
What happened
Each
at 30?
public speaker will be allowed, I apologize, Mr. Woods, we're going to move to public speakers and we'll come back to the remaining two EE items. Hold on one second, let me get to that part in the script so I say everything I need to say. This is the time of the agenda when school board members will hear from speakers. Each listed speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum, and school board members will not discuss or take official action on any speaker comments. Any persons present who wish to speak and are not listed as speakers on the agenda may be heard at the conclusion of the listed speakers. Further, at the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent or his cabinet at his discretion to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff speak to an individual public speaker in an effort to address his or her concerns and provide any follow-up to public speakers' concerns back to the board. The chair will call the first speaker, Jay Jowitz. Please state your name for the record, and hold on 1 second, we'll start the timer, okay? When you're ready.
Good afternoon, my name is Jay Jowitz, and I am an addiction preventionist, motivational speaker, author, and life coach whose expertise is in battling addiction. Every single person in this room right here is quite aware of our vaping addiction problem. The reality is this country is in the middle of an addiction crisis. And if we are to create a context for effective addiction prevention, some things have to change. The information that is currently out there with addiction prevention is very important information, but there's some big pieces of the puzzle missing. Our youth is faced with peer pressure. They're faced with stresses. The underlying causes of addiction are not being dealt with. And I'm here to share that I've been a person in recovery for over 18 years. And I've sat in on over 4,000 meetings. I speak to people in recovery on the phone every single day. I've listened to thousands of stories in that period of time. And I understand every single reason why somebody makes a decision to pick up a particular substance. I'm here to share with you that peer pressure is what our youth is battling. The antidote for peer pressure is empowerment. I have created an addiction prevention program that empowers our youth and lets them know, every single one of them, that they matter, that they are enough, and each and every one of them has incredible power inside of them. And when they tap into their personal power, they can start making better decisions. My program is designed for them to focus on their hopes, their dreams, and what they really want out of life. And when we're focused on what we really want out of life, and we are committed to living our dreams, we will make better decisions when we tap into our personal power. My program gives our youth tools and principles to live life on life's terms and discover the best versions of themselves so they can get the results that they want and the results that everybody in this room wants for our youth. As a speaker, I create a keynote speech designed for our youth that lines up with this program that I just discussed with you. Addiction prevention truly really begins at the home. It begins with parents actually at a very young age. If parents can only know what I went through, what I've experienced, and what I've observed in the thousands of stories that I have heard over the last 18 years, parents would step up to the plate and make better decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Paul Craig. State your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name's Paul Craig, and I'm here to talk about the Florida burrowing owl on Broward school campuses. The Florida burrowing owl prefers wide open spaces and are generally found in parks, golf courses, sports fields, and schools. Sometimes they make their burrows in problem areas. What our group does is we build artificial burrows that will passively relocate the owl to a better spot. Over 60 schools have had a history of the burrowing owl. In January 2017, the Florida burrowing owl was reclassified to a threatened status, and a new imperiled species mitigation plan was developed by the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. This requires the use of a registered agent along with a permit to scope and excavate the burrows and fill them in, along with mitigation and minimalization that is spelled out in the permit. Kelly Heffernan of Project Perch is the registered agent for the Broward Schools permit. Project Perch is a branch of the Broward County Audubon Society. It's a 501c3. We're a nonprofit volunteer group that acts as your registered agent for free, no fee. Compare that to the Fort Lauderdale Airport agent, $50,000 over 2 years, $30,000 in materials. It was ineffective. We became involved. We actually translocated the FLL Airport Owls successfully away from the airport. In July of this year, Project Perch met with Roger Riddle-Moser, who's the director of Environmental Health and Safety, and it was agreed that the school board would provide the materials we need for the boroughs and give us access. Since the owls are active at dawn and dusk, we need to be on school grounds outside of the regular school hours. 4 months later, we have no materials and no access. So I'm here to ask for your help. We're offering a free service to help you save money and to help the owls. I had no luck with them. I thought I'd try you guys.
Thank you. Does that conclude your comments? Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Runcie, I don't know if you would like to ask this gentleman to speak with anyone, or you have any comments?
Yeah, Mr. Katz will meet with them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Save the owls, Mr.
On behalf of the Burrowing Owls, the mascots for my alma mater, FAU, I appreciate your efforts. Gisela Parra, I apologize if I mispronounce your name.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Gisela Parra. I am a classroom teacher teaching pre-K special ed for the past 2 years. I happen to be one of many teachers assigned to a pre-K ESC class in a public school located here in Broward. I am required by State Rule 6A4-0142 to hold a pre-K certification in order to teach in my current position. My certificate is the same required for a K-12 teacher. I am certified in 4 areas: pre-K 3rd, K through 5th elementary, ESC K through 12, reading K through 12, and ESOL endorsed, which means I can teach in any of those areas and grade levels. I have a master's in learning disabilities. I am a national board certified and recertified last year. I have taught in Broward County for the past 15 years, from pre-K up to 5th grade in ESC and regular classes. Ironically, because for the past 2 years I'm teaching in a pre-K intensive classroom, I am not considered a classroom teacher and not included in the benefits offered to K through 12 teachers like Best and Brightest, teacher loan forgiveness, drop extension, and other programs. We must be included in our state's definition of classroom teachers as per Florida State Statute 101201. We are state certified teachers teaching preschool children aged 3 to 5 in public schools. I can be placed in any grade level because I'm certified, licensed, teach for the public school. I am evaluated as any other K-12 teacher, and I sign a K-12 contract. Plain and simple, I am a classroom teacher. I have been a dedicated teacher for the past 31 years. I love my profession. Florida Board of Education has identified critical teacher shortages. The solution is not to make it easier for teachers to get certified. Broward has lost quality, experienced pre-K certified teachers this year. Many of these teachers left to teach other grade levels or left to teach in neighboring counties. I keep hearing that maybe the excuse is that is the state. Please include pre-K teachers in the same Best and Brightest benefits given to K-12 teachers, one of the benefits we're excluded from. I would like to know how many pre-K positions this year were filled by new teachers, substitutes, or even out-of-field teachers. How does the state plan to retain or even recruit certified teachers for pre-K ESC classrooms? If you agree that early childhood is the educational foundation for tens of thousands of students across the state, then please support us. I am here to ask for your support of early childhood education and intervention and those that teach it like me. Ask our legislators to add pre-K to the Florida State Statute 101201. Ask them to change Florida State's law to include certified preschool teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just say on behalf of the board, that is something that is part of our legislative platform. We have asked for that, and we will ask for you, all of the pre-K teachers, to join us in voicing those concerns with the legislature in order to make those changes happen. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Dr. Trudy Germanovich?
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich, and I've given you several articles that I've collected over the last month, and the theme is the death of teacher autonomy. Once there was a time when a teacher, regardless of grade level, could plan lessons for the classroom that were unique, creative, and engaging. Once hired, administrators trusted the teacher to come up with their own ideas on how to implement the curriculum. As long as their students were successful and actively learning, they were left to their own devices. I can still remember a principal saying, "Here are the books. Use them as you wish." Consult any poll about why teachers leave the profession, and loss of autonomy ranks up there as one of the reasons, along with lack of respect and work stress, not to mention, of course, salaries. The 2018-19 school year was a tumultuous one, to say the least. Hundreds of thousands of educators participated in walkouts and pay disputes across the country, and record numbers decided it was time to quit. A recent Gallup poll shows that almost half of the teachers in the U.S. say they are actively looking for a different job or watching for other opportunities. High teacher turnover impacts student performance and costs U.S. schools $7.3 billion in losses every year. So what are the issues that are driving many educators away? I'll just highlight them. Challenging work conditions, overwhelming stress, lack of respect. Many teachers report feeling micromanaged by administrators and parents. The demands of teachers are feeling as a result of high-stakes testing, and the emphasis on data collection is definitely, it's a hot-button issue among teachers who are leaving. According to an NEA survey of classroom teachers, 72% replied that they felt moderate or extreme pressure to increase test scores from both school and district administrators. Most important, developmentally inappropriate expectations. After 30 years of teaching, a teacher made the heartbreaking choice to leave. She simply felt the system is no longer acting in the best interest of her students. Everything became all about passing the almighty test. And I would also say, I heard earlier you were going to give a raise to administrators. Don't do that before you give your contract to your teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Green?
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Douglas Green. I am the husband of a highly effective, occasionally overwhelmed, and often overworked 27-year veteran teacher. My wife spends about 2 hours each school night grading papers, preparing lesson plans, and performing other administrative tasks that she can't finish at school. Like all Broward County teachers, my wife is constantly having to prove that she is teaching in addition to actually teaching. Let's see. Documenting for RTI, preparing paperwork for PLCs, managing and maintaining SEL, managing IEPs and EPs, preparing for pre-observation conferences, being formally and subjectively observed, participating in post-observation conferences, writing PMPs, tracking student data, assessing, remediating, maintaining parent contact, using Canvas, learning and implementing new resources, maintaining rigor, managing behavior, and on and on. With all of these and other unmentioned directives, initiatives, and mandates, how is it humanly possible for teachers to teach with energy, enthusiasm, and focus? I've said it many times before, and I'll say it again. The teacher performance evaluation in Broward County continues to be ineffective, inconsistent, and quite frankly, rigged. For the 5-year period between 2013 and 2018, Broward County's average ranking for highly effective teachers is a shameful 60th out of 67 Florida counties, or in other words, near the bottom 10%. Unexpectedly, during last year's contract negotiations with BTU, the district indicated that at least 65% of Broward County teachers should be rated highly effective. This is in stark contrast to the past 5-year average of 17%. This irregularity clearly demonstrates the unfair, inequitable, subjective, and devalued manner in which teachers have been evaluated in Broward County. Year after year, Broward County continues to have considerably fewer highly effective teachers than neighboring Miami-Dade and Palm Beach County, as well as statewide. This is shameful not for our teachers who actually teach and nourish our kids, but shameful for the school district and school board who continue to demand more and more from our teachers, yet neglect to pay them livable wages, offer them decent raises, and provide them better working conditions. I wonder if the district intends to use referendum funds for the next 4 years as the means to give teachers so-called raises rather than negotiate actual salary increases. If so, will mean teacher compensation remain flat, and that teacher-based salaries will essentially be stagnant until 2023 when the current referendum expires. What happens if a new referendum isn't passed in 2023 due to skeptical and tax-fatigued voters, and also due to the mismanaged 2014 voter-approved $800 million bond? I guess it really won't matter since most of you will no longer be here. Instead, letting others in the future to deal with the teacher salary needs that continue to be neglected. We are now in the 4th month of the school year, yet the contract negotiations remain ongoing. We are now 3 weeks away from Thanksgiving. How about using this opportunity to show thanks by giving teachers timely and meaningful raises, as well as valid and useful performance evaluations? Thank you.
Thank you. Ronnie Flournoy.
Hello, my name is Ronnie Flournoy. I'd like to donate my time to Mr. Harold Krantz.
He's next on the list, Mr. Hal Krantz.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. My name is Hal Krantz. I'm at Coral Springs Middle School. I'm a BTU Executive Board member, and I'm on the negotiating team for Broward County. I'm here because a couple of weeks ago, I read in the newspapers that the teachers got a 7.5% increase in their salaries. I stood outside this door last year. I only heard 1.5%. The other money was given to us on a referendum that the BTU worked very, very hard to get the people of this county to give us money so that we could get a raise. This had nothing to do with your money that you get from the state. Yet every time we go into negotiations, we feel that you're using that as leverage against giving us money. Last year you claimed that you only had 49 cents and you came up with 1.5%. This year when we started negotiations, you started with 0. You certainly got more money than 49 cents. I don't know how that worked out. But right now we're standing around waiting. It's over 3 weeks since we've heard from the board and from your negotiating team when we're going to meet. It's kind of ridiculous. You want our teachers to wait again, and it seems like you're waiting till after Christmas so you can once again tell teachers that you're not going to give them a retro pay raise. You want to start it in January because we haven't settled the contract yet. I mean, I don't know what you think about teachers, but when they get into school in the beginning or the middle of August, they would like to see this settled. Not told, first of all, we have to wait for you to get your budget ready in the middle of September, and then we have to wait weeks upon weeks before you want to even come to the first meeting so that we can negotiate. Teachers are out there and they're struggling. And yes, we did get a referendum. And yes, it was 5.5% because you're claiming 7, and we only got 1.5%. But when 4 years end, if the public doesn't redo that referendum, and God knows what the state's going to do to stop it, are you going to start saying that the teachers got a 5.5% decrease in pay? Is that what you're going to be claiming, or you won't say a word? Teachers are out there fighting every day. They're out there fighting for their salaries. They're fighting for the kids. Okay? I've been teaching over 25 years in Broward County, and I enjoy my job. Okay? But the new teacher that comes in there, they can't even afford to get an apartment. They can't afford to buy a car. Yet you go around telling everybody, and when you say it, people tend to believe it. And that's really a problem. When you say we got a 7.5% increase in pay, I don't see that on my salary. You want to put it on my salary? Go right ahead. And I'll count that as part of my salary, not as part of an add-on to my salary. Yes, it is counted into my pension, but only for 4 years. What's going to happen at the end of 4 years? Everybody could see a reduction in pay? Is that what you want us to see? So I don't know what's going on. I don't know when you're going to go and you're going to give the people that negotiate on your side the ability to really negotiate. Not to go there and say, oh, we haven't heard anything from the board yet. We have to speak to the board. That's not fair to us. We're there to negotiate. You should be giving them the direction that they need to settle a contract. And not only our contract, but the ESPs in this county. It's almost, and I'm not blaming you for everything, but it's almost like we all should be ashamed at what you pay them and what they do on a daily basis, okay? When you pay a babysitter more than you would pay these people to take care of these kids. Nobody likes changing diapers, and you certainly wouldn't want to be changing diapers on a middle school or a high school kid. And these people do it on a daily basis. And they're not even making $15 an hour. We all should be ashamed at what you pay them. Not only, okay, the school board, but the state should be ashamed at what they do. One of the things I want to remind you about, and this is getting back to what these people were saying, okay? When you look back at your school years, you don't remember a computer program, you might not remember that textbook, but you certainly remember the teacher that impressed you the most and either made you become a teacher or made you become somebody else in another profession. Those are the things that we remember. We remember people. We don't remember textbooks. We don't remember computer programs. And these are the people that we should be paying the most, because these are the people that do the most for us and get us to where we're going to be for the rest of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lorraine Howard. Lorraine Howard. Michael Serbola.
Yes, hello, Michael Serbola. Hello, School Board Superintendent, Mr. Runcie. I've been coming here quite a few years now. It's probably time I should fess up to why I'm here. I mean, I've said it enough times different ways. The reason I'm here is very specific. We have the technological capability to tell when a child is being abused or mistreated. When the chronic stress, from whatever the cause, whether it's being chased home every day by a dog, whether it's a neighbor, whether it's some type of more serious abuse, if the stress rises to the point where it's causing lifelong chronic changes in the young person's health, we can detect that within a matter of weeks. My reason for being here and talking to you today is simply so that you will have that knowledge and hopefully come to have an expectation and a hunger to see that addressed, because we've been afraid to face up to our capabilities, what we can do. We have the ability to come up with some of these solutions, and we don't want to because we're afraid of the answers, because we're afraid, well, what are we going to do when we have 5 or 6 of the kids out of 30 kids having traumatic needs that we need to address? And what I want to tell you is that's not a reason not to ask that question. Once we have that information, trust in yourselves, trust in us, and trust in each other to come up with those solutions once we are willing to face the need. Because the unwillingness to face that need, it's 1 out of 3 children are being abused or raped, neglected, 1 out of 3 by 18. Let's not even talk about by the age of 20 or 27 or 30, okay? And if you're one of those that has a 0 rating on a 1 to 10 scale of the ACE, Adverse Childhood Experiences test, wonderful, but that doesn't mean you're not affected. We're all affected. When every other person you meet or talk to or work for or date comes from a background of trauma or 1 step removed from it, it is transmitted to you. We're the most social creature on the planet. Your brain changes in how you perceive the world. Your opinions change. You don't realize it, of course. It's like asking a fish in water what the fish thinks of water. The fish is going to say, "What water? I don't see any water." Okay, that's us. We're embedded within this. And if we are ever going to see a day when a little girl can go to school and not be afraid to wear her little glowy sneakers, you need to understand that you are going to fix that. You have the backing of a powerful student bloc here that doesn't exist anywhere else in the country. If you come up with a solution, and by the way, you have people here working on that solution and may I have the time of Christina?
So next is Christina Brazil.
Be happy to yield my time to Mr. Sobola. Christina Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's something called learned powerlessness. We all have kind of an awareness that there's something wrong with the school system. So we have expectations. You need to understand that there are people over here working on solutions, even though you're not expecting it of them, because they want to see answers. So you have people under you right now who are anxious to bring those solutions to you, but for lack of a need or a desire on your part. So all of you, including the superintendent, I think can bring that. For example, there's things we're doing here without realizing it. For a simple example is we're still bringing thousands of fake guns into and out of schools. Now, I don't care about that compared to these other issues. There's thousands of those types of things that we're neglecting because our minds aren't where they need or could be. But I'm using that as an example because it's so glaringly blatant. I'm hoping it's kind of like the sound of one hand clapping. You'll realize that if you guys were able to not see this for so long, that there's other things and that you do have the capacity to make real lasting change. These guns, thousands of them moving in and out of schools on a daily basis, given our history of what happened here in this county, that needs to be addressed. And it's not even a big problem. When we're ready to face the big problems, you're going to have support out of places you can't even expect. Dr. Posner and the strategic plan right now, for example, all that effort, did it mention in there that for the last 4 or 5 years we've been trying an unexperimented trial where we're going to have autonomous principals with the expectation based on a false understanding of science and evolution, unfortunately, that just raw competition will lead to optimum outputs. And so without any experimentation, any documentation, we've been having this mass experiment throughout all of Broward to let the principals kind of be autonomous, as if they were charter schools, for example, and that the expectation is there for charter schools too, that if we just let them compete, that good stuff will come out. Well, that's not evolution. It's this same thing. It's anti-intellectual, it's anti-science, it's the same thing with climate science. You can't come up with the right solutions if you don't state the problem correctly. Okay, so we need to see in that strategic initiative so that we can grade it. We need to see something in there about, hey, let's try this experiment with autonomous principals and see if that improves outcomes. Until that's in a strategic plan, it's not really a strategic plan. We are producing data right now, for example, with the middle schools and things, where you are going to be able to show precisely that punishment truly doesn't work. You're going to have that data in your hands, and you're going to be ready to move with it to achieve the goal, which is so you can have schools where children are learning and they're not being traumatized and they have a sense of safety and sanctuary. That will make schools safe when
Thank you, Mr.
children
Sorbola.
see schools as places of
The
sanctuary.
next public
Thank you.
speaker is Sandra Nunez. This is number 10. Yes.
Good afternoon, Sandra Nunez, teacher from Hollywood Central Elementary. Wanted to mention first topic, personnel files. I pulled out my personnel files. Not only I found derogatory information after I brought the concern to this board, I found pages of other teachers' social security numbers. Please explain to me why there's pages of social security numbers sitting in my personnel file. That means I can basically go shopping and steal their identity. I brought that concern. I talk about the Florida statute. The personnel files are not being maintained with fidelity, integrity, honesty, and I am just standing here looking at you. Usually I read, but I'm like, I want to look at you ladies and gentlemen faces. This is serious. And I am planning to contact these teachers and let them know that I am in possession of their social security numbers. I would let them know. This is just totally, when I actually retrieved my personnel file a couple of months ago, and recently I decided to go over my files again, and I found the pages. And I would say, I just cannot believe that I have in my possession social security numbers of teachers. And the last time I came in here, I don't think I was taken seriously, but now I would like for you, ladies and gentlemen, to take the personnel files and how they are being handled seriously. I should not have in my personnel file social security numbers, and I certainly should not have emails. I found emails from, I don't know, I forgot the name, cadres or directors, celebrating how they recruited 100 teachers. Why is that sitting in my personnel file? And what is more shameful is that I reach out to Broward Teachers Union. I've been reaching out to them to talk to them about the discrepancy in our personnel files, and the president of the union has ignored the email. So apparently, nobody cares. Nobody cares that I have social security numbers in my possession, that I have derogatory information in my file, that should not be in my file according to the statute. It is embarrassing for me to come in here and talk about personnel files. Please do something about it, unless, I don't want to say it like that, because I don't like to disrespect anybody, unless you want to face a lawsuit. And I am going to be contacting every single teacher that it is sitting in my file with their social security numbers. That is is shameful. I'm so sorry. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. I don't know, Mr. Runcie, if you wanted to direct her to any staff. That's the last one, but do you want to direct her to any staff regarding that?
Yes, I am, and I'll address another speaker comments, or just generally about the teacher salary piece. But Mr. Strauss, if you could just have a conversation with Ms. Nunez to just get some more details, and we'll follow up on this issue about what may or may not be in personnel files. Obviously, we want to make sure that employee information that's supposed to be confidential remains that way. So we'll get some additional information, and we'll follow up on that. Regarding the teacher salaries, you know, I know I do, and I think I would say I speak for the entire board, that teacher salaries are the priority for this board when it comes to the budgeting process. You know, we, as a board, cannot do our deliberations in public. We can't run afoul of labor laws, but I can tell you that is the priority concern, to make sure our teachers, our classroom teachers, our ESPs, that we are doing our very best to find every possible funding source we can to put money in their pockets. Regarding teacher salaries and what actually has occurred, so last year we gave out a 2% salary increase that started from January to June and going forward. Then starting this school year, teachers got another 7%, and that going forward. So a total of basically 9% is where we're at now. That was from the referendum, the 7% component. That is not the limit of what we're doing. We are working with the union leadership, and we're working in good faith. You will see negotiation sessions resuming, and we'll try to get this done as soon as possible. We absolutely don't want to go into the next year again before we resolve this, so we're going to do our best to see how we can get this done earlier this year. Again, we're all impacted by the situation with the state of Florida, and yes, they gave us 47 cents, which is why Broward and about a dozen other districts had to go out to the voters to raise funds. Our situation is not unique. It is I consider it a deplorable situation in this state in terms of how we are funded, but that drives the capacity of what we can do. And I think if you look at our track record here, and you look at the percentage of dollars that we've received from the state year over year, we've issued compensation adjustments to our teachers in excess of what we've been receiving from the state. And again, we'll continue to do the best that we can within the limitations that we have, and we'll continue to work in good faith with the Broward Teachers Union and our other collective bargaining partners to get this done as quickly as we can. I don't know if Ms. Marte or anyone else has anything to add to any of that. Okay. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Runcie. Thank you to the speakers who came before us this evening. And we will now proceed with the remainder of our agenda items. May I have a motion and a second on item EE31, please?
So move.
Moved by Dr. Osgood. Second. Second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE31. I have Dr. Osgood, EE31.
Yeah, just wanted to know what our thought is with the security guards.
Good evening. Good evening. Brian Katz, Chief Safety, Security, and Emergency Preparedness Officer. Can you be more specific as far as what you're asking, Dr. Osgood?
We first was very challenged with having the armed officers. We made a caveat for guardians that we put in the stipulation of training. Now we have an item for security guards.
Yes.
So how specifically are we thinking that we're going to use the security guard?
So these are contract guardians. That's what this proposal is for. The security guard is what the state classifies this particular role as being an approved for the safe school officer role. So this will serve for our substitute pool for when we have guardians who are out and we need to fill in for them when they're not there, or when we're dealing with attrition where we are waiting for people to get through training, we'll be using these roles for.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Can I see it?
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Hold on, I have lots of people on the list.
No, I don't. I
Oh, Ms.
have my
Pardelman?
yellow packet. I don't have an.
Oh, I'm
Neither does Nora. Neither of us do.
Okay. Does anyone have extra
I know, and I
copies
have
of
my stuff, but I don't have 31.
EE31 and EE32?
No, I have 32. I don't have 31.
Okay.
Is it posted already?
Yes.
Okay.
I have next Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the funding source, why is it coming out of the safe school allocation and the security funding provided by the referendum?
So for all these roles, it depends on, so what we can use the various funds for, supplementing versus supplanting, as it relates to where the funding comes from. If it's a role where we are backfilling for what would have been a role in previous years, generally that's going to come from the safe schools allocation. If it is substitute, as we would be using substitutes as we had already allocated for in the referendum, then it would come from the referendum money. We're just showing the collective pool where we'll be taking the money from to show that it's not coming from general fund.
And then, so we're paying $40.63 as an hourly cost.
Correct.
And then, what is that compared to what we're paying for the guardian?
I mean, what is our current rate? So the starting rate is 17 something, and then they move up to 23 after they're finished with probation.
And you have to add 30% on for benefits.
And you have to, right, correct. So again, that's just the hourly rate. All of our benefits, pension, all of that stuff is in addition to it as well. The difference between what we get from a contract service versus a full-time employee is, it's not just one person, it's one position. So if we need a position filled at a school, it's 15 school positions that are filled on any given day. If it takes them 25 employees to accomplish that, we know that on any given day, we expect to have 15 that we can use at any of our schools. With full-time employees, you have outages and vacation and sick leave and all the other things that come into play.
And are they receiving the de-escalation strategies, training working with ESE students, and diversity training?
So I don't know whether, so for the contract employees, what do we have in the contract specifically for the required training beyond the Guardian training?
Beyond the Guardian, there's no additional mentioned training.
But they're getting everything that our current Guardians are getting?
Correct. It's the same training that our employees go through with the sheriff's office.
So it also includes the use of the public affairs radio and the diversity training that's on the end of that as well.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So at the end of the BSO Guardian training, there is training on use of the public radio system, and then there's also diversity training that's built into it. They will get that same training that our employees get.
So they won't get the training working with students with special needs?
So I don't think currently we've done anything with our Guardians for working with students with special needs. That was a call out that was made by another board member in a previous workshop, so that's something we're definitely looking at.
That's a great idea. I think we need to look at that. You know, they're in our schools, and they need to be trained appropriately.
Thank you, Mrs. Olive. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I just had a quick question on the hourly rate. If you have from these two companies that you're choosing from, yet the difference in price is about 62% difference, looking at the weighting that you have here, how are you able to come up with an hourly cost of what it's going to cost us?
I'm sorry, which page are you looking at?
I'm looking at your evaluation meeting on page 3 of 4, where one is weighted at 8.79 and the other at 14.28. So if you look at those, there's about a 62% difference. So not looking at the whole RFP myself, I can see that there's a drastic difference in price. So how are you able to come up with that hourly rate?
I'm sorry, I'm still looking for that, I'm sorry. That's on page 3 of 4, which section?
And I'm just trying to figure that out because you have an estimated financial impact here. You have the average you're using of $40.63 for the hourly cost. If they're so different from each other, how can we do that?
So from a contract perspective, it's the same for both contracts, correct? Because you guys didn't see that, right?
So Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. I'm really not in a position to answer that question right now today, in all honesty. I wasn't part of this evaluation committee process, so I apologize for that.
Notwithstanding that, how did you come up with the financial impact? You had to have come up with a financial impact some way.
So the financial impact, if you look at it, it's on the back of...
No, I understand, but you can't just use 4063. What's that based on? If their pricing's different, the two different vendors.
So it's based on the primary vendor.
Okay, well, that's not going to work unless you use the primary vendor every single time.
So if we
It's going
can...
to cost us a lot more if that's not the case.
So through the chair, if you will, if we can just defer the item for 5 or 10 minutes, I can call staff and get the responses to your questions, and we should be able to move this forward for a vote today.
So, Madam Chair, would you want to hear from everyone else, and then
Yes.
I'll make a motion?
Yes, I think that we should get any questions out there before we make a motion to table. Ms. Good?
Thank you, Ms. Livens. Thank you, Madam Chair. So just real quick, how much lead time are these entities going to require to get their staffing up to par with all the applicable regulations and training so that we can make use of their contract? Do we have an idea? A range?
Approximately 8 weeks. Now, the next class for the sheriff's office begins November 25th. So my minimal conversation due to the cone of silence, I've been communicating through procurement. We've provided that information to them. They're aware of the class when it's occurring, and they're going to go ahead and start recruiting. The conversation I had yesterday with them was they were not comfortable recruiting until the board approved the contract. So 8 weeks.
And then, Mr. Katz?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
And then, obviously, this is to fill in or supplement when we don't have someone at a particular school. So how do you envision the coordinated effort? Because I think what's most important, it'd be seamless, right? So somebody's out, somebody has to come in, it has to be covered, we're mandated to do so. So how do you envision this working in the best case scenario?
So I think as a substitute pool, this gives us a lot more flexibility. And the reason for that being, as it is now, the guardian, if they're out sick or for whatever reason not able to get to work, they're contacting SIU, asking them to send somebody to fill in. We are then trying to find a SIU detective who is able to go and cover that school. And instead, through that process, it'll be, we have our list, we know exactly who they are, and we can actually deploy as we need to without impacting the SIU detectives.
And so how will the school leaders understand who's coming on a given day to their campus if there's changes? It'll be done through the SIU office will advise them?
Yes, currently SIU reaches out to the school and says, this is who your replacement detective will be. Instead, it'll be, this is who your contractor will be.
And I think that was the extent of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. So I guess, so the reason we're using 2 instead of 1 is why? Why did we select 2 instead of just one of the?
So the answer that I would give is, this is new. No one's ever done this before. So for us, it's a feeling out to figure out which one can actually provide us better services and for us to be able to figure out what that looks like going forward. Given the amount of time and the importance of doing this work, we wanted to bring 2 providers so that we would have 2 options in case one wasn't working out.
Okay. And then in looking at the evaluation, there were obviously the different categories were weighted. And unfortunately, the cost for the services was weighted in 3rd out of the 4 categories, right? So the 40.63, I'm assuming, because in the one that you've attached, it says $25 per hour. So I'm assuming that the Blue Shield was getting the 14.28 total rating for cost based on 25, and that would be compared to then the Metro one, I guess they were charging $40.63, or does that include other costs? In other words, is 40.63 the comparison to 25?
Yeah, so the reality of how the procurement process works, that our folks on the security side who are doing the evaluation, they don't even see the costs during the conversation. That's something that is tabulated on the procurement side after the fact. So I can't speak to that. We'd have to ask that.
So I'm concerned that you only got 20 points for cost when you got 30 points for scope of services and 35 points for qualifications. When you look at the total number between the first and second group, it is basically 0.5 difference. So if cost was given even a slightly greater wait, then we would have been in a position to have the one group that is significantly less. If 40 is compared to 25, then it's a $15 per hour difference. When we're talking about these dollars and that $2.75 million, that would be a significantly less impact to the district. And if you look at their overall rating, it's not like they were super low in any area, right? I mean, they were in the middle to top in qualifications, middle to top in the scope of services, and both had the supplier diversity. So I'm concerned with how, Mr. Runcie, this was weighted, because we're therefore potentially paying a great deal more in this district based on one evaluation form that broke up how we were weighting the points. Mr. Woods, do you understand how I'm looking at this?
Yes, I am, and I'm trying to get an answer for you. I wasn't briefed on this item or the last item, so I apologize. I'm usually briefed and well-versed on it. Given the volume of items, I didn't get briefed on these two, so I'm getting the answers now.
Okay.
So that will be an answer I'll be able to follow up with you on the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay, thank you. So is there anything in the contract, and I will tell you I didn't read every word of it, is there anything in the contract that says that we have to use one over the other based on the fact that one was rated higher than the other by approximately 0.5?
Not that I believe, no.
So we have full discretion. If we wanted to fully use one contract and not the other, we could have the discretion to do so?
Correct.
Okay. And so how internally are you going to make the decision as to which company to call?
Yeah, do you have
Have you determined that yet?
We need the product, right? And the product is the Guardian. So we know the sheriff's office does training for guardians from, they honor other counties' certifications and do a miniature training for them in our county. So until I can have a conversation with them to see what they have readily available, I can't make that decision right at the moment. So who are we gonna use? It's who can fill the positions the quickest.
Okay, so I guess I'm saying this to Mr. Katz, I don't know who's responsible then for this decision, so I don't know who's gonna pick up the phone and say, okay, let's call so-and-so, we need 2 guardians today, right?
Yeah, I think that how I can imagine this playing out in the short term, as Chief Kowalski mentioned, is it's going to be about the initial availability, that the company that has the higher rate, again, that is our worst case scenario as it relates to impact to the district. The other one, we would be obviously a lower impact to the district for those positions. But then we're going to start to see the quality of the candidates they're putting forward and those folks in the school, and that may be a big guider to us as far as hey, we don't want to go to that company, or we do want to go to that company based on that performance. So I think some of it will be, for lack of better, it'll be trial and error.
Again, I guess I would ask that we would be considerate of the cost, considering both companies were very close to being the first choice, that we would default to the less expensive of the 2 options until we determine that they are not providing the quality.
I think what you said makes absolute sense, and until we understand what that quality looks like.
I guess that's what I would like to know. Hope that you will contemplate, and I'm not giving you direction as a board member, I'm just giving you my feedback. To me, that seems like a way to mitigate costs and still get quality again. They
Agreed.
were both at the top of the evaluation and less than 1 point away from each other. Couple of things. When I saw the vendor responsibilities, I noticed that, I guess a couple of things. First, I think there should be some stipulation that they cannot employ, at least for us, they cannot employ someone that we have let go, meaning that we have fired. Not somebody who we've broken employment because they've chosen to move on.
So we actually mentioned in the contract explicitly, one, we tried to eliminate poaching entirely of not coming after us. And then the other is that we actually have say over anyone who's being placed on our contract. So we can determine, again, based on the circumstances that person left, that we wouldn't let them use a particular individual.
Okay, so my concern with that is that seems as if then the burden is on us to make that determination. The reason I say that is because you pick up the phone and say, tomorrow morning we need 5 guardians. That means we're going to have to, if we leave it the language as it is, then it's not incumbent on them to make sure that they don't send us someone that we fired. It's incumbent on us to make sure that we vet every single time they employ send someone to us to make sure it isn't someone that we fired.
Yeah,
To me, it makes sense that we put that burden on them rather than on us.
Yeah, when I've dealt with guard contracts in the past for these types of, well, not this specific type of role, but for guarding providers in general, generally what we say to them is, we have this many posts, please provide us the list of the people you plan to use. We approve that list in advance of starting to distribute anybody through that process, and then we just say to them, if for whatever reason you're not able to provide us one of these people, then those we actually have to take offline and make sure that it's not somebody we have an issue with prior to them being deployed.
So as much as I appreciate that, and that's good because there could be concerns outside of the fact that we have fired somebody.
Sure.
I believe that the safest route is for us to specifically state that they may not provide us with a guardian that has been fired, and they will know that because that would be in their history, and they're responsible for that as an employee. Again, that puts the burden on us to determine whether or not each of these people have what their history is, rather than them only sending us employees that have not been fired by the school district. Is there a reason we're pushing back on this? I don't know.
I guess the question is just, again, is it something that needs to be done at a contract level? I would defer to the GC, or is this something where, because we have total control over who is on our contract, whether we can just say to them, hey, as you're going through your screening process, make sure you are asking the question, because we're not going to accept anybody who's been terminated.
Well, see, for me,
I
the
just don't know the
contract
answer.
level is important because then we at least have two burdens, right? The person, the group vendor sending it to us has the burden of making sure it's not someone we let go, and then we're the secondary look, because things sometimes get missed.
If they've been informed
So
of it.
rather than that burden fall directly on us, and, you know, for whatever reason, when we did the quick approval, the person who was approving, maybe it's Mr. Kowalski who looks at it every day, but he's out sick that day, and the person who's covering for him doesn't know how to go through every single record to make sure that that's the case every day. To me, having that secondary, where they're initially responsible, and then we still take that look, puts us in the safest position. I think it puts our students and staff in the safest position.
Understood.
So I would ask that we would consider that, and I would also ask, it doesn't obviously need to be in here, but I guess that there would be some clear direction that cost is considered as we do this. Again, once we start utilizing the company, if we find that there is a quality issue associated with the cost, then obviously that becomes important, you know, a deciding factor in terms of who you call. So, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Mrs. Bartleman?
Yes, so these are strictly substitutes. We don't see having permanent people from these companies. Can you guys hear me?
I'm sorry?
This is strictly substitutes. We don't see having to hire any permanent guardians from this company.
When you say permanent guardian, what do you mean?
Like, I mean, as in lieu of hiring someone ourselves, we would just contract with this company to be our guardian.
No, at this time, the folks who we would expect could potentially use them as permanent would be the charters, because this allows them to utilize the same contract where they could go for an additional person at our rate and be able to get the same rate that we have negotiated. We think that they will take advantage of them on a permanent basis. I just want to be clear that we expect to always have 15 people at any given time that we are paying for, with an expectation that we're either using them to supplement our current staff or as substitutes within that pool. So I just wanted to be clear that we will always be using the company, but it's not about this will be a permanent assignment to a school and that person will stay there indefinitely.
Okay, and then do their candidates have to meet the same stringent qualifications as ours?
Yes.
So they have to be retired military, corrections, or law enforcement?
Yes, and for them, we've actually said, and they also must have their D&G license. That is a requirement as part of the contract, which for us, that was an optional thing for our full-time guardians.
Okay.
And then they still go through the same BSO training that ours do.
Okay, and then I have a real issue with the $40 an hour. I just roughly did the math. That's more than we pay our teachers, the beginning teachers. And if you're gonna have 15 people that are always there, and let's say one of those people is from the company, I have a real problem with that.
So again, I think that the markup when we use an outside provider, when we use a third party, is about knowing that it will take them more people to be able to staff that one position to make sure it is always staffed every day.
Well, I don't see how they're gonna, just like the off-duty police officers that the charters tried to use, who are they even going to be, how are they gonna keep employees on an as-need basis? Like, I'm sure they're gonna have, like, you said you're not using the same 15 people every day, right?
I'm saying that in general, we would expect to have the same 15 people, but if somebody were out, we also expect them to provide somebody different so that we always have
Okay, the same
15.
15.
Yep.
So that means if you potentially use someone from the $40 an hour, and you do the math at 186 days, 8 hours a day, you're at $59,520.
Correct.
And there are companies that are less expensive. I just can't, we don't pay our teachers that much. And I know it doesn't come with the benefits, but I can't see paying $40 for this.
Again,
I know it's not your intention, but it doesn't make sense to even have our second company be a $40 an hour company compared to someone who's giving us people for 25. It just doesn't make sense to me how they even, the discrepancy is so great, I don't understand how, and I know you said the way you did the scoring, but there was something really messed up about the way you did the scoring then.
Is that the extent of your comments?
Yeah.
Thank you. I will make just 2 quick comments. So, Ms. Bartleman, while I appreciate your comment with regard to how much they're getting paid, we are in the unfortunate situation that it is mandated through Florida statute that we fill these positions, and we cannot, as a board, afford to not have a guardian or law enforcement at a school. And so while it pains me to spend the dollars on this, we have no choice but to do this because it's required by law. But having said that, I do agree with my colleagues' comments with regard to cost and how there is such a huge discrepancy. So I would hope that we would look to fill the positions with the most cost-effective company that we are contracted with.
Understood. And again, I think even from our perspective, we think they're going to have a challenge to fill those roles at that $25 an hour rate for the same reason that we are struggling to fill those roles.
Right.
So it may be the more expensive company that is able to do it because they are paying at the higher rate.
And I also want to say that we're contracting with entities that their burden and their overhead and profit is included in the cost that they're quoting to us. So the people who are actually working in those positions are not going to be receiving the full benefit of this dollar amount that is the hourly rate that we're being charged. Yes, Ms. Good.
Oh, that's
Ditto.
true, good point.
It's exactly what I was gonna say. So, although it's painful that we have to, pay this amount of money, and clearly, moving forward, maybe there's a way to reevaluate how we look at these bids, but we're a public entity. We have to go through a bidding process. We might not necessarily like the outcomes, but we're mandated to have these individuals in our schools, and I cannot imagine not fulfilling that mandate. So we need to do whatever we need to do as a board to get it done. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood, then back to Ms. Bartleman.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. We were talking the other day about additional educational opportunities. Maybe we need to start looking at one of our high schools, putting some kind of police or security academy in place so we can start making our own pipeline of employees to meet this need.
Which Miami-Dade does have.
They have
So I'll just give a shameless shout out to Whit and Rogers Education Center, who does have the basic security. We don't do gun licenses, but we do security. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, 2 questions. There were 10 other companies, and so I don't know why you didn't take more companies at a lower rate. I get that we have to provide this, but you have 10 companies bidding here. And so you could have gone with someone that's under $40, $30, $35. Like, I think cost should be a factor. That's my issue with this. Or you could have, said we're gonna have 4 companies on a rotation. But instead you chose somebody that's $25 and you chose someone that's $40. And no one in the middle.
Again, I would say that ultimately, if you look at what we are paying our guardians with the fully baked, what the expense is for our guardians, where we're we're well into the 30s anyway. You're not talking about a big disparity between the $30 and the $40
Okay, then my
to
second.
build in the overhead.
My second question is, because my HOA contracts with different security companies, what is there is an issue with how much you pay the hourly rate and how that comes back, because we have contracted, and then they say they can't get guards out because of the drive, and we then have to increase the cost of the guards. So this the money here, the $25 includes everything, the overhead, correct? There's no separate cost for the administration?
No,
Okay.
this is the hourly rate for
All right.
them being on our contract.
And then part of the security negotiations every year seems to be a raise for their guards. Like built in, just my experience with HOAs, they want a 3% cost of living increase at the cost of the guards. Is that addressed in this contract that they can come back and ask for that?
So this is just a one-year contract
So then
for this one. I think that, again, there is a lot going on in the market right now as it relates to the guardians, whether it's the school districts or the charters or even private schools who are trying to utilize similar type staff within their schools. We are hoping that, again, over the next year or so, that the market will start to stabilize and we'll know what the future looks like. But at the moment, we don't know, which is why we've made the recent adjustments we did to the guardians, to our full-time employee guardians.
Okay.
Thank you. And I would just like to call to your attention, to my colleagues, that as part of the evaluation meeting, it does list points for SDOP. And so if you look at the total scores based on that, that is playing into the decision. So I want us to think about that as well when we are considering how we ended up with the two top scores that we ended up with. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item E? Yes, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I think that
that
he has an answer.
Is that what I hear back there?
I think the answer that I was just told is that the primary vendor is at 4063, and
Here he
the other
comes.
one is less. I'm sorry, Mr. Woods wasn't back yet.
Correct.
Okay, so
Which is
then
why we had
that
figured
would
that
make
that
it
way.
where it's not going to exceed that.
Correct.
But one thing that would have to be corrected is you're not choosing between the two. The primary vendor is the one you go to first.
Depending on
There's a primary and
Our
an
issue is
alternate.
availability.
Right, but you go to the first one first, they're the primary, and then the other one's less, so at a max, the max you'll come in at is that one.
Correct.
That's at, but see, we did not know it was at 4063, because that sheet doesn't tell you what it's at. It just had the point breakdown, so.
So wait, can I ask Lori a question? So they have to go to the 4063 first and not to the $25?
Ask the question of staff.
Yeah, so two things. So first of all, thank you for briefing, for my brief, for listening to my brief. So just to reiterate, right, so the 4063 is the primary vendor. We use that in the financial impact, which represents a worst-case scenario. So if we choose to utilize the secondary vendor throughout this contract, we have enough spend to cover what we're asking for here, right? So it's a worst-case scenario. The second thing that I want to say is the weighted cost of 20%. I believe that was a question asked by Ms. Korn. The weights were established in a collaborative conversation. Ms. Kowalski, I believe you were part of that conversation around assigning which weights to which points. So that's how we got to the weights for 20%. We can talk about was that high or low enough. At the end of the day, that's where we netted out at 20%. And then the last thing that I will say is there is a primary and a secondary vendor identified here. And in this particular instance, it is kind of the end user's discretion to choose either one of these vendors. You don't necessarily have to go to the primary first. It's our discretion to choose which one. And to some conversation that I heard earlier, I believe that the intent would be to use the lower price vendor as often or initially until we figure out if there's a need to go to the primary vendor.
Based on availability.
Based on availability. So hopefully that answered the majority of the questions that I couldn't answer 5 minutes ago. My apologies.
Thank you. So Ms. Levinson, you're good to move forward?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment or questions from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE31 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE31 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE32, please?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on EE32. Seeing none, I have Ms. Good, followed by Dr. Osgood.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, so this is one where, again, we made a commitment to have a safety school officer on site, and certainly we're going to continue that commitment. But I just wanted to make sure this is one of those things where we're paying the full cost with BSO, because it's not one of those where we're partnering with a municipality. But in the event, for any reason, that we need to fill the position with a guardian, because, again, it's an issue of coverage, does the contract allow us to do that?
I'm sorry, when you say fill, you mean if we decided to, does the contract allow us to end this contract if we went in a different direction for how we were going to provide that coverage?
Since you said that, and in the event, let's say BSO couldn't provide, for whatever reason, someone on a particular day, and we needed to have someone there because we made that commitment, does the contract still allow, or we have that ability to put a guardian there if a SRO didn't show?
We do have the ability to put a guardian there as a temporary coverage. We wouldn't necessarily have to, because it's not a compliance issue for having them at the school if they were 10 minutes late or 20 minutes late or something like that.
But it's a commitment issue.
But it's a commitment issue,
yep.
But we've not run into any issues with our law enforcement agencies as it relates to an SRO of, hey, they have an outage on a particular day and are not able to give us one. I don't have those concerns as it relates to BSO.
And then this commitment is through the period of time of which, the building is completed,
That's
correct?
the intent.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Dr. Osgood?
Yes, I just wanted to bring this up so we can discuss it publicly, so I can get the response on record. We have other schools that have portables. So is it our thought that we're going to, if they have requests and they want officers on those portables, are we looking to put guardians or officers in those other schools as well?
I've not heard any discussion of us putting additional SROs or guardians on any other portables. This was a commitment that was made prior to my arrival that we are just honoring through contract.
Yeah, I understand, but we always talk about precedent. And I had the question asked to me, so I'm bringing it forth so that it can be on the record. I understand exactly why we're doing it, because it was a commitment that we made when we, made some of the decisions that we made at this particular school, rightfully so. But we do have other schools that have portables that have safety concerns as well.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Any additional comment from my colleagues? I don't have any additional questions based on the comments that were just made, the questions that were just asked. All in favor of item EE32 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE32 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item II1?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on II1. I have Ms. Bartleman. Just so you know, this is going to be in your second box of items. Oh, and I, yes. Yes.
I
Mr.
might be able
Strauss?
to speed this up on this one.
Yes.
This II1 item was tied to the CC4 item, and since I believe you voted that one down, I would recommend maybe to either withdraw or vote it down.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman, do you still need to make comments? Thank you. Any additional comments from my colleagues? Remember, this item II1 is a companion org chart item to the earlier job description that was voted down. All those in favor of item II1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
Sorry.
Would anyone like a roll call so that official school board records can know who voted? Is it the same as the previous item?
The CC item?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it the same? Those, okay.
2 and 6.
Okay. Item II1 fails. May I have a motion and a second on item II2, please? Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on II2. I have Mrs. Alhadeff, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 3, my question is, so we're paying for 2 full-time staff positions to BEF as indirect support?
II2.
I'm sorry,
I can
Ms.
speak to
Alhadeff,
this
what-
item.
II2?
I'm sorry, yeah.
So I'll help speak to this particular item.
Mr. Woods, you've been here a very long time today.
No, I think we're just going to make the whole agenda agenda.
Just the Mr. Woods agenda, okay.
Right. So in this particular item, the answer to your question is yes. We have 2 resources that have been supporting Broward Education Foundation from as long as I can recall. They're paid full-time staff for the district, and they provide support services to BEF, which in turn provides a significant amount of grant funding to the district.
And do you know approximately how much each of them are being paid?
In the financial impact section, I think salary and benefits is approximately $170,000.
Each?
No, that's for
Total?
both of them combined.
And then on page 5, Broward County Public Schools grant fees. So we pay one-time 5% administrative fees for grants to BEF.
So I'll defer to the BEF representative.
Chase Suriago, Executive Director, Broward Education Foundation. So that administrative fee is grants that are submitted through the district because they need a 501c3. If it allows in the grant for administrative fees to be assessed, they are. If they are not, they do not get the 5%. Depends on who the funder is, and if it allows it in the budget of the grant.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Ms. Good?
So, I guess I'm getting old, because I'm having a difficult time remembering some things, but was there not some issues in the past regarding the district funding? I know there was an issue with the district funding a director position, so how is this different?
So there was a Florida Auditor General report, in ending fiscal year June 2015. And in that report, they had some findings regarding a school district's direct payment for resources. And they specifically called out the payment of the salary for the chief executive officer of BEF. And they specifically talked about the warehousing that we used to provide at one point in time. At no point did they ever mention the staffing support. So based on that, we immediately stopped paying for those 2 items. We've done significant research on this. We actually have a legal opinion on those 2 resources. Based on the legal opinion and information that has come out since the Audit General report, there is no issue with us providing support services similar to the staffing that we're currently doing. So there's no issues related to those 2 positions.
So I guess I'm not aware of that opinion, and certainly if you say that, I mean, I want to be as supportive as I can with the Broward Education Foundation, with everything they do. I just have to make sure that I'm aware, as you are aware, of any opinions that allows us to provide this kind of support. So,
And we, through the chair.
before I can vote on it today, and hopefully it's something that's available, I just need to understand or see that opinion.
Yep, so through the chair, and I believe that we can pull it up. I'll try to pull it up. I don't know if, it was via.
Unless Mr. Vignola is aware
Yeah,
of
it
what
was
you're.
it was via Ms. Myrick, excuse me, and it was actually directly to the board, and it was in relationship to the actual CEO salary, and could we pay that salary? And you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, and the opinion, and I'll pull it up. I don't know if you have access to it. The opinion, I'll share it with the board. So I think that's the best thing to do. I'll just share it with the board, and then you can read it and interpret it yourselves.
So the opinion you're referencing speaks to not allowing us to pay the salary of the CEO, or the director, but allowing us to do this. Because,
Yeah, I would like to provide the opinion to the board and let you read it. I don't
Well, I
want to
would ask
interpret
you
it
to-
for you, but.
since Ms. Myrick's not here, and unfortunately, Mr. Vignola doesn't have it before him, I just want him to have an opportunity to read it and let us know as a board corporate that it meets,
So through the chair, I mean, this item isn't time sensitive. There's no reason why we can't postpone it or delay it or bring it back. I don't want the board to feel like they're pressured or rushed to make a decision. I would offer through the chair that, either we can postpone it or we can bring it back in December to give you plenty of time to take a look, ask legal any questions regarding this. There's a lot of data and information that has come out regarding DSOs, direct service organizations, that have come out since the 2015 audit finding, and we are very consistent in providing those two resources. Actually, we're probably more conservative than most of the districts here in Florida. But I would like to, if it's possible, maybe we can just either postpone it or delay it to the next board meeting so that we have enough time for you to feel comfortable.
well, I'll wait to hear from my colleagues. I know that we have, we deferred, the next meeting is what, we have a special meeting next week?
We will be having a special meeting next week, prior to the workshop.
And if it's, I don't think this is controversial per se, but I just think we need enough time to just look at the documentation and get maybe an updated memorandum from our council. So when appropriate, maybe we could just defer it for 1 week period of time to allow us that opportunity and not defer it for an extended period of time.
I mean, I have Ms. Myrick's memo I could send to all of you. It's not long.
Can you send it to Mr. Vignola?
Oh, okay.
And then maybe by the time we're done with the agenda, then I'll just leave it alone, and maybe we have an opportunity to review have Mr. Vignola provide us information prior to the end of the meeting. So I'll not defer it at this.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood?
Yes, and I certainly, would like for my colleagues to feel comfortable, but, the way grants work, you have administrative dollars that are allowed. I was a little, when I saw only 5%, I said, well, there's normally another 2% because the standard is, a lot of times it's at least 7% if the grant is over a certain amount, because somebody has to administrate the grant. Somebody has to follow up and respond to whoever the funder is. So that person is allowed to be paid through the funding in order to do the follow-up, to keep the paperwork, to respond. And as a district, when people are making contributions to support teachers or things that they want to support through us, they can't do it directly through us. So an organization like the Broward Education Foundation is very beneficial in allowing us to have those opportunities, to have those dollars support the work that we're doing through a legal structure that's, the IRS is okay with working with us in that way. And I could go on about the other two positions, but I'll wait for Mr. Vignola to read or say whatever he has to say. But it's certainly appropriate as to how these things work with entities and nonprofit arms that are attached to them, whether it's like foundations and other entities. Foundations are actually structured different than the 501c3s for various reasons.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Levinson?
Thank you. So I was just going to ask, could we put in item 3 there that it deals with grant contributions? Because when I read that under individual and corporate contributions, it doesn't specify that it's for grants. So could we put something that says BCPS grant contributions received directly through BEF on behalf of BCPS will be assessed, blah, 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 if eligible through grant? That's what Shay said, so. Because when you read this, that's not what it says.
So individual and corporations are different contributions than a grant. That's why it's listed up in the grant and not in the individuals.
No, it's under individual and corporate contributions.
BCPS contributions received directly through BEF on behalf of the school district assessed a one-time 5%. Yes, we can definitely take that out on individuals, yes.
If we could just, I'd like to just make an
Absolutely.
amendment to, if we could add BCPS grant contributions, keep the rest of the sentence the same, and add if eligible through grant, which is exactly what was said. Since it's under the number 6, individual corporate contributions, it makes it much clearer.
Okay.
So that would be my motion.
Second.
It has been moved by Ms. Levinson and seconded by Ms. Korn that on page 5, underneath item 6, individual/corporate contributions, that A3 indicate BCPS grant contributions, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then add at the end, if eligible through grant.
Audience input on the amendment? Colleague input? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
And then,
The
Ms.
amendment
Springus, I
passes.
just wanted to make one comment. I'd be remiss if I didn't just comment about the outstanding work that the Broward Education Foundation does with Broward County Public Schools. So much support in so many different ways, and we truly appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. I also wanted to start by just echoing how critical the role you play for the district is for our students and our families, so I greatly appreciate that. And that seems to grow every year, so going certainly in the right direction. My concern is this is a memorandum of understanding, a memorandum of agreement, correct? But in the financial impact, it specifically refers to paying for positions. And I guess that's where I would want the clarification, because the memorandum of agreement makes no statement about money. But if there is some concern in the past that we paid for a position, and that's what we're not allowed to do, but we're allowed to support the organization as it supports us, I want to make sure the documentation says that in the agenda request form. So that there's no hiccups or anyone to, look back. The memorandum of agreement seems perfectly fine. There's nothing there that says that there's any support of of positions and so forth. So, but the problem is that the request form ties the title with a financial impact that specifically states the positions. And to Ms. Good's point, in the past, we've been given some direction that it's the funding of the position that was problematic. So I just want to make sure that we pass this in a way that there isn't a concern going forward. I don't have any issue with the amount. I just want to make sure that we're not supporting, that we shouldn't be supporting Broward Education Foundation rather than funding 2 positions.
So through the chair, I want to try to add some clarity to this. So on page 3, under item 3, organizational relationship, sub-bullet D, sub-bullet 7 under D, it talks about the full-time positions actually in the MOA. Doesn't list the dollar amount, but it does say that we will support. Then in addition to that, I will send this memo to the board for review, but I just want to quote what's in the memorandum dated June 20th, 2016. It was to the chair, Heather Brinkworth, and it was from Barbara Myrick. I will send this to you. I still recommend that we table this to next month, but I just want to share this with you if that's okay. But it talks about chapter 1001.453, subparagraph 1-B. The statute defines personal services to include full or part-time personnel. Paragraph 2 states a district school board is authorized to permit use of property, facilities, and personal services of the district by the direct support organization. Just wanted to share that with you, and I will send that out to you all for review. But again, what we're proposing here is in line with what the opinion that we have here in front of you, in addition to other information that's come out since the 2015 audit.
I'm actually comfortable with it. I just didn't have that in front of me to make note of it, so thank you.
Yes, Dr. Osgood.
And could we, since we're going to table this, could we ask for the other memos that was, because I remember another memo, and I just, maybe because of my line of work, I just have a different thought about it, but I remember seeing a memo that actually said that it was even permissible for us to do the CEO, unless someone.
Yes, I sent that memo to all of you.
Okay.
You should have it now.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But we got it some time ago, like a couple of years.
About 10 minutes ago.
No, but before then, I'm saying this was an issue that we discussed. I turned my computer off, so I didn't know you sent it now.
And this is that same memo.
Oh, okay.
This is that same.
Okay, because there seemed, I didn't know if we were saying that it wasn't permissible for us to support salaries. And I know we had the issue about the CEO, and then we got that memo that came back that actually said that we could do it. So I just wanted to be clear about that. I didn't know we received it just now again. I didn't turn my computer off.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Well, as one board member who chairs the meetings without her computer on during the meeting, I appreciate the fact that we might have an opportunity to look at it beyond today. I had the same exact question because in my memory, I remembered there was an issue, and I did not have any guidance or anything called out within here with regard to how this would be different. But I do have a question. This is our current agreement?
Yes, this is our first agreement, formal agreement with BEF.
From 2017?
Yeah, so actually.
Actually, this has been going on for about 3 years. So what happened was, as a DSO, we were recommended by the Consortium of Education Foundations across the state for every local education foundation to do an MOA if you were a DSO. So we started the process. A lot of things happened in between. Last year was like a total loss because of MSD and all our attention being there. So we are here today, and this is the MOU that the General Counsel has looked at and signed off on, and now presented to the board to sign off on the MOA. So it really states nothing about the CEO being paid. It's the 2 district employees that are being paid from the district.
Okay, so, and so my question is, this has been our practice.
That's correct.
In spite of the fact that we didn't have an agreement.
That's correct. We're really formalizing it, and that's based on guidance from the Consortium of Florida Education Foundations. And a lot of this came about after that 2015 audit, because all of the districts in the state were having the same issue and the same problem. So some guidance came out. They talked about we should formalize the relationship, so we're trying to be in compliance with best practices.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know at this point what my colleagues, Mr. Vignola, did you have a comment or a recommendation for us?
Well, in looking at this, first I would note that Ms. Myrick issued her earlier memorandum, which I don't think I saw, but she is also the attorney that reviewed this contract and approved it. I would expect those 2 things to be consistent, and also when I look at section 1001.453 Florida statutes, as Mr. Wood indicated in the memorandum from Ms. Myrick, it defines a term, personal services, and that's defined to include full-time or part-time personnel. And the statute states that a district school board is authorized to permit the use of property, facilities, and personal services of the district by a direct support organization. So what we're talking about here in the body of the agreement, I'm seeing it to be use of property, facilities, and personal services as defined by the statute. So that would seem to be permitted.
Okay, thank you. Do any of my colleagues have additional questions or comments? I don't know if anyone's still looking to defer the item or if everyone, okay. All those, oh wait, did I take audience input as amended? Just checking. All those in favor of item II as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Item II passes. Let the record reflect there was one no vote. May I have a motion and a second on items JJ1 and JJ2?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Horn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on JJ1 and JJ2. Seeing none, I have Mrs. Alhadeff.
On JJ2.
Yes, it's 1 and 2, so we all have comments on JJ2.
So my question is there a roofing maintenance plan with all this spending?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Olive, would you please repeat the question?
Sure. So with the increase of the project to over $4 million, is there a roofing maintenance plan included with this?
There is not a roofing maintenance plan per se. We do get a warranty from the manufacturer and installer, and we're currently working to identify potential vendors who can perform roof maintenance work to make sure that our warranties will stay in effect during the life of the roof. PP&O does some preventive maintenance warranty work right now.
And how long is it warranted for?
I think most of the roofs are warranted for 25 years.
It's either 20 or 25.
20 or 25. I can't recall exactly what number is in our new spec because we did change it recently.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alda. Ms. Levinson?
So I was just looking at this again, and so this continues to be, I'm just looking at the amounts, again, the increase, and I'm just trying to understand why a newer elementary school in the scope of our schools in the district is this far over the previous estimate.
Again, the majority was at $1.8 million, I believe, was
1.688.
1.9, I'm sorry. 1.9 is due to the roofing square footage issue that we've all talked about for years. That continues to be the biggest obstacle. We have gone back and every one of these projects now that we're going back and checking the square footages that was identified in maps, what the actual building square footage is, and we find the next one you find's got a 45,000 square foot bust in the square footage, so that one's significantly higher. We are making sure that the scope of the work is following the maps, and we're finding that some of these, the price to do the work is a little bit higher than the others, because as we've talked to roofers, how they do the demolition and where they have to haul the waste to and how they get it off the roof, and then how they have to get it up off the ground and double and triple handling it to get it off the site. Roofing is the biggest issue that we're facing.
All right, I don't know why I'm commenting on it. It's the same thing, but I just don't understand on a newer elementary school how we're $3.5 million over the budget. I just have to comment about it, so. This is not an old school.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Can you tell me what year the school was built?
If you'll give me just a second. Building 1, most of the campus was built in 94, and the TPM, I think, was done in 2003, building 85.
What is the TP?
That was an addition.
Yeah, this.
When we did class size reduction.
So are
we
we
put a lot of
replacing
additions.
that too in this? That's 16 years old. That shouldn't be replaced.
No, we're not touching building 85, I don't believe.
Okay,
No,
so,
ma'am.
so the buildings, that were built in 1994, so, they had 25-year roofs on them at that time?
It should have been a 20-year roof.
Okay. So, in the explanation that you just gave about the handling several times what comes off of the roof, that's very annoying to me, I'm just gonna say.
Well, we had a roofing workshop yesterday with all the roofers and contractors. And normally when you do a roof, you back up a dump truck, it's a lift, it goes up to the roof. Some of these that are interior roofs have to come down off the roof, put in wheelbarrowed to an area that they either have a dumpster or a truck and load it. A typical roof is they just come in with a lift truck, they back up to it, and you haul into the truck. Some of these, they have to travel a couple of 100 feet or longer to haul it. That's why each building or each campus is different. When you have a lot of interior buildings, you just can't drive trucks up to them.
Thank you for that. And then this goes actually, there's a comment in JJ2 item and JJ3 item, both with ancillary items not reflected. The one, for this one in particular, JJ2, it just says, and ancillary items not reflected in the 2014 Facilities Condition Assessment maps. In the one that's coming, the subsequent item, it will specifically call out ancillary items to HVAC. So can these ancillary items in JJ2 be attributed to any particular scope of work, or are there some other ancillary items that were not included?
More than likely, it has to do with the fire alarm upgrades that have to be done to the mechanical system. It's probably control systems to make the mechanical systems operate more efficiently. It's those type of ancillary items that keep popping up that were not specifically identified in the MAPS assessment.
Okay. And then it's possible that it's in here and I just didn't see it, but how do these revised amounts are based on your revised projections, correct? The cost estimates that Atkins provided?
Yep, yeah.
Sorry, this is Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. These revised amounts are based on these were both hard bids, so they're based on the hard bids that have come in from the contractor, and then the soft costs have been added to that to get to the total project budget. So things like design and ARC change order contingency, things like that get added.
Right, but
I was going to say, if you were asking regarding where we stand to their estimate, the first one, Chapel Trail, is 1% less than the Atkins estimate.
Okay.
And the William Dandy is 12% less. Both of them came in below the Atkins estimate.
Okay, because I thought that was something that we were putting in the executive summary at one point, but maybe I just dreamt that because I thought maybe it should be there.
I don't think we have, but we have our own little cheat sheet here for when we ask the numbers, if it's...
Right. Well,
It's something we could add in there.
I think that because it's a question that comes at least to my mind when I'm reading, how is this coming in compared to the revised estimates and cost projections that you've created? I think that that would be helpful, and then it would cut down on our asking
I
questions.
totally agree. Usually we talk about it in walk-arounds, but a lot of these, we don't need walk-arounds. So we will include them in the future, so we don't have to explain it here.
It's also good to remind the public as well.
Yes.
Okay. Any additional comment from my colleagues on JJ? Hold on, I was just counting the number of people. Yes, Ms. Good?
No, just, do we have a, yes.
Yes.
Just very quickly, this is a much-needed project at Chapel Trail. It's part of their SMART initiative. It's, again, like many other schools, the roofs are in, for whatever reason, are in substantial need of replacement, so thank you.
And I know you keep asking about the roofing. We are coming next week to a workshop
Yes.
to discuss the roofing.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
I just want to say the comments weren't meant whether it was one school or not. This construction contract is 299% over. Okay, it's, so I'm not understanding even your estimate, Ashley, it's 1% under, but why is it 299% over? That's not a normal amount. What is the reason for it?
I think there are, several reasons. Again, I know we sound like a broken record, but.
No, but it's
the
much
roofing
higher than the
is-
other one. No,
Well,
it's much,
but
the
it
other one's
depends.
173% over.
I understand that, but William Dandy had other scopes besides just HVAC and roofing. Chapel Trail was all roofing and HVAC, and mostly roofing. So if your project is all roofing, then it's gonna be triple, because the maps, that's how low those budget estimates were. So that's where it comes in. If you get a project that has art, media, the things
No,
that
that
will
makes
stick to
sense
the
what you're
budget,
explaining.
then it's gonna bring your percentage down, but when it's all roofing, there's just we can't control that.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
Yes, thank you for that explanation. And just to go back to what one of my colleagues asked with regard to maintenance on the roofs, I hope sooner rather than later, we're going to have that figured out, because we can't have new roofs on buildings and not be doing what's required to keep the warranties intact.
Yes, we are hopefully going to discuss it a little bit at next week's meeting, but then we will come to a workshop with cost analysis and the options we're looking on how to do the maintenance.
Thank you. Any additional comments on items JJ 1 and 2? Seeing none, all those in favor of items JJ 1 and 2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items JJ 1 and 2 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on items JJ 3 and 4?
So moved?
Moved by Ms.
Heather,
Moore.
I was an aye, just so you have it recorded.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that on JJ 1 and 2, Ms. Bartleman was on the phone and she voted in favor of the items. I have I can't even remember now what I have. I have a motion by Ms. Korn and a second by Ms. Rupert for items JJ 3 and 4. Audience input? Seeing none, I have Mrs. Alhadeff for JJ 3.
So this one significantly has gone up. Why?
Could you repeat that?
Well, we're millions and millions of dollars over budget. What is the main reason why?
But the difference between what is currently shown in maps versus what we actually had to re-roof physically on the roofs, there's 45,000 more square feet of roofs that we had to re-roof. So there's the $45,000 bust between the square footage as shown in maps that they used to develop the budget estimates versus the actual physical size of the roof that we have to re-roof. 45,000 equates on this almost $750,000 just on the square footage difference. And, we've had to sing this song to you recently, and we're checking every one of them to try to identify where these discrepancies are so that we can do a better job of explaining to you. And we've gone back and looked, and there is no rhyme or reason on how they came up with the numbers. They're just not tying into any of the fish data on the floor plans.
So I struggle a little bit with that answer. I was at your roofing meeting, and there was a lot of reasons being discussed. I know we're going to talk about it at the workshop. So with that being said, I think that there's room for improvement, and I hope that you take those comments from all the roofers and figure out a way that we can try to save money on our roofs.
Just so you know, we have a follow-up meeting tomorrow to discuss all that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And do any of my colleagues have questions before
I have a question.
Oh, yes, Ms. Bartleman.
So on the needs assessment, the square footage of this roof was off, correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
How many other roofs, I mean, that seems like a really crazy mistake to make.
This is a big one. Some of them are off a couple of thousand square feet. We've seen other instances where you have a 120,000 square foot two-story building. So there's 120,000 square feet of space. It said 2 stories, so MAP says I'm going to re-roof 60,000 when we actually had to re-roof 90,000 because it was a multi-level building and not a 2-story.
I just still don't even understand how, okay, so I don't understand how you make that kind of mistake on a needs assessment, especially one that isn't a multi-story building. Like, once again, I am shocked at the errors in that needs assessment. And have you gone through every other project now to make sure that there are, you've now identified all the discrepancies, correct? Throughout the whole program, or are you just identifying them as they come up?
As we go through the design, we're identifying the discrepancies as we go through design. Whether I can say we've identified all of them right now, I can't say that.
Okay, so for me, we have so much money to spend, we have so much money to put in reserves. We are making budget decisions every day. I think it's really important, like roofs, you have to do roofs. You can't not have a roof on a building. And so for me, even when you look at Atkins, what they estimate the overruns to be in the budget, these aren't even market conditions. These are just flat out errors on square footage of roofs. So I think it's imperative for us to go through and not wait for design and to see how far off just the math on our roofs is so we can anticipate those costs. Because these are like huge discrepancies, and you can't blame it on anything except someone who doesn't know how to do the math of square footage of a building, or was sloppy and didn't put the numbers in right. And this is costing us a substantial amount of money, and as one board member, I can't direct staff, I can't tell you what to do, but if I was the CFO or in charge of this budget, I would want to know how many more roofs and how far off they are so I can anticipate those costs and not wait as we move through the program to figure that out so I can prepare.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman.
Runcie, do you have a suggestion for this?
I believe staff is prepared to respond to you, Ms. Bartleman.
Okay.
Yes, with that, and if Ashley wants to chime in, is we already have looked at a lot of this, and it's just coming forward now as we bring it to the board for approval. We've already re-estimated this, and we are below our new realistic estimate. So it's not coming as a total shock, but we're not bringing it to the board until we put it out to bid, get the final cost, and then we then tell you that, yes, there was a 40,000 square foot bust. This is why it cost X amount of dollars more.
But that's not what I'm asking. You don't know how far off on your math is on all the roofs in the program.
Ms.
The
Barber,
market conditions can decrease next year. That would be the best case
Yeah,
scenario.
we've done all of that. That's what
how
Atkins
far off
did
our
all of
math
that.
is.
Could you?
Can I just ask that people not talk over each other, please? Because it's very difficult for those who are recording what we're saying to be able to record properly. Ashley?
Ms. Bartleman, we definitely have been keeping track of each project as it goes through design, and that is all rolled up into various different reports that we are monitoring. The only question marks I would say are the projects that really haven't started design, or really, those few projects that don't have their scope validations done. Those would really be the only question marks at this point. We do have all of that data compiled, and we're monitoring that, and that's all part of the new revised estimates.
Okay, Ash, can I ask you a follow-up, Ashley? That's what I'm speaking to, the question marks. Don't you want to know how far off our square footage is on these buildings so you can anticipate those cost increase?
We do. We have anticipated the cost increase. That is that running construction budget that has all the revised costs on it, that has the total
the
overage.
revised cost, then let me ask this real quick. Let me ask it another way. You're saying that the revised cost estimates include your square footage errors, like this one we had,
Yes.
Correct.
and all the future projects we have them.
And I don't know if you might not have been on the phone yet, but we had discussed it earlier, where the first project came in 1% under the Atkins estimate, and the second one was 12% under the Atkins estimate, which has included all of this in that estimate.
Okay, so for every project in the bond, you are telling me you are cognizant of square footage mistakes of all future projects and current projects?
Yes, except for maybe the last 5 to 8 projects that do not have the scope validations done yet. But those will be forthcoming very, very soon. And that's, less than 1%. It's a small amount.
Okay, so we only have 8 more roofs that could come in millions of dollars more because of the square footage error.
We only have 8 more roofs that can come in millions of dollars more than what we are already expecting them to come over the budget.
Okay.
Thank
That's
you.
it, Heather, sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. So my question was about the ancillary and how it was different between JJ2 and JJ3. And I think you just clarified the question that was asked. So there are 8 projects for which scope validation has not yet occurred. And those 8 projects could have additional square footage, but you've already identified for those particular projects a budget based on what was entered in maps and your new costs that you're putting in for roofing. So those estimates that you have currently for those jobs wouldn't account for, just for those 8, what might be found in a scope validation. Okay. Any additional comment from my colleagues on items JJ3 and JJ4? All in favor of JJ3 and JJ4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. Items JJ3 and 4 pass unanimously. Let the record reflect Ms. Bartleman is on the line and voted in the affirmative. May I have a motion and a second on item K1, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on K1. Seeing none, I have Ms. Bartleman.
My question is on the money for the PPO position. Did you always anticipate that coming out of capital?
Through the chair, yes. It's an appropriate use of capital funds. All PPO expenditures are part of the maintenance transfer.
Okay, so they're transferred into general and then paid, okay. Is that the same for like the chief facilities officer or anyone working in facilities? Are they also paid out of capital through the maintenance transfer, or are they paid out of general fund?
So through the
Well,
chair.
the maintenance transfer is general fund, so I'm sorry. Are their salaries also coming out of capital?
Through the chair, it depends on what they do for facilities. If they're doing maintenance, they do. If they're doing things like monitoring electrical usage, that's charged to general fund. It depends
So do
on
you-
what function within facilities they fall under in the Red Book.
And then, have you seen, you just got here, have you seen an increase in using the maintenance transfer for an increase or decrease in using the capital dollars for maintenance positions transferred over to general? In that total budget item, in the total cost of salary?
So through the chair, I've been here about 2.5 years, so I've been here a while, Ms. Bartleman. The past practice of the district prior to 2017 was that the maintenance transfer was a set amount of dollars, and if we spent more on maintenance, the general fund would absorb those dollars. Since my assuming the role of CFO, I've come back to the board with budget amendments. If the amount that comes out of Compass now Maximo that we actually spend on our maintenance is more than the budget, so the budget has increased for maintenance in the last 3 budget cycles.
For salaries as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that because we're adding additional positions?
That's because the board has approved raises for those staff.
Okay, so that has to do with raises, not additional positions. Okay, and then,
Just to be clear, Ms. Bartleman, that I've got to go and look. There may have been a few positions added, but not a substantial number. I don't want to mislead you that there may be a few. I'd have to do a follow-up on that.
okay, so, and I guess this will go to my question about the PPO audit done by Great City Schools. Because Mr. Runcie, are you planning a workshop on that? Because their first this was not part of the recommendation, the chart position that we're moving in, that we're funding in K-1 today. So are you going to have a workshop to explain your response to the PPO audit?
Yes, Ms. Bartleman, I've mentioned it at a number of meetings now. We're going to have a workshop. Mr. Woods also has been sending regular updates to the school board. I think he sent a memo out I think yesterday on the status of that review, but the workshop date is being set for sometime in January.
Okay, I didn't see that memo from Mr.
He sent,
Woods with the review.
that was a second memo that he sent. There was one that was sent earlier that
All right.
spoke to that. And he just sent
All right.
another one out within the last 24 hours. Yeah.
Okay, well, I haven't seen the one in the last 24 hours, so I apologize for
but
that.
yes, so we are doing a workshop. The whole purpose of having the council come in, I've asked them to come in to just take a cursory look at things and give us their sense of where some of the opportunities are. So what we're going to do in January is have a conversation and work with the board to prioritize, where we'll focus our efforts. Obviously, it's going to be a multi-year effort to put in some of the changes that are required, and it's going to be some serious work. But the January workshop is one where we want to come and after we do some analysis behind the report that you're referring to, as well as some of our internal analysis and data gathering that's going on now.
Okay.
Through the chair, I think Ms. Marte wanted to add something to that.
Yes, Ms. Marte.
The position that we're speaking about was approved by the board on October 2nd. Unless the board wants to rescind that vote, I have to fund it.
No, I'm not asking, I'm just asking questions about it. I'm not asking you to rescind it because it was passed by the board. I was only bringing it up because in the PPO audit, they had a different recommendation for what needed to happen in leadership. But Mr. Runcie is going to address all that at the workshop.
Well, as I said before, relative to that position, yeah, that was we would all, in ideal state, love to have a chief facilities officer position filled with a qualified candidate. However, through conversations, even with the council, we're not going to find anyone, and we know that based on the recent search that we did. Is very difficult in this market when there's so many opportunities that are available in the construction industry. So we're taking a a path right now, as we explained, to focus on redesigning our business processes and trying to make sure that we can make the PPO unit as efficient as possible.
Right, but part of that PPO audit was making sure that
wasn't an
the
audit. It was-
bond and new and old, that's why they wanted the chief facility officer with experience to link the two and to work against each other. And they wanted a highly qualified, someone who understood facilities.
Ms. Bartleman, let's stay on the K1 item. I
So,
know
but
it's
that's for the
loosely
workshop,
tied, I
so it's fine.
understand.
I'll stop commenting on that. And also, I would just ask you that when you address the workshop and items, that you address the footnotes. Because some of the footnotes in that audit were more alarming than the audit recommendations for me. So I'm just asking you to do that now, so when we get to the workshop, because those are going to be discussion items for me. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. So I appreciate the notes that you provided. The questions I have on page 5 of 6, they're really small dollar amounts, but I guess I'm trying to get an understanding for, I haven't seen us funding these types of things in the past. For instance, under number 1, little 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the behavior tech position for the ASD cluster, isn't that normally something that comes out of the school budget?
So through the chair, we adopted a budget. Subsequent to that adoption, if, because of a population in a school, there was a need, I'd bring it to you. I don't know what happened before I got here, but any budget request that comes to my desk, subsequent to you approving a budget, you will see.
Okay, so they needed an additional behavior tech position. Does that now become part of their budget going forward?
Yes.
Okay. And the same thing then with number 3, right? That was another position that they
So,
needed.
Yes.
Got
Now,
it. Okay,
if their
perfect.
FTE changes next year,
Right?
that could all change, and hopefully we catch it all before adoption of our final budget. But with a budget this large, there's always going to be some movement that I need to disclose to you, because if it's
Right.
above the funding that I have for that object code, I'm obligated to tell you that.
So, which I appreciate. It's just, it's outstanding that there would only be these few items if you consider how large the district is
Oleg
and
and
how.
his team did a very good job,
Okay.
and there was some shifting of a person from one school to another, but the budget's not by location. This is where it came up that I was out of funds in that function and object.
Got it. Okay. And number 4, this is an increased spend authority on a closed purchase order from the prior year. So help me, is this,
So the wording might be a little bit, we need budget, they had spend authority. When we were
Okay.
closing year end, and I apologize, that is misleading. When we were closing year end, we go through millions and millions and millions of dollars of purchase orders with the schools, with business support centers, with the departments, so we can close out year end correctly. Sometimes we get, there's literally thousands of POs that Oleg, Eram, and their teams go through. Sometimes we close something that shouldn't have been closed because there's a bill coming in on it, so we
Okay.
have to reverse it.
Got
This
it.
is no
So-
reflection on the school, it was just a closing mistake at the end of the
is
year.
that 4 and 5, or 5 is different?
No, they'd all be that.
Okay, so
It'd
this
be- we
wasn't
had
a
bill
school
bill
that ran out
coming
of
in.
money and
Oh,
said,
no,
oh, I
no,
can't
ma'am.
cover this,
Oh,
so
no.
now the district is covering.
So a school couldn't issue a PO if they had money. So the school had money, we closed it by mistake.
Got it.
And then the school called us and said, you closed that, and I have a bill, you shouldn't have closed it, you need to reopen
Perfect.
it.
All I needed, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhadeff?
My question is on page 6 of 6, the Safe Havens International, does their contract end before January 1st or ends January 1st?
So I apologize, Mrs. Aladeff, I'll have to give you a follow-up. This is to pay an invoice for services already rendered. I'll have to find out the terms of their contract. I'm not familiar with those. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Naismith.
Good evening, Leo Neesmith, Director of District Administrative Services. Mrs. Alhadeff, it is my understanding that the contract, the extended contract or the renewed contract expires at the end of this month, with the understanding that they will still produce what's in the contract in terms of work. But the agreement term ends December 31st.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Korn, I believe, asked all my, oh, no, one question. So on page 5 of 6, number 2, where we have number 2.2 and number 2.3. So number 2.2 is covered, hopefully, with reimbursement from the Victims of Crime Act, but number 3 is not. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so, when we have any additional things like this going forward, they don't qualify to be paid out for through the grant?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, you are the chair. If it was written into the grant, it would, so it's not a matter of qualifying, it wasn't written into the application. We could conceivably revise it, but we've got to pay out these teachers who did the training, so my concern was paying the teachers.
No, and I appreciate that, and that's not what my comment is. My comment is with regard to if it's something that relates to a service that could be covered by the grant.
It could have been.
Is there a possibility that we could be reimbursed for those
Yes.
funds as well?
Yes.
Okay, because one says that we could.
Because it's not currently in the application, but
Okay.
we can revise it.
Okay. Well, I'm just one board member asking that question, but I think if there's an opportunity for us to pay the stipend for attending those trainings out of that grant, I think it's something that we should look into.
I absolutely agree. I'm waiting to see how much we get in the grants to reconcile where we are, but I absolutely agree with you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Yes, Ms. Levinson?
Yes, that just reminded me, wasn't there another grant we're also waiting for too?
Serve.
Okay.
Serve.
So that also hasn't been approved yet?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions, comments? All those in favor of item K1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Aye.
Item K1 passes unanimously. Let the record reflect Ms. Bartleman is on the line and voted in the affirmative. May I have a motion and a second on item K3, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on K3. I have Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Exhibit A, so it says that from Hurricane Irma, that we received funding back for $535,110. Was that a portion of what we should have received funding for, or was that our total ask?
I think we got different numbers, Mrs. Alhadeff. We received in federal
Oh,
reimbursement.
56.
No, we
Oh,
got
no.
$478,523. That is a very small portion of what we're anticipating getting. But it is starting to come.
Okay, and then 56,587
Was from the state, ma'am, yeah.
Okay, so that's just a percentage of what's to come?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with a question before I ask mine? So my question is, was the 500,000 FF&E considered in the budget submitted to the board for that department?
No. That's why it's here now. No, it was not. It is not in the capital budget.
And so it was never contemplated as part of the ask to the board?
So it was not part of the ask to the board. I do know that there were conversations with Mr. Katz, but no, it was not included. And I
Okay.
don't know if it was an oversight on my part, but it was not included, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Runcie, do you have any information for, and I know we probably need to be a little bit sensitive, but for that level of spend for FF&E?
So it's under the,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
you sure, Mr. Runcie? It's under the category of FF&E because that's how we categorize the budget items, but the space improvement is included in that as well. All of the technology upgrades that have to happen. it's not furniture like chairs, but that's the way the Red Book calls it.
I mean, everything outside of the renovation or construction work is captured under that, yeah.
So, yeah, please use your
Oh,
microphone.
yeah, so everything outside of the actual renovation or construction work is captured in the FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and
Equipment.
equipment, yes.
No, I know what
Yeah.
FF&E is. I
Yeah.
was just, it's a significant number, and so it just gave me pause.
It's substantial technology upgrades included in that number.
Okay, so I think as a follow-up, I would
want
just
the
like to
details?
have, yes, some
Okay,
information,
we'll do that.
and however we can without crossing any lines with regard to safety and security, but
I will leave it to Mr. Katz.
thank you, just for a better understanding of how that number breaks down, because it is a significant number. Any additional questions or comments from my colleagues? All those in favor of item K3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Ms. Bartleman, are you on the line? Item K3 passes unanimously. Hold on one second while I flip the page.
I think we are done.
No, we're not done yet. May I have a motion and a second on item L5, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on L5. Seeing none, I have Ms. Good.
Okay, L5.
L5.
No, I'm on the right one. Okay, let's see here. So, in reading this item, I noticed that there was reference to the fact that I guess it's an attempt to bringing it into compliance. However, this use of the parking lot had been going on for some time. And I just wondered how that occurs. How would something like that occur, that another entity would be utilizing our school site and the district not enter into some formal lease?
Leslie Brown, Chief Portfolio Services Officer. In this particular case, this particular parking lot is separated outside of the actual facility. There apparently was an agreement, kind of a long ago agreement with a former administrator at the school that allowed that child care center, which is right across the street, to park employees' places in that parking lot. So when we started to take a look at all of our new processes, we made sure that we brought it into compliance and created the agreement to make sure that we codify and get the security needed for that particular parking lot.
Right. And so again, Mr. Rinsby, I would just say that I think it's really prudent that we send out information to all our school principals, just advising them that, the proper protocols, especially as it relates to school board property. I know that now it's probably not going to happen since many of our sites are secure, but in the event that anyone wants to utilize the property for an event, that, proper agreements need to take place to minimize liability for the district. So I would just do it as an FYI, just to make sure that everyone understands that things like this should not occur because of the liability.
Sure.
So I appreciate you all doing this, and again, they're not going to pay to lease the area, but they're just going to pay for the security guard to secure the area.
Correct.
So does the school use the lot in any way?
Yes, the school does use the lot as well. And there are 8 parking spots that are set aside specifically for the staff at the Children's Workshop, which is right across the street.
Okay, and so those parking spaces are going to be defined or highlighted in some way so that they can only use those spots and they don't take up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And, because I didn't see that defined in the document. So is it, say it in there somewhere, that they're going to have a designated area where they're only to park?
Yes, we
Does-
actually have it on the drawing. You're going to see.
Oh, in the drawing.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to see it's the northwest side of 8 spots. that is actually designated.
Okay.
That is correct.
And this
we
drawing's
will-
part of the agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And then,
Exhibit B, so.
so what happens if somebody leaves a car there past 5:30, which is the time period that this is for?
So we would work with the security person to find out who owns the car and have it removed.
Okay, and does the agreement say that any vehicle left on our premises beyond the designated time frame will be towed?
No, currently it does not, no.
So I just want to, I'm just concerned, though, that you tow someone's vehicle after hours based on, and it's not noticed in any way, that it not become an issue for us. So I don't know if legally we're required to advise them that if their vehicle is left after hours, that it'll be towed away. I mean, it's one thing to have an understanding, but it's not in the document.
So let me clarify. I hope I said removed, and that would be communicating with the Children's Workshop Center to find out who owns it and have it removed. I don't know as it would necessarily require being towed. But
How would you remove someone else's car?
We would call the person and have them come and get their car and remove it.
Okay, but I'm talking about Ms. Brown. See, so it's falling on us now. So I just want to, the hours close, it's 5:30, it's 6, it's 6:30. Everybody on the school is leaving and this car's on campus. And the gate has to be closed. So no one's going to be able to come and get the car. So then the owner comes and says, I need to get the vehicle out. It's already past the time period that they're allowed to be on our site, because this agreement says 5:30. So I'm trying to work through it, because it's gonna happen. There's no doubt about it. Somebody's gonna stay late and they're not gonna be able to get their car out. And then whose responsibility is it? And so when you say remove it, you can't get in touch with the individual. As a school board member, I just want to understand how it's going to function realistically on a day-to-day.
So Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. So this parking lot happens to be in the same complex as my office. And so Ms. Brown and I can work on the exact language, but we have facility staff that are at the school until anywhere from 9 to 10 o'clock at night. So someone will physically be on campus, if you will, to like unlock a gate, that kind of thing. But I can work with Ms. Brown to get what needs to be the exact language in the contract or the agreement, I'm sorry, with the child care center. But there are school board personnel on campus at least until, I think it's about 10 o'clock each night, because the facilities personnel are there. From my office, they're there until I believe about 8, and then from the high school, they're there until about 10 o'clock at night.
So are they gonna have a security guard there as long as a car's there?
So currently, the time for the security person to be there is until the gates have to be locked.
Which is?
5:30.
That's my problem. So here it is, 6, it's 7, it's 8, the security guard is gone, and the agreement's only to 5:30. It's not till 10 that the school's open, So I'm glad we're trying to be amenable, and I want to work with our neighbors. They have the use of our school site without benefit of any payment other than having the security guard there. But I am concerned what happens if, in the event, a vehicle's left there. And the agreement doesn't speak to it.
Sure. If we can work on some language right now. We believe that they will be amenable to the security person. We'll check on that right now. I think it's important to understand that security guard also secures that particular parking lot for our staff as well. So if Dr. Wanza needs that back gate open for an employee that's parked there, that security person does a dual purpose of actually assisting Dr. Wanza's staff guests to get out of that parking lot that may be locked also. So it has a bit of a dual purpose.
They don't work for us. So, right now, whether they're there or not, if there's an employee there after whatever hours, that's on us.
Oh, I certainly agree with the after-hours piece, and Chris is working on some language that we would like to suggest to add the coverage of after-hours concerns.
And all I'm saying this is, Ms. Brown, is so that there be some coordination, so either the security guard has to have the information of the employees, there has to be some kind of way where at 5:30, people need to get out.
Yes.
It's not, I'm working late, I can stay beyond 5:30. And if you are gonna allow it, then the agreement needs to speak to it and how it's gonna function. That's why I'm bringing it up.
I appreciate it, thank you.
And so I need that addressed before I can support the item.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Well, we have
I'm sorry.
just a few more items on our agenda. I don't know if you want to table it till the very end, and they can,
I'll move to table the item to later in the meeting.
Second.
it's been moved by Ms. Good, seconded by Ms. Rich Levinson to table L5 till later in the meeting. And at this time, may I have a motion and a second on L7, please?
Did you vote on that, Heather? Oh, my
Oh,
God.
I'm sorry, tabling the item. Hello.
I'm voting yes.
All
for
those
the
in
table.
favor of tabling item L5 indicate by saying aye.
No, we didn't vote.
We didn't vote. Did we?
No, you seconded it.
Yeah.
So you kind of voted, Lori.
Okay. So that was, Ms. Bartleman, were you an aye for the tabling?
Yes.
Thank you. L5 is tabled till later in the meeting. Now may I have a motion and a second on L7, please? Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Korn. I'd just like to remind my colleagues that we have a request to vote down L7 from staff. Any comment from the audience on L7? From my colleagues on L7? All those in favor of L7 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Sorry.
let me try that again.
Sorry. Oh, I
Um,
hate that. Sorry.
Staff has given us a memo with a request to vote down item L7. All those in favor of item L7 indicate by saying aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Thank you. The item fails unanimously, has been voted down as requested. May I have a motion and a second on item L8, please?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on L8. Seeing none, I have Ms. Good.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the legal department and to staff. At the last meeting, I know I made several comments and I indicated that I was going to leave it to staff to look into and provide feedback to the board. And so I spoke to Ms. Myrick earlier. She shared with me the change in the summary, but not the item. Everything else stayed the same, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I also spoke to some previous Education Advisory Board members who also, from the city, who advised, again, their desire to have something in place so that the schools could have the banners. And I know that we also received some correspondence from one of the commissioners. And again, I respect the fact that they're looking to have some kind of standardized signage at all our schools. And, certainly, I still feel that we weren't subject to the sign ordinance, but Ms. Myrick has also advised that the district has now came across a policy that we had in place, which wasn't mentioned previously, that we try to adhere, we adhere to municipal sign ordinances. So if we have a policy in place, then obviously we have to follow that. So that was new information that was just shared with me earlier today. So in speaking to her and regarding what the City of Plantation sign ordinance is, again, we're kind of like an odd, schools are odd. We're not businesses, so it's a little different to regulate. I'm not opposed to the fact of having some, again, standard color, standard size. I still feel the agreement is overreaching. However, in an effort to collaborate and if, again, if this is something that can move us all in a positive direction so that the schools could get banners without feeling that they're going against the city in any way, I can support it. However, I do have one thing that I wanted to mention, and that was in looking at the agreement, I'm not okay with limiting the number of banners on the school. I will accept everything else in this agreement, size, color, it has to have little rings, it must be at the top of the fence, it can't go beyond the exterior. I mean, there is a multitude of requirements in this agreement. But to limit the number of banners on our school site, I have a problem with, because we have to treat all schools the same. And I can tell you that throughout this county, that is not the case. And I've gone to school sites where the banners are very standardized. They're all the same color. We all have them in our districts, but they have many banners, and these banners are banners for a multitude of reasons, sponsorships, support of the school, and providing support to the community. And so I do not want to limit the number of banners. So I'm going to make a motion that on page 2 of 11, under 2.04, where it says banner material, number, size, and placement, subletter A, where it currently says up to 10 banners measuring 3 feet high by 5 feet wide, 15 square feet during the entire calendar year, that the paragraph just simply read, banners should measure 3 feet high by 5 feet wide, and there be not any limitation to the number of banners.
You have to get rid of B.
Oh. And then on B, so it says, in addition to the banners referenced above, each property shall also be entitled to place on their exterior fence banners measuring 4 feet high by 8 feet wide, 32 square feet during the entire school year, and delete the reference to the number of banners.
Second.
It has been moved by Ms. Good and seconded by Ms. Rich Levinson to eliminate in both 2.04.01 A and B any reference to the number of banners, and only make reference to the size of the banners. Audience input on the motion? Seeing none. Ms. Levinson, you have a comment on the motion?
Yes, I have a comment on the motion. It is right along the lines of what I was thinking and had mentioned to staff, and I'm fine with everything else too, and I have to commend Louis Reinstein on the EAB, who has pushed this for years, and I'm so happy to have it in front of me, and that we have a commission in Plantation, representing Plantation, that has done this, but I cannot agree to limiting the number. This is a source of revenue for our schools. We don't do that in other municipalities, and I'm fine with everything else in here too, but I don't understand limiting the amount of, for that reason. I think we're partners. The city wants to partner with us. They want our schools to be able to produce revenue from this, and I think that we shouldn't be limiting the number.
Thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. So just remind me, how many banners do we have now facing outward?
We have 0.
Right. And the reason is because there's this balance between the board, the school district, understanding that we have the right to do it, and the city pushing back and saying we have the right to dictate. Right? And then we have our principals who are in a very tough position to say, well, I want to be a good partner, I live in your city, I want other partnerships, so I'm not going to push back on this issue. Do we have other cities where we have the same issue?
Currently, no.
Okay. So I guess what I would, this is for me going in the right direction, because we finally have a commission, and there are many different members of this commission that are giving us the opportunity for our principals to no longer be in that awkward position. My concern is that they've heard us. I know staff has pushed back on this issue, and they have still come to us with this position, and that if we don't accept it, now we're in a position where our schools, again, get nothing, rather than getting 15. So I'm challenged by pushing back on this and getting, again, what we have now, which is nothing. So it isn't that I don't agree that we shouldn't have the flexibility, but at the moment, we don't have principals that are willing to push back. And if we don't agree to this, our principals are going to be in the same place and they will still get nothing. So let me ask this question. Have you directly asked the city to remove the number requirement?
We have.
And their response is?
They came back with, we negotiated for about 2 years on the numbers, and this is what they finally agreed to.
Right. So I just, by us taking this direction, I'm concerned that we end up with nothing again. So we're 2 years here, we've got schools that aren't willing to put up banners without the permission, and here we are in the same place. I would rather give the schools the opportunity to have 15 banners than to have none. Being a good partner and going back to them another year from now and saying, look at how much revenue we've been able to produce, wouldn't you like to see twice that much to these schools that you love where all of your kids go? And then being able to grow from there. So, and I totally understand my colleagues who don't agree. I just think that it's a difficult position that we are already in. And I guess, to me, this is at least going down the path of making something available to them.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes, just a moment, Ms. Bartleman, do you want to be on the list?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
I can understand what you're saying, Ms. Korn, but it is not incumbent upon us to agree to it. If we say that we don't want, if we want to remove the limitation, then it's up to the commission to decide whether they're going to move ahead or not with it. Either they're going to allow or they're not going to allow. So that goes back to the other body to make that decision. And I believe the residents of Plantation want to have these banners like every other city has with no limitation, where their schools can raise the most amount of revenue from them. That is, and that's our job, is to make sure that we're doing what's best for our schools.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Bartleman?
I agree with Ms. Korn. I feel, I know there's something in our policy regarding signage that says that we have to adhere to the city ordinances. And, Ms. Brown, what policy is that? Because Ms. Myrick showed it to me. Those are all the dogs, I know.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna send my big dog over there.
I know, they're so tiny. Can you tell me the policy that says that we have to adhere to the municipality ordinances?
6300.
So our own school board policy says, and maybe we need to change this, that we are going to adhere to the municipality's ordinances or signage policies. And I think it's better to have something better than nothing. I think we do it, we see how many signs we get, we generate the revenue, then we go back to the Education Advisory Board, present the data, and say we have even more people who want more signage, and then challenge the commission at that point to amend the contract. But to go another year without any signs, to me, and it's basically we're playing, I mean, we're getting into like, it's just playing hardball with them, and it hurts the school. They'll have nothing. So I'd rather work with them. This is a big step for the city, and then go back to them in a year like Ms. Korn said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Well, let me just make a quick ask, because when I had a meeting with you, I asked about, I don't know if my colleagues have considered this, and it probably doesn't matter for some of you, but what came up in the conversation was if they're limiting the number of banners, we as a district often put banners out to schools to convey information, and cities sometimes put banners on our fences to convey information to their residences. So did you have that conversation with them about the banners?
Yes, we did. We had a very successful conversation with the Assistant City Manager and with Mr. Cooney and Chris, Mr. Acabuso. And he was very amenable to understanding the flexibility needed for district banners or city banners. So we did feel that that flexibility was available for those additional banners.
Okay. And I had Ms. Good then, please?
So the fact of the matter is that I asked Ms. Myrick about their sign ordinance, and their sign ordinance doesn't speak to school sites and whether or not, or how to address it. Like I said, we're a strange bird, so to speak. Their sign ordinance speaks to businesses and, you know, how they require the banners within the business sites, but I didn't see any specifics within their sign ordinance regarding school, so I'll ask staff. Does their sign ordinance speak to school sites?
It does.
Okay, so tell me where.
Section 22-36, A, B, A and B.
Say it again. 22?
It's, well, I guess it depends upon what page. It's 32 of 53 pages of their ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, it's section 22 through 36.
22.
But it's actually, let me make sure. I'm gonna go back a page.
So I got 32, center establishment.
2 through 35. I know, but I'm just looking at the numbering.
So within that language, do you see it as limiting the number of signage we may have?
I do not see specifically a number of signs, no.
Does it speak to banners?
It does not speak to the word banners, no.
So it doesn't really speak to it, and I'm not looking to be difficult, and I really want to work with the city, and I know staff's been working, but to say that it's just on us and that we have to just agree with the city so that our schools can have banners really upsets me, because it's a collaboration. And you know, I don't even think we're required to do this agreement, but yet I think that in the best interest of all involved, I think some standardized colors, size makes sense. I mean, look at MSD. When you go by the school, all the banners are the same color. They're very standard. And it shows great support of the community. The same is within my own district. So I'm not opposed to standardize something that looks visibly appealing and aesthetically appealing to the community. But to be mandated to either we agree or you get nothing, I have a concern about it. And you know what? I think our schools should put the banners standard like it says on here, and they should go ahead and do it. But in an effort to be a good neighbor, I'm amenable to this agreement with the understanding that they not limit it to the number. I will not support something that limits the number of banners when I don't think they should have that right in the first place. But I want to be a good neighbor. I want to help our schools so that they don't feel this conflict. And for us to say that now that if we don't okay this, our schools are going to be in this predicament for another year, no, they're not. Because, you know, our schools could go ahead tomorrow and put up banners. I'm very troubled by this, very, very troubled that we ourselves are not unified on this decision. But it's not my district, and I feel for Ms. Levinson, because she represents the area. I think she's trying to work to some kind of a decision that brings both parties together, and I think it's fair. I think that what we're doing here is fair, and that's what I'm trying to say. It's a fair decision.
So through the chair,
Yes.
I just want to, in the section where it had specifically for schools or places of worship, there is another section, and we could get some, interpretation from legal, but there's another section, section 22-73, where it talks about transitory special event signs, banners, and directional signs. And in that section, there is a limitation of the signs, and it does say 6 in their ordinance. But again, it's a different section than educational, so that might be where they're getting their thoughts from.
You finished, Ms. Good? Yep. Yes, Ms. Levinson, did you have additional comments?
I just wanted to echo what Ms. Good said. I agree with everything in this to work together on making it all uniform, make it the way the city would like. I just think to limit the number is not fair to the school.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues?
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Rupert.
And I'm sorry to ask this cross dais, but if anybody on the right-hand side wants to include that into the document, do you know what I'm saying? I did. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a motion.
All right,
Yeah.
sorry. I think I fell asleep for about 30 seconds. Sorry.
Understandable.
Sorry.
We're having discussion on the motion.
Oh, is that the discussion on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm good then. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional comments from my colleagues? All in favor of the amendment to eliminate the number restrictions in both A and B in section 2.04.01 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Got that?
You got me?
Yes, Ms. Bartleman, we have you on the line voting, and the item passes 5-2. I'm sorry, the amendment, not the item, not yet. Any audience input on the item as amended? Colleague input on the item as amended? All those in favor of the item as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on items LL 1 and 2, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input? Seeing none, colleague input. LL 1 and LL 2. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Items LL 1 and 2 pass unanimously. Is there anyone who has any item? Oh, we have to go back to L5, but are we ready for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris Arcabuso, Director of Facility Plan Real Estate. Based on the comments by Mrs. Good, we can add language to the end of section 2.09 under security, which can read, lessee agrees that the security firm shall contact any persons with vehicles in the leased premises to move such vehicles from the parking lot no later than 5:30 p.m. Vehicles left past the cited time will be towed at the owner's sole expense.
Yes, Ms. Good?
Through the chair?
Yes.
So, love the language. So, Mr. Vignola or Mr. Cooney, are we required to put up signage in the parking lot that says that as well?
Regarding towing,
Mm-hmm.
there's a statute that I believe, I haven't looked at in a while, but there's a statute that
Is your
generally
mic on?
requires you to
Because I'm-
post
Okay.
a
there.
sign
Yes,
if
make
you
sure you're
are
speaking
going-
right into your microphone.
There is a statute that generally requires you to post a sign if you will tow vehicles. And generally, you have to put in that, it specifies content, including where you would contact if you're unable to find your car. I would suspect that would apply.
So then that's going to create more work for us.
Yep.
So, so I don't know how, so how do we do it on other school sites, Dr. Wanzo? If somebody leaves a vehicle there, and it's time to go.
Valerie Wands, the Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. So historically, we would close up our property and go home, and they would come back in the morning for their vehicle.
All right. So can we
That's
do that?
different than towing.
Right,
No,
but the vehicle is secured in the
Right.
property, and they return during our normal business hours to retrieve their vehicles. That's historically how we've done it.
I just don't want to create more work for the school. And now that, when we hear that it's going to require, then you have to have a certain towing company, and it has to, I think you have to list the towing company, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So can we word it that just says any vehicle left there after 5:30?
Will be locked in?
Yeah, literally, that's what it's going to
Yeah.
say, you know, in some legalese kind of language.
You could post, excuse me, through the
Yes,
chair.
sir.
You could post a sign that says this parking lot will be locked and secured after a certain hour, and will reopen at X time the
Okay.
next day, the next business day, I suspect, because if someone were to leave it there on a Friday, they might find they don't have their car available for a few days.
Okay.
Um,
So maybe if the agreement just simply says that the gate will be secured after 5:30 and any vehicles will remain on the premises until,
Ms. Good, before we codify that in an agreement, it is prudent to advise that this is the same parking lot that oftentimes the public parks in when they come to sporting events and things of that nature. So there's a great possibility that the gate may not be locked at 5:30, particularly if there's a football game, a basketball game, because those, that parking lot is utilized for those after-hours events too. So I don't want to just say to the, to this, partner that at 5:30 we lock the gate, and they say, well, no, you don't lock the gate at 5:30 because there's a football, there's always some kind of activities going on that
Okay.
other cars may be in the lot. So I just didn't want to lock us into that, and then they come back and say, well, the gates are not necessarily locked at 5:30.
well, it's becoming a bigger problem. Yes?
Through the
Mr.
chair,
Akabus?
can I suggest, we may say something, the lessee agrees that all vehicles patronizing the lessee's business shall vacate the parking lot by 5:30.
So at least for, if you could just in the agreement indicate that.
That's what I'm
That all
saying.
vehicles must be
patroni-
removed from the premises by 5:30.
Patronizing the lessee's business.
And then if you have somebody that's there, then I guess, we have, I don't know, and maybe put a sign. And what else do you think, Mr. McDonald? I'm just, it's a school area. But I would hate for somebody to take advantage of us and then leave the vehicle there, overnight and just, forget about it. So, but at least if we could put some language in that would be better than no language at all. So, would that be okay?
Lessee agrees that.
Are my board members?
So can I state it again, and through the chair, that then maybe somebody can make a motion?
Yes.
Okay, so lessee agrees that all vehicles belonging to persons patronizing the lessee's business shall vacate.
Well, it's the employees.
Well, okay.
It's not patronizing.
Okay, so all lessee's employees shall vacate the parking lot by 5:30. Lessee agrees that all lessee's employees shall vacate the parking lot by 5:30 p.m.
That's fine. I'll move that. Amendment.
It's been moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert, to amend as read by Mr. Akabuso. Audience input on the amendment. Colleague input on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Ms. Bartleman, are you on the line? The
Don't
amendment.
hear the doggies.
The amendment passes unanimously. Any audience input on the item as amended? Colleague input on the item as amended? All those in favor of the item as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item L5 passes unanimously. According to my sheet here, we've disposed of all the items. Do my colleagues have anything to bring forth for consideration for the superintendent?
Can I just?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Alada?
Yes, I'd like to just say congratulations to Jack Fitzpatrick of JP Terravella High School for being the Hispanic Heritage Month High School Essay Contest winner. Jack wrote about Maria Mestre de los Dolores Andrew, and Jack earned a 4-year Florida College Plan scholarship provided by the Florida Prepaid College Foundation. And the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas are champions, district champions since the last 8 years. And then the last thing I wanted to bring to the superintendent's attention is that substitute teachers, they have not had a pay increase in the last 11 years, and the current substitute teachers earn $11.27 per an hour. And this struggle for our principals to get subs in our schools has had a tremendous impact on our students and their education.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
Well, I'll just piggyback because I had 2 things to bring up, and one was the substitutes because I had asked for backup for Mr. Rumsey on it. And again, I know that we're talking about, many of our employees, our TSPs, but looking at the information, our substitutes make less than Broward and Palm Beach, and therefore, I'm sorry. Thank you. It is late. Dade and Palm Beach. So anyway, I just want us to make it part of the conversation when we talk about budgets moving forward. It hasn't changed for quite a bit, so thank you to my colleague for bringing that up. And just very quickly, Principal Elaine Safe is being featured on NBC 6. It's being aired tomorrow morning, so those of you that are up at 5:45 or 6:45 in the morning like me, they're featuring the story. They're calling it A Difference Maker, and they're featuring this story on her making a difference in the community and helping a wish be granted for one of the children in the community. So again, if you're up that early and having a cup of coffee, look at NBC 6 and see our principal be featured. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I just wanted to mention that yesterday we had our 5th annual debate luncheon where we raised money for our students to compete and travel. And we had our best attendance ever, and very exciting announcement. Cleveland Clinic, the CEO of Cleveland Clinic was the Community Champion of the Year, and Dr. Barsoom has initiated an endowment for debate. Cleveland Clinic for the next 5 years, Broward Health and Joe DiMaggio will all be donating $10,000 for the first 5 years. So he's really put something together that's going to have a lasting impact, we hope in perpetuity, for our students in Broward County.
Thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. I want to thank all of our food service, our administrators across the district, our teachers, our students for inviting them, and ultimately for our veterans who participated on Tuesday for our veteran luncheons across the district. So this is our 3rd year in doing it, and having the opportunity to participate, it was really exciting. The kids were just enthralled with being able to have the opportunity to bring their family members and to be able to recognize them as veterans. And it was interesting having the conversations with some of the veterans and their children or grandchildren or brothers and sisters. I asked several of them, do you know what your dad or what your grandfather or your sister did? And many of them said no. They were in the Army or the Navy, but they didn't really know what they did, and all of a sudden they started to engage in conversation. So it really was a great, not just an opportunity for them to acknowledge them, but to really even learn about them. And sometimes it's these types of opportunities that just become pivotal. So thank you to all of our district staff and for supporting this and making sure this got out to everybody, Dr. Wanza, and to our food service for being so supportive of this. And it really was a huge success and win across the district, and to all of our veterans for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. And I'm just going to say that there's an issue that has been brought to my attention about textbooks and AP and ACE textbooks not all being accessible through Clever. So, Mr. Runcie, if there's something that staff can look into with regard to that, it's a student concern that has been brought to my attention, and I just wanted to bring it up here so that we could look into it. And unless there's anything else for the good of the order, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good evening.